perhaps. But if you want to do that, please use the hashtag ScotsmanData23. The Wi-Fi code is on the screen here, RCP Wi-Fi, and the password Chiron1681. I'm always quite interested in passwords. So Chiron, as some of you may know, is a centaur, which is the symbol of the Royal College of Physicians. Apparently, Chiron was not a violent or savage centaur, but very wise and knowledgeable about medicine, and therefore is the symbol of the Royal College of Physicians, which was founded in, yes, 1681. Thanks again to our main conference partner, the Data Driven Innovation Initiative, and our fellow sponsors, Research Data Scotland and Smart Data Foundry, who will be leading 2 excellent breakout sessions later this morning. Please take time to visit the stands outside and have a chat with them in the breaks. The catering area, as you know, is out and to the right. That will be the catering networking area all day. The men's toilets are just out here. The women's toilets are right round the back, which is what Caroline Criado Perez was talking about 4 years ago when she said another building designed for men. If you want to use, there are toilets in the near the breakout room, and I'll explain where the breakout room is when we split later on. That is, sorry, fire alarm. No fire alarm plan. Doors here and here. And if you are up at the back, there is a final entrance to back left, and staff will guide you from the premises and take you to the muster point. That's quite enough from me. So if I can now invite the Executive Director of the DDI initiative, Jarmo Eskalainen, to give us a few words of welcome. Welcome, Jarmo, please.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Glad that you made it despite the university strikes and the school strikes, especially, which sort of hit us this week. Some people may be at home joining because of that, but great to see almost a full hall nevertheless. So yes, indeed, we are halfway through the program. We are halfway through this series of data conferences, hopefully so. And I thought to give you a bit of a glimpse of especially what are the key assets we would need for the next 5 years to be a roaring success. At this point of time where we are in DDI is that we are solidly on track to smash the delivery targets of the program. I just got the numbers yesterday. We are started to be in 400 startups we worked with and supported their growth already now. That's a 10-year target. So in another 5 years, we can probably double that. And the same is true for our talent numbers. When I joined the uni in 2018, 100,000 data scientists seemed like a hair-raisingly big number and difficult to achieve. But actually, we upgraded that number now to close to 150,000. And we already have supported more than 60,000 students on their way to be data experts. And that's, of course, exactly where we should be. Let's remember, we are making Edinburgh the data capital of Europe. What it means that it launches in 2028. That's when it starts. That's when we have done the job and we built the ingredients for ongoing success. And what we want to do and have done is to ensure that when we work with data, we do data right. And also in that domain, there are some exciting news coming. Our Institute for Child Safety, Child Light, is expanding its operations. It's been already making great work on data for good domain, supporting the global community of policymakers to battle online sexual abuse of children. And it's going to do more of that and really deliver data for good. So, but in order to be the data capital, what we need, I'll distill in 3 sets of assets we need to ensure are at our disposal. And first, very obvious, is talent. We need people. Scotland is a small country, so nobody can be left behind if they have the potential to be the expert we need. Data Skills Gateway has done a superb job both in reskilling, upskilling workforce through data lab activities and through data for schools work. we want to expand that. We want to embed data in the curriculum of the university. And then we want to ensure that we connect that clever student workforce resource with the market through experiential learning opportunities at scale over the next 5 years. And we also jointly want to ensure that Scotland has a red carpet for talent coming from elsewhere. And of course, there has been events in the UK which had made that more difficult, and the recent reunion of Horizon program of EC, I think starts to reopen that door, and we need that door wide open to be able to stay at the top of the game. Second, we need assets, both physical and data. The first asset we are going to utilize is, of course, the 6 DDI hubs. I would have been glad, if I was expecting to be able to tell you about the EFI has now opened in the Fisher's Institute, fantastic new building. Well, that's the largest sensitive restoration project in Europe, and it's 2 years delayed. And guess what? We did open 2 wings, but the rest is only going to be over next year. So fingers crossed, next year we will actually host maybe the event there and start to use the network of DDI hubs as the place where we do data right. Second, we want to ensure that we have the crunching power and land the next generation supercomputer to Edinburgh in the form of an exascale computer. Funny enough, we happen to have the engine room, which is just the right size for it. I wonder how that happened. And we'll be working on the business case. Good folks of EPCC have worked on the business case to ensure it does come here, and fingers crossed that will happen. But third, and very importantly, you can't do data innovation unless there's data. So we want to ensure there's data assets available for our clever innovators. And there we are joining forces on a regional level as part of the Regional Prosperity Framework, which is the first integrated economic development agenda for the region since the 90s, one of the outcomes of the City Region deal. We are working on the Regional Intelligence Hub, which would bring together public and private data in the data sharing environment and enable really policy making, decision making, which is based on data-driven insights. Third asset we do need is partnerships. We have seen examples of the benefits of building clusters of strong sectors in Edinburgh. We have FinTech Scotland, one of the clusters we supported through DDI program, which has really ramped up the pipeline of successful FinTech companies. The Scottish space sector is really excelling as well. It's the largest growing space innovation hub in the UK and one of the best in Europe. We want to do more of this, want to build on the outcomes of, for example, Creative Informatics program, which brought together data innovators and the creative industries to change the way that sector works. And then we want to ensure that we have the innovation policy to support these clusters and these partnerships, and also address issues like the challenges of AI to the way we live, work, and play, so that we have the guardrails in place, and we have the expertise to provide for the decision makers and policy makers, so that when we do regulation, it's done based on the best possible know-how from our great universities. Let's not forget the Central Belt does host top class universities in abundance: Glasgow, Strathclyde, Heriot-Watt, University of Edinburgh, QMU. It's quite unique constellation of talent we have here. And finally, we want to ensure that the next generation of cutting-edge technologies, sorry about that, we have at the forefront of developing those, and that is especially true in the sector of deep tech startups which do work on really challenging new technology, which is of course something the universities are especially interested in. That's the domain in which our researchers often work, cutting edge technologies of tomorrow. And we want to focus on ensuring that there's long-lasting, ongoing funding available for deep tech startups. And we are just joining forces with the London-based cluster organization called Conception X to ensure we have a UK-wide drive to support such companies. So that's it for me. Enjoy the day. I trust that we'll hear debates and we don't hear just consensus. AI futures especially is a topic we need to debate. We need to challenge the consensus because there's no single truth of that. What we do know, though, is that there's certainly difficult ethical and technology dilemmas we need to be able to solve. And let's be at the forefront of that. Let's not shy away from difficult questions today. That's why I'm counting on you guys to not shy away from difficult questions today. Let's have an inspiring and a great day, and looking forward for the superb keynote from Stephanie in a moment. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Jarmo. And as he said, a lot of the topics he touched on there we will talk about later in the day. We've got somebody here from Childlight. We'll be talking a lot about developing data talent. And as he said, we will be talking a lot about AI during a session this afternoon. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Stephanie Hare. Stephanie's probably a little bit fed up with me. We've already done a long interview and a podcast together in the run-up to this event. Both of them were a pleasure, for me at least, and offered a great insight into Stephanie's thinking on a wide range of issues around technology, data and AI. She's a researcher, writer and broadcaster, author of the book Technology is Not Neutral, A Short Guide to Technology Ethics. And this morning she's going to speak on the closely related subject of data is not neutral. So please welcome Stephanie Hare.
I forgot to ask before I came up how to know what time it is. Sarah, you'll just look, okay. Do you want to give me the sort of like...
It's on your right.
Oh, okay.
We're quite late.
A bit awkward if I'm like... It's like when people are checking their watch when you're going on too long. Thank you, please do. Just be like, 5, 2. Hello, good morning everyone. I'm actually not going to talk about data is not neutral, surprise. I wanted to talk about something that is much more topical here in the UK and indeed on this planet, but related. So sponsors, please do not worry. This is not going to be a feminist rant or an anti-Trump rant, as you would expect from my accent. I wanted to talk about some really exciting developments that are happening in the world of artificial intelligence and that will affect all of us. And you do not have to be in AI or indeed in tech to care or indeed to act. You just want to know how it's related to you. But first, why should you listen to what I have to say? So some demonstration of street creds briefly. I wrote a book last year called Technology is Not Neutral, A Short Guide to Technology Ethics, in which I attempted the very painful task of summarizing my career and education to date and some of the big challenges that I had come across as a technologist practicing, and also what I was seeing with my clients, and indeed some of the work I've done in the media and television and radio, the challenge of trying to explain technology to ordinary people, which is, I think, why we're all here. We want to build products and services, tools and technologies that make the world a better place, that help people out. Great intentions, doesn't always work. And then you get called on to explain why there's a data breach or why people are targeting children or making deep fake porn about children, which is on the BBC this week and first reported in El País in Spain last week. So never a dull day in the world of tech. Having some sort of ethical grounding can be very helpful. And my thesis was that it's helpful if you think about ethics and what all of this means to you in your work before a crisis happens. It's not very pleasant to have to figure out your ethical position in the middle of the hot spot. So I come from the US. I did my training at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, which has a fantastic computer science and engineering program that I did not attend. I studied French, but I was there when the dot-com boom was happening. All of my friends were engineers. My dad's an engineer, so I was constantly surrounded by engineers and indeed hostage to them. I was coming much more from a humanities background, and so I studied lots of languages, I think we're at 7 or 8 now, literature, history, and then international relations, political science, got into economics. So what does this have to do with data? Well, it depends. You can either take the very classical view of you either have a STEM background in order to participate in these conversations, or you say technology is the domain of everyone. And I obviously fall on that view. I moved to the UK in 1998. I did my graduate work at the London School of Economics with master's and PhD, and was very lucky to have a fellowship year at St. Antony's College, Oxford. This was where my ethics training came in. I was looking at how somebody who was a French civil servant during the Second World War and then the Algerian War, and indeed became the top civil servant in France, how he was using data that was collected on French citizens in order to persecute them. So religious data, were they Jewish, were they Muslim? Ethnic data, were they Berbers or Muslims in French Algeria? How to track who owns what property so that the state could steal it. All right, it's called Aryanization. So you learn to see data through a very different lens when you have spent 3 years interviewing a convicted war criminal who was let out on health grounds when he was 93 and I was 28. So it was a sort of a Silence of the Lambs situation, but in French, in which I would like to reassure you, Clarice Starling and not Hannibal Lecter, trying to understand this man. But what I really also wanted to understand in speaking with him wasn't just how he was using this kind of data on citizens in a liberal democracy, but the difference between how he was using that data during the Second World War, when they had the extenuating circumstances of Nazi occupation, versus during the Algerian War, when these were democratically elected French governments. No one to blame. And it was the country that prides itself on being the pays des droits de l'homme, the country of the rights of man, the country of human rights, which was allowing the state-sanctioned torture and summary execution of thousands of Algerian Muslims. And he was made a commander of the Legion of Honor for this. So I started looking at not just the ethics of data gathering on behalf of a government, a liberal democracy, but what it means indeed to potentially be a whistleblower. What kind of options did this civil servant have to challenge the policy, to dirty the data? What would have happened if he had versus if he hadn't? So you can see, I hope, a weird little path, a pincer movement, if you will, between the professional work that I've done at Accenture, where I was waterboarded and learned to code for years, at Palantir, where I did a lot of big data work up here in the north of England, actually. I was regularly taking the train ride from London to Edinburgh to stop off in Sunderland for about 9 months in 2016, looking at civic technology, always with the training I'd had as an historian of the data that we're gathering now seems quite harmless, and we're trying to use it to help doctors and nurses and occupational therapists and social workers to have a 360-degree view of citizens in distress, vulnerable students, children, adults, and how to help them. You want to deliver good value for money for your civic services. Great. Now imagine what happens if a fascist government takes over Britain. What do they do with this data? Coming from the United States, the 6th of January 2021 was therefore a painful moment for me because I was able to watch as a liberal democracy nearly decided to not certify the election results and keep somebody in power who was not entitled to be there. Violence obviously occurred, we all watched it. People were killed, people threatened to hang the vice president. This was top of mind when I wrote this book. If you've read it, not that you should, Insomnia Cure if you're struggling at the moment, it does begin with that. Because for me, this was kind of the culmination of my life's work of thinking, my God, I know precisely some of the tools that the United States government has at its disposal with regards to data. And if you ever had somebody take over that country who was not democratically elected, even if they are, I'm not relaxed about it, but particularly if they aren't, you could have some real problems there. So this is not just a, we don't want to be like China speech. Not that we do want to be like China, but I don't like sometimes the way that China is singled out as our worst case scenario. I have a much more terrifying nightmare in mind. So on that cheerful note, let's go to some more risks. Who can describe what is in this photo and why it might be in an AI talk? Any guesses? No worries if you're like, I have no idea. It's early. I just want to see if anyone's been reading papers, particularly one in April of this year. Anyone thinking about the relationship between water and AI? You are.
Cooling data sources.
Yeah, so data centers. When we think about the cloud, it's such a beautiful image that comes to mind, like nature, clouds. Up in Scotland, you have beautiful cloudscapes. You're not thinking about warehouses with thousands and thousands of servers in them, right? And humming. If you've ever been where these are, they are humming with electricity, right? And they're storing all of our data, and that's great, except that it is very energy intensive, and it is also water intensive. And the problem is we don't really have the transparency around how much water these data centers have. They haven't been required to report it. And which is really fun, actually, when you think about the balance of power. I look at ethics, but ethics is just one branch of philosophy. There's 5 big other ones. The big one that I also enjoy is political philosophy. Who has power in a dynamic? So these companies love to hoover up everyone's data, right? And they also tell us that it's for our own good and we can deliver so many more products and services, but they don't like to share their data, which is fascinating if you think about it. So how much water are data centers using? And that's before we get on to things like generative AI. So just classic data centers, we don't have that transparency. We also aren't really clear about how much energy they use. The companies know, but they consider it to be proprietary information, corporate secrets. So I just want us to have this picture in our minds with a nice drought-ridden, cracked earth, because there's a water scarcity problem on the planet. Lots of Europe was actually experiencing water scarcity. I live down in the south of the UK, where we every summer have to have a hose pipe ban, which I think is hilarious because it rains so much here, but our water infrastructure is so old, right, that we're leaking lots of water. So we're not thinking about water as a resource that we would want to steward and to protect and to use intelligently. And why does this matter? It matters because, as you will recall, as of last year, when ChatGPT was made available to the public in November, so not even a year ago, about 10 months ago, loads of people started playing with it, right? I'm sure most of you have. It became the fastest growing app in history, had over 100 million monthly active users by February, so only 2-3 months in. Not bad. I'm reading stats that it's about up to 200 million monthly active users now, as of this summer. Tricky to verify, but that's what we're hearing. All of which is very interesting when you think about the water consumption that the average exchange on a ChatGPT exchange has, which is about, this is 20 to 50 questions. I've seen it refined a bit, 5 to 50, depends on what time of day you're using it and where you're using it. So it needs to drink 1/2 liter of bottled water, equivalent fresh water, if you will, for a simple conversation. So this paper, this is the 6th April paper, is going to be published in a peer-reviewed journal later. This is from the preprint that came out in April. And I didn't know about it. I was really lucky. I came up here when I got to meet Dave in person to have our interview. I interviewed Professor Kate Crawford at the Edinburgh Book Festival, because I'm not just a researcher of books and my own experiments. I also like to try to talk to other researchers. So I was very lucky I was commissioned to do that. And she mentioned this in her talk. So when I got the chance to interview her, I was like, sorry, what? I didn't quite grasp. You said something about water. And she said, yeah, every time you use ChatGPT, basically imagine taking 1/2 liter of water and dumping it on the ground. For me, this was a very powerful visual. And I was like, do you need to do that? Like maybe if people knew what the water cost of ChatGPT was, perhaps they wouldn't be so quick to go to use it or to mess around with it. It's kind of like when you book a flight and you see your carbon, your miles, right, your carbon footprint, or even calorie counting with food. Those of you who are of a certain age will, I'm sure, sympathize when you go to pick something out at Pret and you're like, oh, I'd love that, but damn, that's half my daily calorie allowance, right? These things matter as you get older. Having the transparency around the data allows you to make different choices, but you can't make those choices if you don't know. You also, as a community, or even as a country, can't decide about where you might put a data center near what sources of water, for example, if you don't know how much they are consuming. Which is interesting because I come from the state of Illinois, which is next to the state of Iowa. Think Lake Michigan, think Chicago, and you're in the right sort of area of the US. Des Moines is a town of 68,000 people. It has some water. Big consumers in the state of Iowa are farmers. All right, so you've got two constituencies already fighting over water there because America's aquifer is draining. People who need fresh water for cooking, drinking, etc., and then farmers who need it for their animals and their crops. And OpenAI, which put one of its big data centers there. And the town in the article that I read was like, yeah, we don't really know what they're doing there, but they promised lots of jobs. And you think, oh God, I've seen this movie before. So what to do? Let us take a pause from water. Feel free to drink a glass now. If you have been following the AI story this year, it isn't just ChatGPT. There's also been lots of people in AI who are very worried that AI is going to harm humanity in all sorts of interesting, terrifying ways. So back in March, we had a bunch of people, many of them incredibly credible, if I may say, scientists, top leaders in the field, saying, look, we have to be really worried because we've had the GPT transformers out. We're pretty worried about it. We think that they have human competitive intelligence. They're going to compete with us, and we should have a pause. They wanted a 6-month pause. Happily, around this time, we're at the 6-month date. Have we paused? No. So why did they do that? Then they were like, if a pause can't be enacted quickly, I love the use of the passive voice there. Who's supposed to pause? The same people who signed the letter, but none of them are going to stop because there's too much money. So if we can't decide to pause ourselves, we would like governments to step in and institute a moratorium, showing they have clearly never been a historian or lawyer because good luck trying to get a moratorium passed in anything under probably 5 to 15 years. So what were they really asking for? Whatever it was, they didn't feel they got it because 2 months later they came out with a stronger statement. I'm a Cold War baby, so anytime you tell me that you're doing technology that's on the risk of nuclear war, you have my full attention. We've all just lived through a pandemic, so saying the risk of extinction from AI, and you're thinking, hang on, AI is like recommending me music on Spotify, right? Like AI is Google Translate. AI is ChatGPT, which often like makes stuff up or gets things factually wrong. I mean, it's not great, but like, how does it lead? You're here and you're telling me we're going to be here and you're not making the link for me clearly enough. And I felt that as someone who works in this field, and it was fascinating because it completely dominated the media narrative for months. I like to look at what is being said as a linguist and as a student of literature and history, but also what is not being said. And that is why I draw your attention snarkily to the noticeable absence of any mention of climate change in their doom scenarios. You see nothing mentioned about climate here, no word about climate there, which I thought was kind of weird because climate change is killing loads of people right now. And it's definitely going to kill more people in the future if we don't seriously change our ways and take action. But the AI crew who's pushing this narrative forward doesn't really talk about it. I don't know why. I'm just mentioning it. So, outlook for AI regulation. How are we going to tie these various strands together? If you're half a liter of water for every ChatGPT to nuclear war to I just want to use my phone and computer and get on with my life. So, we could break the risks of artificial intelligence into 2 broad categories just for the sake of simplicity this morning. X risks is like the sexy name for existential risks that this crew likes to call themselves. And then there's a whole group of people who have pushed back and said, what about the now risks, which are the very real harms that are already happening because of artificial intelligence being used? So bias, discrimination, facial recognition technology is a great example. All of the wrongful arrests using that technology in the United States have been for Black men and 1 Black woman. It's a technology that works best on white men. This is a problem in a country that already has very delicate policing relationships with the community and an armed police force. You really can't be misidentifying people in that way. So X risks, it's an existential threat to humanity. Think nukes, think pandemics. Or now risks, it's already denying people mortgages unfairly, There's bias, there's discrimination, we need to fight those. Then there's people who are kind of synthesizing those views who are like, let's do both. Let's do the now risks and the future risks. Like, why can't we tackle all of them? There's room enough for all of us to think about risk. So that's great, and I'm following that debate closely, as you can imagine. It's sort of like my version of EastEnders, but I like to see what people are actually doing, not just the talk. So I pay very close attention to regulators, and I introduced to those of you who do not know them closely, Lina Khan, who's head of the FTC in the United States, currently getting ready to take on Amazon, which she's been gearing up to do for years. So get out the popcorn. And then Margareta Vestager, who's one of the most powerful European commissioners. Both of them are not particularly persuaded by the X-risk argument. So that's really interesting because there's a lot of money going into X-risk, particularly here in the UK. So I just mention it for all of you here to know that over in the US and in the EU, they're not particularly persuaded by this. What are they looking at? Margareta is looking at, banks and social services and blah, 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 how you're being discriminated against. So much so good. Lina Khan is actually looking at the companies, which you would expect that's her job, saying, listen, a bunch of you who are signing these letters and statements, getting everybody really scared, also just fired all of your AI ethicists last year. It was a big deal in the AI community. So we're going to start auditing you. And if you've sacked all of your AI ethicists, that might not be a good look, which is American for we're coming for you. To give you a subtitle there. So I noticed this as interesting, and then I pay attention to what governments are doing. Over in the United States, not a lot. We're really good on the photo ops, not so good on actually passing laws at the moment. So over in the White House, our Vice President, Kamala Harris, has had a bunch of tech leaders over, chats. The US Senate has actually, I think, quite usefully done something for public education, which is having some of the top leaders, both corporate and professors, testifying to the US Congress. We had one again a couple of days ago. So why not? Can't hurt, right? But what's it going to lead to? What's the action? If you're investing, if you're building, if you're thinking about integrating this tech into your operations, what's going to come of that? Unclear. And don't forget, we've got a major election coming up in the United States. So my advice to anyone on the US is don't expect any action until well after that. But never fear, because America's best friend is to the rescue. The UK is going to be hosting a conference at Bletchley Park. You'll be delighted to know, Dave, from the 1st and 2nd of November. So what is happening on this? This was very interesting because remember our friends, the AI X-risk crowd, the people who are saying AI is a threat to humanity. It could be like a pandemic or a nuclear war situation. We need to be worried. One of the people who believes this is a man named Ian Hogarth, and he wrote a very interesting, long article in the Financial Times back in the spring. I read it, very thought-provoking, recommend it. He has been appointed by the government to lead a foundational task force, so looking at AI models, specifically focused on AI safety. And somehow this country, which can't pay doctors and nurses or teachers or fix crumbling concrete, found 100 million pounds down the back of the sofa for this. So what is that 100 million pounds going to get us? A question relevant for every citizen in this room. We're going to get a conference for 2 days. Looks good. Mr. Hogarth has been appointing people over the summer. Great. And you want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure they've got an exciting research agenda. But the point is we don't really know, which isn't really normally how policy or investment works. Normally, you come up with a pot of money, you say, this is what we're going to do with it, and this is how we're going to decide how to measure success. And these are the metrics so that we know if we hit the target or not. In this case, how do you measure success? How do we know if it's because of this task force, if we get another pandemic or nuclear war level risk or not? Right? It's a bit woolly, in my humble opinion. I hope I have a right to say this. I did join the British team and became a citizen, so I know nobody likes foreigners coming to criticize their country, but I'm a paid-up member and like to feel that I too can complain about the trains, the weather, and indeed weird budget decisions like this. So this has been my home for 25 years. So what will they be talking about on the 1st and 2nd of November? We're not really sure. We don't even really know who's invited yet, but we think China might be, but only for one day because China keeps spying on us. That will show them. So we might have something come out of this like the UK wants to be a world leader in AI. This is building on our past with the great Alan Turing, the cybersecurity work that's brilliant at Bletchley in our history, the fantastic work still at the National Cybersecurity Centre and indeed GCHQ. So what if the UK took Brexit and its island transatlantic positioning and made it a strength? So it's neither in the US nor in the EU. It can be kind of a sort of international third-party broker between these two behemoths. What if we had something like the International Atomic Energy Agency for nuclear power, but we did it for AI governance? We could host it here. That'd be kind of cool. What if we had a CERN, but for AI research? The UK is very well placed for that. It might be a case of if the US doesn't want to host it, or if the EU doesn't want to host it, or more importantly, one doesn't want the other to host it, they might agree that the UK could, and that could position us in a really interesting way. Not just with the fabulous work that we're already doing up here in Edinburgh, but also down south, over in Northern Ireland too. There's a lot of interesting research here. We are well placed for it. So I wish this conference well. I would really like to see what is going to come out of it so that we can justify that 100 million pounds. It's a lot of money. Meanwhile, finally, the action after the talk of the US and the UK is our friends in the European Union are getting ready to pass a piece of landmark legislation that is very much like the GDPR, going to set a global standard, and that is the EU AI Act. It's a bit of a mouthful, I know. One of the big things that they're looking at that will really make the UK probably quite uncomfortable is how they will govern the use of facial recognition technology. We use this technology a lot here, not just the police and the security services. I'm talking pubs use it, shops use it, museums use it. They are running their own private watch lists and sharing them with the police. None of this has democratic oversight. In the EU, they're going to be taking a very different approach to that. I would hope that this would encourage people living here in the UK to stand up for themselves a bit more and get some oversight on that, because again, that could go really badly, and indeed perhaps is already going really badly. We just don't know. So we're going to be looking at this. I wanted to put up the two members of parliament who are shaping this, because I think it's really interesting the way that AI is covered, and particularly if you look at it, it seems like it's an American, China, UK show. Do you know, have you ever heard of these two members of the European Parliament? I hadn't. I had to do a lot of research to finally track them down. I was like, this is fabulous. We've got a Romanian and an Italian leading AI legislation that is going to make Silicon Valley's biggest companies dance. Who are they? What's their politics? Who funds them? Not in a sort of conspiracy voice, just in a democratic voice. It's quite nice to know who's leading landmark legislation and what it's about and what is on their agenda and what is left off of their agenda. But we don't know because the media here doesn't really report on the EU anymore. So I just wanted to let you know, because it's happening. You are now empowered to look these people up yourselves, or I can come back and give a talk too in a few months' time, do some more research. Who are they? And what are they going to do next? Because they managed to get this on the table and passed through during a pandemic, which is pretty impressive and a lot more than is happening here or in the US. So, respect. Wrapping up, I wanted to just give this, all of these slides will be available, by the way, so please don't feel you have to look at this in any other way or shape or form. It's just to let you know that it exists. There's a lot of concrete technology regulation that is coming down the pipe. Going back to my 500 milliliter bottle of water, you will notice that most of this has nothing to do with climate, carbon footprints, or water footprints of AI, generative AI, nothing. It's not really been on people's radar. And again, I like to look at what's on our minds, but also what is not on our minds. Like, why? Why is that? The only thing that I spotted was in the bottom under the ESG category, which is something I'd take a little look at. From 2024, again, only in the EU, so not here and not in the US, we're going to be seeing companies that are listed on regulated markets, again, very small portion of the capitalist pie, being required to publish details on their impact for ESG. But to be honest, a lot of that got watered down this summer. So people might be reporting on overall water, but not for what? right? So it would be what business activity or what unit. We won't know. And if you don't have transparency on your data, you cannot do effective governance, regulation, and policy making. And there's some really scary AI movies coming out. I think one is just called The Creator. It just got 4 stars in The Guardian. And it's another, AI nightmare scenario. And for me, I was thinking, if anyone here is a Hollywood producer and is looking to back a next film, I think the big thing is going to be who gets the priority over the needs for water and electricity when machines that are needed to run our entire cities, all of our infrastructure, are so embedded in human society that it comes to a point where you've got a drought situation. Do you shut off the water of a city because there's 68,000 people in Des Moines, but that data center is powering the infrastructure for, pick your number, 7 billion? And humans have had to make these decisions before. So I'm kind of intrigued by this. We can't do any of that kind of risk scenario planning and decision tree mapping if we don't have the data. So this would be my question and favor to all of you, is that if any of you have the ear of the Prime Minister or his friends, or indeed anyone who works in media, perhaps we could all raise some collective democratic voice to say we would like to have an end to the secrecy around the water footprint and carbon footprint of AI models. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's a lot of really exciting benefits that we will get from AI. We just want to do it sustainably, responsibly, and ethically. We can't do that if we don't have transparency about what literally the energy and water requirements are. We need to know. And it's knowable. It's not one of these things where we're like, it's so funny, you'll see, because I'm a nerd, I've left you a reading list at the end. If you decide to go back and take a look at it, you'll see, again, the language used in the passive voice is, this data is not publicly available. It is not known how much water is used. And you're like, who is the actor in the sentence? Who's the subject for the verb? Who is not sharing the data? Because the data exists. The companies have it. They need to be compelled to share it. And then we could have a really exciting question and discussion about hose pipe bans and water restrictions and electricity prices and what happens when your energy bills have to go up for an entire country because somebody decides to invade someone else and it hits your country and taxpayers have to fund an energy cap. All of those things that we have all just lived through are going to be turbocharged as large language models are integrated into our societies on a much greater scale. So before we do that, we have a really exciting opportunity here to get the building blocks right and do it sustainably. Voila. Thank you very much for your time.
Yarmo, you asked for some challenging questions. I think there's quite a few posed there by Stephanie. What I'm going to do, I'm going to push the whole thing back 5 minutes. Just going to get 5 minutes questions. Stephanie is on the AI panel this afternoon. She's undercut most of the content of the other speakers there by not speaking about the subjects she agreed to speak about, but that's fine. It was very interesting. It was some fantastic questions there. Couple of questions from the audience. I've got lots of questions myself. I've got any questions from the audience for Stephanie. You've got 5 minutes. Yeah, can you go to the end of the row and just speak into that? If you, oh, there you go. You're right next to one. Press the yellow button. Away you go, and then do a squat to speak into it. Okay.
Perfect. Thanks. I thought it was a really interesting talk. I run one of Europe's largest data centres, which is near IKEA, and we've got 38 megawatts of power to site. And I take everything you said about that really seriously. But one thing I would say is, these statements about how much water data centers use is directly related to how they cool themselves. And the big American data centers in deserts use adiabatic cooling and vast amounts of water. If you're in Scotland, where it rains a lot and it's cold, we use very, very little water. And I think this is part of the narrative with these big companies. They don't want to say what they use because it's really, really bad, in fact. Other thing is, in Scotland, in all of the public sector, we use fully renewable certified electricity, which I think is another really positive thing about Scotland.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Press the yellow button. Yeah.
This is like at those communist meetings back in the Soviet Union. Comrade Herr, thank
Yeah,
you.
you can take your finger off it now. Mm. Oh, I thought you wanted to say. I thought you might want to respond on that. Just this whole idea about the American data centers in the desert and the data centers elsewhere in the world, not in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. So, okay. So there's like a really difficult problem in the U.S. Not just in the U.S. I should say, but I'll just speak to that for a moment because it's my home country and I haven't kicked it enough this morning. You might want to put your data center somewhere where the electricity is really cheap, right? So that's like one factor. But the problem is the electricity is often really cheap in places where you're able to draw on solar, so hence the desert, so you might put it in Arizona, but then that's terrible for your water footprint, right? And we see this again in places like Spain. Again, these are places with huge amounts of droughts, not sustainable, really shouldn't be having people move there anymore. So what do you do? And somebody will have done this, I'm sure, and perhaps you can enlighten us. There's a sweet spot, clearly, that will happen of where data centers need to be located, or indeed just how they're used maybe at different types of day. Perhaps the ones that are in deserts are better used at night versus during the daytime, but even so, it is counterintuitive to put one there. I agree with you. Do they all need to, as Earth is heating up, and you're going to be seeing temperatures rising, so, southern England, we've got vineyards now, right? And it gets really, really uncomfortably hot down in the south. I'm not sure how it is up here, but it was quite traumatic last year and not great this year. As time goes on, are we going to want to be moving things north, sort of renaissance for the Highlands, or to our friends in the Nordic countries? And I know a lot of data centers have already done that because they can take advantage of the lower temperatures, and you're absolutely right, renewable electricity sources, freshwater supply, etc. I don't know why the United States isn't having more of a transparent chat about that. There is concern that they might start putting them around the Great Lakes, which is the region where I'm from. That's one of sort of nature's incredible gifts to humanity, is huge lakes of fresh water. What's going to happen when towns that draw on that suddenly, potentially can't draw as much because it's going to it? Now, those are massive, massive sources of water at the moment, but we just don't know, I think, the scale of what we're dealing with. So I think you raise a really great point, and thank you so much for drawing the Scottish example of that.
Yeah, and Mark is going to be in one of the panels later on in the breakout session. I'll take one more question before we move to the next panel. Any more questions from the audience? Any more questions online? Everybody's shy. It's the start of the day. Stephanie is going to be here for the panel on AI, past, present, and future later on. I'll just ask one question before we move on, Stephanie. You say that the UK has an opportunity to find a third way between the US and the EU. Are you in the slightest bit confident that it is able to take it?
I say bet against Britain at your peril. Yes, I'm confident. I think we could totally do it. One of the things that I think is really exciting here is what I see in British universities. This is a real thriving golden age for researchers and the research that's out there. One thing I would love is if we did reach across to our friends in the EU, who are often doing research in English, but are also still talking to amongst themselves in their own languages. I'm not sure we're very up to date on what our colleagues in France or Germany and the Nordics are doing. I think it's a lot easier to follow Americans simply, or Canadians, because they have the same language. So that would be my only thing when we're building our global Britain vision, is that we have to remember that it isn't all happening in English. I know a lot of it is in terms of papers that are being published, but conferences or just chats among colleagues and implementation. Massive investment was just announced yesterday in France. How many people here are going to follow that or potentially take advantage of that? So I think we could do a lot. We have every card to play in that space. I just hope that we are ambitious and really go for it and draw on all of our talents and all of our friendships.
Okay, thanks very much, Stephanie. As I say, we've pushed everything back 5 minutes. We'll go into the break. Stephanie will be back. There's a lot of questions about X risks and now risks, a lot of questions about the potential AI summit. I'd like to pick up on the case in Spain this week with the kind of deep fakes, which is really interesting. But we'll ask those questions later. For now, thank you very much to Stephanie Hare. Thank you. We'll now move on to our first panel session of the day. And if I can ask our three speakers from that session to come to the front, please. If one can sit here and two of you over here. This is on, we've got two people sitting right at the back. We are going to talk about employment futures and how do we build what Yarmo talked a little about, the diverse data workforce of the future. And our three panelists for this session have got a wide range of experiences. We have Tony Scullion. Tony, welcome. Who is the founder of Dress Code, and we'll hear more about Dress Code in a minute. We have Emily Seward, who is head of data at Intelligent Growth Solutions. Welcome, Emily. Are you okay grabbing this seat here? I'll sit down for the discussion afterwards, maybe. And we have David Hiddleston, who is curriculum portfolio manager for the Data-Driven Innovation Skills Gateway. So welcome, everybody. What I'm going to do with the panels today, we'll start off with a kind of big open question for each of the panelists to draw out some of the big issues about creating an effective data workforce in this case. What might future jobs look like? Where can we do better? And if you want to ask a question or comment, again, raise your hand so I can see you during the discussion or post your question on Slido. So, first of all, if I can come to you, Tony, if you can just tell us a little bit about yourself, first of all, and your passion for tech, and a bit about Dress Code and what it's trying to do to really engage young people in technology at an early stage.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. So my name is Tony Scullion, computing science teacher. I've been teaching for 11 years now, and I'm currently co-lead of the new organisation STACS. So that is Scottish Teachers Advancing Computing Science. It's a teacher-led initiative funded by the Scottish Government based at the University of Glasgow. So it's really exciting, and that came off the back of the Mark Logan report looking at the Scottish tech ecosystem. And of course, founder of Dress Code as well. So I'm hugely passionate about tech and inspiring the next generation. So when I first started teaching 11 years ago, I became really aware of the gender gap. To be honest, it's always been there, but I really wasn't aware that it was a big problem. So I'm sure, like many people going through university, one of the only females in my class and so on, but I didn't really realise it was a problem. And I didn't ever feel it, which I think is a huge credit to the universities and the upbringing I had in schools and so on. But when I realised there was a huge gender gap, I thought, I felt absolutely compelled I had to do something. So I started Dress Code, and that's a non-profit charity. So it's been a charity for about 6 years now. And it's basically trying to inspire more pupils into computing science and tech in general, but a big focus is on closing the gender gap and inspiring more females into that sector. We do lots of things, so we run competitions, we hand out free awards to schools, we run hackathons, coding clubs, and yeah, it's going good. We're reaching thousands of people every year, which is great, but at that early level of primary and secondary school. So yeah, that's me.
Okay, thanks very much, Stephanie. And David, as Yarmo's touched on already, data skills is a massive area. We often hear the cliche, every company's got a tech company, a data company, and so on. But if you can give us a brief overview of what you're doing with the DDI Skills Gateway to try and build that future workforce.
Sure. Hello, everyone. So Data Skills Gateway programme is a partnership. I'm a teacher, I thought maybe my voice would carry. Okay. The Data Skills Gateway programme is a partnership model, and it covers schools, colleges, universities, and also data skills for work. And what we're doing is we're increasing the data skills in the Edinburgh City region. So we have 4 strands, and each strand has a lead. I lead on the colleges programme, and that's across, let me get this right, that's across Borders, Edinburgh, Fife and West Lothian. I always get worried about that, I miss somebody out. I haven't. Okay, there's 4. So, over the last 3 years, we've actually developed from level 3, SEQF, level 3, which aligns with the SQA awards in data science, from level 3 up to level 8. And we're not just producing data scientists from the programme, we're actually embedding data science across the curriculum. Now that will mean data science in horse care, data science in vehicle maintenance, data science in health and social care, data science in social sciences. So you get the idea. They aren't leaving to be a data scientist, but they have a set of skills that will be able to work with data, because data actually is touching everybody now. We also have standalone programs as well. So we have the National Progression Award in data science, and that's over level 4, 5 and 6, which you'll find the schools will also deliver, and we work in partnership with the schools on that. We also have the Professional Development Award, so that's over level 7 and 8. And from 8, you can progress onto a course at Edinburgh University in a degree programme in data science. So, of course, a starting point of level 10. So, we also, which is quite important for this programme, is that we also focus on certain target groups. So, data science for armed forces veterans, data science for women. So these target groups are quite important, and possibly a question will come out later on, but the Women in Data course has been very successful to the point that we've actually been shortlisted for an award, Diversity in Education. Last year, we won an award through the College Development Network with skills development. So hopefully, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll have another award. And there's been other awards across the Data Skills Gateway programme in schools, universities, and for work.
Just one thing there, David, to pick up on. When you say obviously you've got specific data qualifications, then you're bringing data into other qualifications. How do you find that the staff and lecturers respond to data being brought in? Do they get it, or is it a learning curve at the moment? When you're talking about bringing it into social care and areas like that?
I'm quite glad you've asked that question, because what I didn't say through that sort of 3 minutes there was we have a professional learning programme. So your question's a good one. It was a challenge 3 years ago. We're in a better place now, and now we're actually looking at, and this is a big thing for the colleges, we're now looking at AI. So we've got the Professional Development Award, which is a data science award, but there's an option there, a unit, that is for artificial intelligence. Now that's at the starting point. But professional learning is what's made it easier.
Yeah.
And we've had a good uptake from all 4 colleges. And what I really like about it is that the 4 colleges have actually got together and they're sharing practice and they're sharing resources. And, you know, we're now starting to be at a point where we're mainstreaming some of the activity.
Okay, thank you. And Emily, you're head of data at Intelligent Growth Solutions. You can tell us a tiny bit about what Intelligent Growth Solutions is, but there weren't too many heads of data around, you know, a few years ago. So, I mean, what is, in your business, what is a head of data, and what do you think are the kind of key skills that you actually need in your role and in similar roles in other companies?
Sure, thank you. So, yes, I work for Intelligent Growth Solutions. So we are a vertical farming technology provider. So just to get everyone on the same page, vertical farming is a relatively new technology where, in comparison to what I now call horizontal farming, so like traditional outdoor farming, which is in a field, you take that field, you chop it up into sort of a snooker table-sized tray, and then you stack those trays up so that you take up very little horizontal space, but vertically you can grow quite a lot. And you bring that indoors, and it's in a completely or totally controlled environment. So you're controlling the temperature, you're controlling the humidity, you're controlling when these trays get watered, you're controlling the light levels, you're controlling the whole thing. So it's really cool. It's got a lot of potential in terms of shortening supply chains. It's very water efficient. It does have energy implications, which we can talk about if you would like. And the other key thing is that suddenly the grower is in control of all these variables. So you've got total control. That means you have total control to run it awfully and kill your plants if you want. Don't do that. And so one of the things that the company is very focused on is gathering the data to be able to enable the right decisions to be made and to automate those processes so that actually it's relatively easy to grow the crop well, as long as you've got the right data coming in. So just for example, yeah, you've got your temperature data, your watering data, your growth rate data, all of that information feeding in, and then you can, as you can imagine, you can write scripts or logic steps to help you improve the growth of your crop. So that's what IGS does. They provide the hardware, they provide the operational software, which runs the tower, so turns the lights on and off, schedules we call them growth jobs, schedules the recipes for growing your crop. And then there's also the data side of it. So that's my team. And I sometimes compare us to, maybe I shouldn't, I compare us to an iPhone. So you've got like your physical phone, you've got your operating system, and then you've got your apps. And the data apps are sort of the fun add-on bit that actually everyone enjoys. Who uses their phone to call and text nowadays? You're there for the Candy Crush. So that's my team. We are the additional intelligence on top of that basic operating system. And it's also worth saying that without the hardware and without the operational software, we couldn't do anything. So it's definitely building on the work of others. But yes, so that's what the team is aiming to do. It's to take the data streams, use that intelligence to improve the growth of the crops. And then your question was also about why do we need it?
What skills do you need for what you do? And just a little bit about how you came to be a head of data.
Sure. So the skills are actually relatively varied. So I know you've been talking a lot about data science, but actually my team of 12 have a lot of data engineering, a lot of data science, a lot of front-end and development work, and some of the sort of infrastructure as well. So the platforms that you need to host some of these if you're going to have a global customer base, thinking about that scalability and the safety aspect of it as well. So those are some of the skills. I started building the team in 2021. It was just me on my own at the very end of 2021. And then last year we grew quite quickly. And I've recruited really heavily from academia. I found that the people that are coming out of academia often have the resilience to work well in this space because it's not a well-established, like the oil and gas sector or some of the other sectors where, okay, I don't actually know that much about the oil and gas sector. Maybe it's super complicated and still not well understood, but nobody knows how to grow the plants optimally. No one knows all of this. So there's definitely a research element, but you then also need to be able to turn it into a product that's reliable and scalable and all of that. So resilience, versatility, and an enjoyment of life.
Okay, thanks very much. Just like, before I come back to Tony, just like to ask the audience a question. Those of you who are using Slido, I'm just interested, this whole thing about engaging young people in technology, but data specifically. Anyone who's got school-aged kids who's actually here today, or anybody who's online as well, who's trying to log them in on Teams to do a lesson that they don't want to do, because they're kind of past all that now. Can you just stick something, do you think that your kids know about data at school? Do you think kids are getting an idea of data, AI, and, you know, particularly that end of technology as a potential future career? Just a yes or a no into Slido. Is their school telling them about those opportunities in data and AI? So just stick a comment on Slido, please. I'm just interested to see what people think. And Tony, you know, that's a question for you. You know, how are we doing? How is Scotland doing generally? You created dress code because you saw a gap, particularly for young girls and women. How's Scotland doing generally at telling children about the opportunities in technology, and particularly in data and AI? You can just press it and let go. Yeah. As long as the light's on, get the light on. Yeah.
Like I broke it. All right, there we go. Yeah, so it's a huge question, and I suppose to understand that, you know, we have of course got the NPA data science course, which is there and available. But the problem is the people who typically deliver that in schools are your computer science teachers, although it's not meant just for them. It's for, we've got schools who maths teachers are delivering it and so on. But the biggest challenge is it's staffing. It's staffing and access. So like the figures from the MPA, although it's still relatively new, they're making good progress, signs that it's going in the right direction, which is really promising, but the numbers are still relatively small because it's a new course. But if you look at computing science, and for those of you who don't know, computing science isn't a core subject. It's not taught in every school in Scotland. We've got, compared to the other traditional STEM subjects, we've got the largest gender gap, the least amount of teachers, and the worst uptake. And I mean, by a mile, I'm not talking just marginally, it's huge. And we have done for over a decade. So I suppose the short answer is no, I don't think we're doing well enough to get that message across to pupils. And I think it's because we don't have enough people championing that message. And there's lots of things tangled up into that. It's not an easy solution. So if you look at recruitment of computing science teachers, for example, and if anybody's looked at where you can train, so to be any STEM teacher, like science, maths, for example, you can train at like 8 universities, even business teacher, 8 universities, 7 or 8. Computing is 2, and they're both in the same city. So, that's obviously going to impact the number of teachers we're getting in. So there's a big problem. Although saying that, there is pockets of excellence, so it isn't all doom and gloom. So the school I was at, in West Lothian, high area of deprivation, so it's not like your shiny school, where you've got kids who come in and they're really super engaged all the time, and you've got access to lots of money and you can make things happen. Ours was just a normal traditional school, but we were bucking the trend on a national level, on a council level, on uptake and gender, so it can be done. But going back to when I started teaching, I was the first year I started teaching was the first time we had computing science in first, second and third year. So that took 10 years, but we were like miles above everybody else. So it can be done. So there is success stories, and there's other ones as well, like St Nins in East Renfrewshire, for example, like they're doing amazing. But I think there's huge opportunity though, and it all relies on industry. I think it's bringing industry and education together more. It rarely happens, like you might get like me, an odd teacher at an event like this, or you might get a teacher at an event that you're running, but you don't typically get computing science teachers there without pupils to engage and talk and sort of share ideas and find out what's going on in the industry. So that's quite difficult from a personal point of view of like professional development. I worked in Greggs Subway, then a teacher. I haven't been exposed to that world, and it takes a lot of work. You have to find out yourself, but to be honest, there's no platform other than like LinkedIn and sort of a personal journey of finding out things myself, but that goes across for all teachers. Like, we really need to bring them together, I think. Other things though as well, I think there's huge opportunities we know that careers talks get done, we know careers fairs, and that's all fantastic, but I think we could be really creative and do a lot more. Bringing in, like, weaving industry into the curriculum. It's not just computing, but of course that's what we're talking about today, but weaving into the curriculum using like lesson starters, industry challenges, competitions, creating those memories. I don't know about you, but like a lot of the time when I think back at school, I don't remember like a one lesson, but I remember an event or something, and typically it's outside of school because you see that world. And if anybody's been in the classroom recently, the equipment isn't great, but then you go into industry and it's a different world. Like, kids would be blown away if they saw what was there and in Scotland. And unfortunately right now, just the way it is, with high areas of deprivation and so on, kids aren't aware that I think there's a perception that it's just coding. I think there's a perception that you have to go abroad and you have to go to London and so on. They don't realise it's on their doorstep. So West Lothian's a great example. You've got Oracle, you've got SVRC, the new Cyber Resilience Centre, you've got Sky. You don't have to leave those areas, and that typically is what happens in high areas of deprivation. The children don't leave, but they don't have to. There is opportunities across Scotland, not just like the main parts like Edinburgh and Glasgow, like everywhere. And I think that's really exciting, but I don't think that message is getting out there.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I mean, there is a really interesting point here, David, is we have, we hear very often at events like this that, every career is a data career, but actually the picture that Tony's painting here is the schools are still not getting it. The comments that we get, and one person says they think that data and AI is there in schools, but most of the comments say not. There's a lot of pressure on schools, a lot of different subjects want to get onto the curriculum. What's your experience of the children who are coming out of school and then the opportunities that you can offer them through colleges and universities and so on? Is it something that a particular kind of kid is interested in? Are we not offering the range of opportunities that we should be in school, and how is that impacting on the level of understanding when they're coming through to college and uni?
Yeah. I mean, I think, first of all, everything that Tony's mentioned there is spot on. Data science is new to the schools, first of all, but it is actually bigger than the colleges. So the partnership working that I was talking about at the beginning, where we've got 4 strands, you know, with the universities, skills for work, colleges and schools, we have started a school-college partnership at Edinburgh College. So that's a 2-session event a week, and it's an online on a Tuesday, I better get this right, Tuesday, and a Thursday it's in person on campus. Now, the term engagement was mentioned, and about parents have got to actually know what data science is, so they encourage their own children into that pathway. But also the level's got to be right as well. So, you know, instead of delivering a non-advanced level, we should be delivering a higher level. And that's what we've done at Edinburgh College. But we've also looked at the assessment methods. So it's not an exam at the end. It's actually more holistic, more contemporary way of delivering the award. And we're also allowing them to co-create their assessment. So to get them engaged, rather than just being a bog standard delivery, where it will be computer science type of students that will apply, we're actually getting business students who are doing a business hire as part of their school timetable. So they're now coming into the college, and it will take time. But that's a very, very good starting point. And we should have that right across every region in Scotland where we've got these school-college partnerships. So the schools can't do it themselves because of the resource.
Yeah.
But that's where the partnership working would take us forward.
Okay, thank you. And Emily, what got you personally involved in data? What got you excited about it? And what do you think, from the people you see joining your team, what really engages young people in potential careers in data and AI?
Good question. So my team come from a range of different backgrounds. We've got a neuroscientist, we've got a climate modeler, we've got quite a few people from biochemical backgrounds. We have one person who has more of a computer sciencey background, but generally they've come from all these different disciplines and found a common enjoyment, which was the data and the coding element of it. So it's a hard question to answer because I think they have come from such different areas. I personally came through a natural sciences route, so I was always really interested in animals and plants and physiology and figuring out how things work. And the more experimentation I did, the more research I did, the more I realized that you can ask clever questions and get information that way, but it really boils down to the data and being able to ask the right questions to get the right data and get that information back. And it's always seemed a little bit like magic to me. There's this set of numbers or images or whatever type of data it is, and if you look at it in the right way and if you ask the right questions, you can discover things that no one else knows, and it's kind of like a superpower. So I always really liked that. I sometimes think, I don't know if you know, like Magic Eye. So they're these very colourful, but they just look like blobs and speckles of colour on a image. But if you look at it the right way, you slightly unfocus your eyes, like an image will pop out. And it's that sort of magic of being able to see something that other people can't see and helping them to understand the world a bit better.
And in your business, are the kind of data courses, data skills important, or is it more about learning on the job and learning what you need to know about data when you're actually in post?
A bit of both. So the data team focus on adding the intelligence to the product, but there's a wider need for data literacy in the company. And we often have like semi-consultancy roles and that where people want us to help understand their data sets. We don't focus on that so much. I think that's a lot more like business intelligence, and I know there are quite a few courses for that. For the data team, for my team, it's a lot of bringing their background knowledge into the team, but then also learning from one another and becoming much more cross-functional. So we have someone who used to do a lot of climate modeling, so she's very good at sort of that environmental data and that predictive stuff, and also, again, her career is really interesting. She did some banking too, so thinking about the risk and the way you approach the modeling, and then you compare that to someone else who's come from a different background and they have a different set of insight and skills, and we do a lot of learning on the job.
Okay.
Because there are no vertical farming data scientists out there. I don't have a pool to hire from.
Yeah. And Tony, is it's so, as you've explained very clearly how challenging it is to have, you know, the staff and the resource and the time to prepare people for careers in data and AI. Is it more about kind of lighting a spark? Is it more about just giving young people that sort of initial interest? And have you got any particular examples of kids you've taught who have, you know, where that spark has been lit and they've gone on to do something in this field?
Oh, there we go. I thought my button was broken. Yeah, so for me it's definitely that spark. You know, the curriculum is set and teachers are driven by the curriculum. Like, that's just the nature of the job. But it really is, the sort of delivery is different. So the tools, for example. So I remember when I first started teaching web, for example, we used to do it with Notebook. And now it's, you know, you'll use your browser-based software where you can do online collaborating and live coding and all those amazing features. But I think to get those kids excited, it's really knowing your kids. You know, like the curriculum might not change, but your pupils change and trends change, and knowing your pupils in your class makes a world of difference. So you'll have kids who, and I've got many who were disengaged and didn't like computing for various reasons, but eventually once you get down to the nitty-gritty and find what they like, and then it's kind of framing tech and data around what they like, and then they're like, oh, and you kind of see that spark happen. And so I suppose one success story is people who I taught since third year, and they were part of dress codes. They won lots of awards as well through dress code and Turing testers, which was amazing. But now they've gone off and they've started their first job just last week, actually. Similar story as well. So they done a science background, but they were so amazed and just fascinated by the data side of things and how they can create that picture and answer those questions with data. So now they're going down the data route. So yeah, I think it's just knowing your pupils and be able to frame it around that. But unfortunately, like that's not just here's a quick resource. It's every pupil, every class, every school, you know, so it's work, but I think that's why teachers do what they do, because they love that side of things.
Okay, thanks very much. David, this is a bit of a hoary old question, but, you know, we hear about AI jobs for the future and the skills system being agile and flexible. You know, the skills system can be a bit clunky at times, I'm sure you'd agree. It can be a bit, how do you try and be responsive to what industry needs? You talked a little bit there about, you know, partnerships, and there was a comment there about how do we join up with industry, and are we effectively joined up with industry, and industry, the kit Tony was talking about, industry's way ahead. How do you make that data skill system genuinely responsive and not just say we work with industry, it is responsive and flexible and agile and all those other adjectives we've heard very often?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, you've got to involve industry in the awards. I mean, you can't involve them in every award, but we're very lucky within the Data Skills Gateway that we do have a Data Skills for Work strand, so we can tap into industry speakers. We also have the Data Lab community who have been very proactive in our Women in Data course. So again, there's involvement from industry there. But I think when we're designing courses now, you're right, and we're talking about the courses that the SQA have developed in the past, where they are clunky and they don't always include industry as such. It's a token gesture, really. But every award that or every course that we're delivering, we're actually looking at a threefold skill set. And it's not just the technical skills, because employers are not just looking for technical skills. And when I talk about that, technical skills, I'm talking about the data science, coding, Python, and so on. But it's also meta skills. So if you've got that embedded as part of a project, and a learner goes through that project, then they are equipping themselves to be able to adapt to a changing world. But we've also got transferable skills. My background originally was core skills: communication, ICT, numeracy, problem solving. They're still there. But having the three set of skills will prepare learners and will be able to respond to what industry requires. And there's a big divide. It's not about just putting them on placement and getting internships, inviting them along as speakers. It's actually developing awards that actually are suitable for our future skills. And I don't know what the future skills are.
Yeah. And we've heard a lot from Stephanie about AI there. How are you trying to reflect AI? And because it's moving so quickly and unpredictably. How are you trying to reflect that briefly?
Got to say, there is more questions than answers at the moment. The College Development Network, who serve all the colleges in Scotland, had an event on Friday, and they looked at policy and practice. And I've got to say, I attended online, and I had more questions than answers. My background is within quality as well, quality assurance, as an external verifier. And the focus for us in the college programme is we're looking at assessment methods. How can we use AI to support a learner and to give them the best possible chance to achieve, rather than thinking about AI can be used for cheating? And that's what we're focusing on at the moment, because I think...
And it can be more sinister than that, because as Stephanie talked about before, the case in Spain seems to be teenage boys using AI programs to create these naked images of their classmates and so on. So it can have taken a more sinister turn. Just on the positive side, though, sort of briefly, because we've not got much time, Tony, is there an interest in AI from your kids? Are kids talking about it? And are they using it? Are they trying out ChatGPT and other platforms are available, obviously, but are they interested?
Yeah, I think there's a huge interest. It's exciting. Like it's like a calculator for a maths teacher. You're like, wow, this is a new exciting tool. But the problem is, like, the teachers what's new to us as well, and there's no real training for us. So again, computing science teachers, we are typically the ones who are going off and playing with it and trying to show the positive sides, but also highlight those negative sides as well, because it's important to be informed. But it's about education, and teachers would love a hand with that. I know there's been work with the Scottish AI looking at that side of things and like mapping and finding out gaps. But right now, I think it's a bit of a scramble for teachers and educators, to be honest. But yeah, kids are excited and kids are using it, like, absolutely.
And what about you, Emily? Are you using AI quite increasingly, intelligent growth solutions, and how are you deploying it in positive ways?
Yeah, so we have definitely got AI embedded in some of our models and some of our applications, but it's also it's a big buzzword, and all the marketing team are always like, tell us more about AI. And it is a component of what we do, but I would say it's, 20% of our models rely on AI. The rest are just more fundamental maths or algorithms or other ways of getting the same result. You don't always need a neural net to solve the problem. And I think we're kind of always working along that tightrope of AI could potentially benefit it, but then it has modeling cost, and also the compute time can often be a lot higher. So yes, we use AI. Yes, it's really important. Yes, it's the future, but it doesn't need to be everything. And we definitely try and strike that balance.
Okay. Before we come to the final question, just going to ask just a comment on Slido, and I'm going to put this to you, Tony, because this is about teaching. The issue is primary level teaching remains focused on relatively Victorian concepts. That's quite an interesting statement. As an example, primary level education currently doesn't keep up with where we're at. It's a resourcing issue, and teaching from the earliest level needs to reflect data and AI developments. I know you're at secondary level, but you are working with primary kids, yeah? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I suppose the education, like if you look at the Education Scotland benchmarks and things for education, there's cyber resilience and computing from nursery all the way up to like S3, and then you've got your qualifications. So it is there, and every school should be teaching it. But again, it goes back to that time, and primary teachers aren't specialists. It's typically you won't get a computing teacher who is a primary teacher, and it's just that time and training that there's no sort of collective thing to bring them together. On that point though, Stack, so we've produced over 250 hours of resources for computing science teachers, because we know that typically you're a one-person department or a very small person department, so it's hard. You have to do everything. So we've done that, but again, going back to those pockets of excellence. So Mearns Primary and East End, I think it is, they're outstanding in computing. So if you want to find great work in primary and computing, look at them. Like, they're looking at AI, they're doing things from nursery all the way up. It's amazing. And there's other schools as well in Glasgow and things. So with Stacks, what we're doing is we've found, or seeking to find, all those other excellent people in primary school, because I think they're just amazing. They have to do everything, and we need to help them. So we're going to be producing a curriculum, again, just help them streamline and support them from nursery all the way up to P7. And then on the point of like gender as well, Dress Code have got awards that we give out to secondary schools, but we're also giving awards like certificates from nursery to P7. So there is work being done there, but there's still, I don't think it's as widespread as it really needs to be to sort of accelerate the progress that Scotland needs.
Okay, thank you. I'll just don't switch off. I'll come back to you. Just a final question for everybody. Very quick answer, please. I know this is a complex question, but a quick answer. What one change in policy or legislation do you think would actually help improve the way that we're matching data and AI and technology skills to the needs of the future economy? What would help you? Money?
Well, I don't think everything's money. I think, to be honest, it needs to be signalled as important as important as English and maths. Nobody would ever question English and maths. This doesn't get taught in primary or secondary and so on. And computing isn't. It's not as aligned on that level. And I think that if it was made a core subject and equity of access, and by that I mean you'll see some schools who deliver computing science in first year, second year and third year. That's brilliant. But you also get schools who do computing science, but they only get an S3 or an S2. Like, that's not the same. It's not the same of access. And it's literally, we've got thousands of pupils falling through a gap. Like, it's not that the doors like close, there is no door for them. And it's year on year on year on year, and it has done for over a decade. So for me, it would be access. It needs to be a core subject.
Okay, thank you. And David, what one change would you like to see briefly?
I've mentioned it already, and it's about awarding bodies and how we assess students, and that's actually in progress at the moment, where there is places for exams, but there's also other assessment methods that we should be using across courses. And I've kind of touched on that as I've gone along.
Okay, so award, not just traditional qualifications, but awards that recognise a level of kind of skill and competence in certain data skills. Okay, great, thank you. And Emily, to you, what would you like to see? What would help from the government and its agencies to help the way that Intelligent Growth Solutions does its business?
Tricky question. I think at the moment I'm a little bit sheltered because other people are worrying about the pipeline, and then I'm just benefiting from what's coming out. But like we did mention, there is a lot of training that we do for people on the job, so potentially some recognition of that, or some way we could, I don't actually need incentivize. I'm fine. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you very much to Tony. Great, really clear that Tony's got such great passion for a subject, and as she said, how do we get that kind of parity of esteem with maths and English for a subject that everybody in this room knows is is so crucial in schools. And thanks to David and thanks to Emily as well. So we're just about 5 minutes over. We will start again at 11:30, not 25 past for the breakout sessions. You've got two choices. Back in here for a wide-ranging conversation about how we join up data sets across the public sector and beyond and harness supercomputing power, and how we bring in kind of private sector data as well. The breakout room, which is out of here to the left, up some stairs, round a corner, that is going to be led by Smart Data Foundry to hear about its work with local authorities in adding anonymised banking data to public service data to create a more holistic picture of cost of living challenges, and there'll be a demonstration of how that system works. So Smart Data Foundry in the breakout room. There's a limited numbers in the breakout room, so get there early. And Research Data Scotland will be the session on how we're joining up public sector data sets to deliver better public services in future in here. Please be at the breakouts for 11:30 a.m, lunch at 12:20, and then back here. And thanks again to our panellists.
Do you want to come and sit here first?
Yeah, please. Yeah, no, we'll you can just grab your seats right at the start, please.
That's a good idea. Have we got that? We've got a match. I think we do.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, 2-2. Yeah, if you exclude me. Let's.
Yes.
I've got my camera.
You've been working in EPCC for 20 years? You know all the technicals. Oh, there you go. I've been there, yeah. I've got a few notes. I did the doctor. Oh, you Oh, that's nice. He's working with data, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Anyway.
works for SAS.
Yeah, I don't want anybody falling down the stairs. I was slightly concerned.
Earlier you put a Slido code on.
Yes.
And write it down.
I'm going to tell people. I'm going to tell people again what it is. It is. Yeah, because it's. Have you got? Are you on Slido there? So if you key in, sorry, it's data. Just take. So data.
I'm sorry, we're meeting
Conference. It should come up. There it is. Just click on.
So I just put
Yeah.
23.
Data conference. Yeah, data conference 2023. I'll repeat that before we start. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do it. Sorry? Yeah, you can go downstairs, upstairs. I was going to say that was really good. Any excuse. That would have been quite unattractive. Right. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes. Should be on. Yes. Yeah. Are there any in that room? Yeah, but not many. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hi, folks. Just to say, if anybody is aiming to be at the Smart Data Foundry dashboard breakout, if you go out here, and follow the staff round, just to say this is the Future Public Services session, but there is a session by Smart Data Foundry about using private sector data along with public sector data, mainly targeted at kind of local authorities. If you want to go to that one, out here to the left. And just to say, everybody, a few people have said they hadn't got the Slido code. The Slido code, if you go to Slido, put in the hashtag and write the word data, it should come up Data Conference 2023. So it's hashtag Data Conference 2023. Because I will be asking people to try and contribute on Slido during this session. While people are coming in, we'll just make a start. Another thing that I should have mentioned is there's a guy down here with a table doing caricatures. I've seen one that he'd done of me already. It's absolutely terrifying. So this is John, who's doing a kind of visual representation of the conference, just in case you wondered what was going on down there. So welcome to those of you who have selected this breakout session. And what we're talking about here is future public services improved and driven by data. We have got a tremendous panel for this breakout session, so I'll crack on and introduce them. To my far right, we have Layla Robinson, who is Partnership and Strategy Director at Research Data Scotland, which is sponsoring this session. We have Munira Ahmad, who is Chief Officer at Public Health Scotland, to my left. To my right, we have Professor Mark Parsons, who contributed to the first session with Stephanie, who is Director of EPCC, which, is it still the Edinburgh Parallel Computing Centre, or is it just the acronym now? Just the acronym, okay. And the Dean of Research Computing at the University of Edinburgh. And Ken Sutherland, to my far left, is President and CEO of Canon Medical Research Europe Limited. So welcome, everybody. Again, I'm going to ask each panellist an open question to begin with and move into a series of big themes, all built around the big picture of how do we better collect, collate, collaborate, analyse and draw insights from data to deliver better public services in future. It's quite hard to say, and it's even harder to do. The purpose of Research Data Scotland is facilitating data insights to promote and advance health and social well-being, and we'll keep that thought with us for this session too. Get your questions in early. The Slido code again, Data Conference 2023, and I will be asking questions throughout this session. Layla, if I can come to you first, if you can just give us that brief overview of what Research Data Scotland is and does, and specifically the main areas of focus for its work at the moment as it relates to delivering better public services.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Research Data Scotland, so we set up in 2021 as a partnership between various public sector bodies, including Scottish Government, Public Health Scotland and EPCC and National Records of Scotland. And we were set up as a charity to make it quicker and simpler to access public sector data, so governmental data for research purposes, because currently there is quite a bit of research that's undertaken, but it can take longer than we think would be ideal to do that research for public good. So it's about bringing the existing parts of the system together and making it slightly more streamlined, whilst also maintaining the balance of information governance, which underpins pretty much everything, and that kind of high level of protection for people's information, while supporting research for public good. And some of that involves working with the Scottish Government and others. So what are the big questions of the day, whether that might be cost of living crisis, obviously there's another panel on that today, child poverty, health inequalities, outcomes. What are those questions that could inform policy but also inform research to inform change? And what we're doing is working with our partners to provide a step change. Some of this was being looked at before we were set up in 2021, but it's a kind of more kind of active kind of change management program to an extent. And actually, some of it is actually the learnings. We were postponed because of COVID, the joys of the pandemic. But one of the learnings for COVID was it was actually possible for researchers to access data that touched on COVID and able to implement that into governmental policy, for healthcare companies to learn from that much quicker. And why was that possible in COVID whilst protecting people's data and information and anonymousness? And some of the other things that we're doing is a lot of public engagement. So we really want to take people with us. I think we touched on kind of how there is an interest in data and related topics, but what can we do to make sure that people are informed and engaged with the different activities that are happening in Scotland? We also did a public engagement fund earlier this year to fund a number of projects that are ongoing across Scotland. We're also looking we're currently building a researcher access service, which is a one-stop shop for public sector data in Scotland. And the first iteration of that will be available in early 2024. And then looking at particular areas like synthetic data, which kind of mimics it and is simulated data, so not actually using the real data, but could be useful tools in certain situations.
Okay, thanks very much for that overview. Manira, Public Health Scotland's a partner in Research Data Scotland. And again, that central goal, promoting, advancing health and social well-being, is quite a big goal to do that. How do you think, from your perspective as a partner in Research Data Scotland, how do you think we're doing and where can we do better?
Great, thank you very much, David. And just kind of building on from what my colleague talked about there, Public Health Scotland, and I guess everybody knows in this room, was formed back in April 2020, and actually we formed during the pandemic. We didn't form because of the pandemic, but fortuitous, and every challenge has a silver lining and an opportunity. We in Public Health Scotland became a household name because of the pandemic. 3 years on, we have now started to recover as a nation, and more so for Public Health Scotland, we've started to think about why did we come into existence? Why was the reform journey 15 plus years before that came out with the recommendation of a Public Health Scotland for this nation? And that's to promote, prolong and support healthy life as much as we can within a homely setting. And that kind of also links into tackling inequalities and reducing them. And a partnership with RDS Research Data Scotland is a fabulous one. And I think there's four bits for me, David, if I can highlight, that are working really well. And some of these are still in design and implementation, but they're starting to embed the foundations and the enablers for us to make the difference. So one is around designing the research access service. So this is designing data in the national safe haven. So the aim is to open up access for researchers and others, and also bring to the forefront how we can develop these processes in a more streamlined way. And this is a collaboration not just with RDS, but with ourselves in Public Health Scotland, with Scottish Government and NRS, and I'm sure others will be coming along into that as well. The second part of this, and there's always a bugbear when I first joined the public service under Health and Care back 7 years ago, and I was saying this to Leila just during the break as well, is about the process of getting access to data. So the second bit for us in this partnership is developing a more streamlined and light touch process to access the data. There is no point us trying to do things if all we're going to be faced with is form filling and copious amounts of meetings and conversations to try and get access to what inevitably is going to save lives for people. You can see I'm very passionate about this, David, and I'm all not for bureaucracy. And I think pandemics has given us the superpower to say we don't need the bureaucracy right now. What we can do that with being a more light touch. The third bit is about developing de-identified research data. So again, another collaboration, that's key to this, and the morning speakers talked about this. So this is with the University of Dundee and University of Edinburgh. So developing synthetic data to help researchers get familiar with the data. So really creating safe, open spaces to encourage, can I say this, playability? So I think I'm taking the theme from some of the teachers earlier, to encourage that playability, to encourage that creativity and design in a safe enough environment, but also for us to make, and there's no such thing as a mistake, but to make mistakes in a safe enough environment and learn quickly. And the fourth one, and I promise I'll stop talking, David's not going to give me the mic after this, is about improving information resources for researchers. So this is about creating metadata catalogue, so in standing up more data access, which allows more streamlined access and kind of links to the previous point about removing bureaucracy. And again, it will start to take away any multiple data requests and make them into some singular pot. So again, making it easy to access data, make it easy to use data, but also making it easy to share that data. Thanks, David.
Okay, brilliant. And you've talked there about the kind of structures and the process, and we'll come on later on to some specific examples of how that's working through in practice. One thing, if I can come to you, Mark, you know, one thing that Manira touched on there is how we create those places for the kind of researchers to get access to data and combine data sets and so on. What is the role of, what's your role and EPCC's role in helping Research Data Scotland get, you know, a good amount of data, good quality data, you know, different data sets, and make it usable and make it useful?
So I think EPC's actually been quite a long journey around this. So around the time that Manira will have started at Public Health Scotland, EPC got asked to start running what was then the FAR Institute's Safe Haven. It had been run internally by Public Health Scotland or National Services Scotland up until that point. And I think what we all learned during the process is there's a difference between the NHS setting up systems to effectively run the business of the NHS and providing data for research. And those are two very different things, partly because researchers are really demanding, and that's a good thing, but they're demanding in a way that is unexpected for commercial providers. So we've become quite adept at running these the services we run for the safe havens. I think Scotland really was very ahead, certainly in the UK, similar to some of the Scandic countries, over the last 15 or so years, where we thought really hard around 2010, 2012, around the public's right to contribute its data for research purposes and the sort of work that could come out of that. And we're way ahead of the game at that point. I think our competitors, England and Wales, etc., particularly the English over the last few years, are catching up with us. And I think we've done a huge amount of really excellent work in Scotland using data. We've understood the value of putting that data outside the NHS firewall, because it's so much easier then to bring education data together, social care data together, etc., etc. So that's something actually that still sets us apart. That's not happening in England. They're spending hundreds of millions of pounds at the moment in England creating all of their new trusted research environments, and they're going to be inside the NHS. So I think what we've learned in Scotland is how to do really interesting research. And Leila mentioned how we brought huge amounts of data together during COVID. I think Scotland's done very well. I think the next step is to decide how we do it better, because we're not doing enough of it today.
Okay. And sorry, we'll take that one stage further. When you say do it better, can you just summarise, you know, where you feel? I know it's one of the questions later on, but where are the main areas where we can do better?
So researchers today get really frustrated at the length of time it takes to get access to some data, and some of the processes we have to get permission to access that data are still incredibly complicated. So one professor at Edinburgh, Aziz Sheikh, who you'll have seen during the COVID crisis, I think at one point he had to get 930 separate permission forms to bring together one of the COVID data sets. And that is a little bit crazy.
Wow. Okay, that's
as an example.
I think we'll stop the session there. Just before I come to our final speaker, Ken, just to pick up on this point of what's happened over the last couple of years with Research Data Scotland, how we've tried to, interesting point Mark made about Scotland being ahead of the game 10 years or so ago. Just be interested, for people in the audience, in your role, what are the main barriers that you have to sharing data effectively? Is it, sorry, can you stick it on Slido? Is that all right? If you can stick it on Slido, hand went straight up there. What are the main barriers in terms of joining up disparate and different data sets, getting access to that data, using it effectively? Just stick any comments in Slido, and if you can say broadly which area you work in, if you work for agents, government agency, local authority, private sector, etc. It'd be very interesting just to hear what those frustrations are and those barriers, to talk about them later in the session. So, Ken Sutherland, our final panel member. Ken, you were heavily involved in ICARE, which is the Industrial Centre for Artificial Intelligence Research in Digital Diagnostics, which is very hard to say. Now, that's a collaboration between private sector, universities and NHS, the triple helix, as we often hear at life sciences conferences. Can you tell us a bit about ICARE and how you found that public-private collaboration and some of the opportunities and some of the challenges?
Sure, thanks, David. So before I really answer your question, I want to take a step back and just explain to you where we were in about 2016, 2017, before a couple of the organisations and prior speakers have spoken about in terms of where we are now. We weren't where we are now then. And as Canon Medical, we manufacture diagnostic scanners, imaging solutions and software and stuff like that. And we had a piece of prototype software. And we were working with an academic clinician in Glasgow. And we had a prototype piece of software, and we wanted him to be able to go and test it and validate it for us. Not for actual regulatory approval, but before that, just to say, does it actually work at all on real data in the real world? And he said, okay, yeah, let's start a conversation. And he spoke to his e-health colleagues, which is the IT folks within the NHS. And they said, yeah, sure. What does it mean? Okay, so you need a server from Canon, we need a piece of software, you need to put it on our network. Okay, that'll take you several years for us to be able to do all that because of priorities and because governance and all these sorts of things. And we were like, oh, crikey. And then we went back to the professor guy and said, okay, well, how can we short-circuit this process? And he said, well, I've been told that if you prove it with our data on our network, we can put it on our network. I'm like, okay, you do realise that's an idiotic thing to say, because you're saying I have to prove it. And that's exactly where we were. We were stuck in a genuine catch-22. You cannot deploy this stuff in our network to prove it works until you've proven it works. So we were absolutely stuck. And so fortunately, in about 2017, UK government prepared an industrial strategy for life sciences under Theresa May's government. And one of the things that went into the document and went into the document that actually was written by Sir John Bell from Oxford required us to look at data for AI and how we're going to set up hubs for people to be able to access data. So with a group of colleagues, university folk and NHS folk from Scotland, we bid into a grant funded by Innovate UK, managed to bring 10 million from Innovate UK to Scotland to create the industrial ICARE, as I'll call it, rather than trot out what the acronym stands for. And we managed to do that. We managed then to leverage about at least the same again from private sector and other bodies to bring into the grant to create a project that, as you said, David, was exactly that triple helix model. We had clinical academics telling us what they really wanted us to do. We had companies like ourselves trying to invent new technology, and we had the NHS bringing the data and bringing the opportunity to then prove whether that stuff actually worked. Now, we haven't managed to do as much as we wanted to do for the period of grant for a bunch of reasons, one of them being the pandemic. We've actually now burnt through all the money, so that's the unfortunate part of it, but we are trying to take forward the idea. But what we were able to do was to prove some new technology in that environment, very much taking the comments from others here about how do we take the data that we've got and create innovative new solutions. So just my final point, David, here. I spend a lot of time speaking to clinicians, not just here in the UK, but around the world. But when I speak to colleagues in the NHS here today, they go, I would absolutely love to get some AI or assisted technology, decision support systems, whatever it might be. I would absolutely love that to make my job easier, because what I want to spend my time doing is treating patients. I don't want to spend my time making horrible prioritization calls about who I can treat and who I can't treat because there just aren't enough resources. So take away some of the job, if you possibly can, start to automate from the bottom up, start to remove the drudgery tasks that clinicians and support teams around individual clinicians are doing to make it easier for people to do the job they went into the profession to do. I speak passionately about that because my parents were both NHS doctors. So yeah, that's why we got into it, and it has been successful. It hasn't been as successful as it could have been. And to some extent, the money's run out. It would be great if we had more money, but it's a difficult time to get more money, particularly from government, to take these initiatives forward. But yeah, that's kind of where we are.
And maybe a slightly tricky question, Ken, but in terms of, you touched on it a little bit with that example of the sort of bizarre proof of concept that you gave earlier on. What are your frustrations from the private sector perspective about how the public sector works and how it is joining up data and where those challenges are that you find frustrating?
Yeah, I think, again, I'm only one person. I've only got my own perspective. So, and I've never worked for the public sector. So caveat everything I say and apologies to anybody if they feel I've got this wrong. But one of the things we seem to bump into is conflicting priorities. We speak to someone at the top or someone who's supposedly in charge, and they say, yep, I absolutely want to do that. We then speak to the people on the ground, and they go, I absolutely want to do that as well, but I can't, because my day job takes all of my time and more. I have no bandwidth for innovation. We need innovation like we never have done. The definition of insanity, or one of the definitions of insanity, is do the same thing and expect a different outcome. Every winter, we go into the winter with the NHS staff and resources it is, and we expect something different other than the crisis that we have. We have a crisis every year now from the NHS. Arguably, we have a crisis continually in the NHS now, because we're doing the same thing again and again and again. We must innovate more. We must introduce our innovation more quickly. Speak to government, speak to leaders in the NHS and social care. They absolutely want to. Speak to the hard-pressed people in the middle. They absolutely want to, but they just can't because the day job takes all their time. Sorry, that's a slightly depressing comment.
No, it's okay. It's fine. We'll get the depressing stuff out of the way and then go into the positives later. Layla, just a specific answer on that point that Ken's just made about, high ambition at the top, challenges of delivery and bandwidth lower down. What can RDS do to try and help feed through to practical benefit?
I mean, I think it's something that we face as well in terms of how we're trying to work with partner organisations and others in government to provide access to the data. So it's an ongoing challenge, to be honest, because you get buy-in from the top, and then are there incentives in the middle in terms of agreeing actual changes to processes, for instance, reducing the number of steps. And that is some work that colleagues have been doing within RDS to look at how we do that and how do we bring people along with us. So I don't have a magical solution. It's more, that is a challenge. It's a challenge for some people within Scottish government and other public sector organisations, and how can we, and that's what we're doing, is work with those who want to improve the system and can see the benefit. Even if the benefit isn't for directly them and their team, they can see the benefit for research for Scotland, for the wider system. How can we work with them and explain it and get further buy-in within different levels of different organisations? So I'm sorry there's not a magic bullet, but it is a challenge that we face, and something that I think as a group, and why we've got different partners involved and why we've got panel discussions like this, and working with researchers and others, how can we incentivise those people who are more cautious? As often what it is actually we're not finding they're distracted by other things. It's a level of caution and seeing that there's a fear of risk of doing something. What's the risk of not doing it is something that I think is quite interesting.
Okay, thank you. Right, we're going to move on to some positives now. So Munira, you've talked about collaboration, partnership. We've heard about some of the barriers there. But can you give us maybe a couple of clear examples of where collaboration in the use of data from your experience, Public Health Scotland, has actually delivered some tangible, positive outcomes for public health and tackling health inequalities?
Good, thank you very much, David. No pressure, moving on to the positives, but actually there are a lot of positives. So I'm going to rattle through, and I know for time I'll do it very quickly, just 2 or 3 examples, if that's okay, David. And I'm going to use one way back at the start of my journey, and then I'll kind of fast forward to something that's quite topical right now that we're all seeing and hearing about. So when I first started within the health and care sector, as I say, about 7 years ago, what I was noticing was that revolving door of accident and emergency. not enough staff, not enough people at the front line to deal with the demand that was coming in. So I thought, let's use the data that we've got, and did an analysis very quickly around the frequent attenders of A&E, and then whittled that down to A&E being acting in emergency, but whittled that down to the top 10, and then whittled it down to the top 1. And keeping anonymity within this conversation. So there was one individual in Scotland in that year that attended A&E 54 times at a cost to the health service of £497,000. So £500,000. Now, did we, as a collective, support and help and fix the problem for that individual? I think we all know the answer to that. We didn't. We put a plaster on it and off you go. And using that data and kind of highlighting that to the frontline practitioners, one of the big things for me, David, was how did nobody else notice that? How did you need somebody outside that's not part of your current local system to notice that? And some people have mentioned that it's the time and it's the effort and there's the capacity. However, with noticing that, tackling the top 10 firstly of Scotland and further down, we put in different services. We ended up working with the local practitioners and the local leaders to develop things that were more around wellbeing and based in community rather than firefighting. Because if you look at the building blocks of health service comes, and it's the Marmot Man for those that might be aware of it, but it's the health services come at the bottom 20%. The top 60 is about social and economic determinants, and then also about our behaviours. You know, so that all happens before we get to the health service. I'm going to fast forward very quickly. I'll give you another quick example, and very topical right now: alcohol, drug deaths. It's everywhere. We had the minimum unit pricing more recently. And what we've been doing within Public Health Scotland is started a collaboration with Police Scotland and also University of Edinburgh Futures Institute. So much so we've now set up a prevention hub. But what we've done is brought data together from health, care, research and crime to understand and pinpoint where there were high levels of drug deaths, and alcohol use. So much so, within the first year, we have prevented 150 deaths, David, and an additional 400 hospitalisations. Do you know, and that's a tipping point to that positivity. So we've started. There's much more for us to do. There's much more for us to influence both across the private and the public sector, because we can't do this without industry. We had to bring together alcohol sales data and amongst all this as well. So that's one example where actually we've removed a level of bureaucracy, we've brought industry closer to public sector, and we're starting to improve or change the pathway of citizens across Scotland, David.
Okay, and you've talked there about positivity, and you've talked in the past as well about bravery to make these decisions. What do you think? Do you think there is enough bravery across the organisations you're dealing with to really make those kind of partnerships and collaborations that actually deliver something? Do we need more bravery in public life?
So I'm going to reference something that Stephanie said, and I hadn't heard this adjective, sexy, with right next to risk. Yeah. Right, that's never been described to me as that. And I guess using that difference brings to my point around bravery. I think we are being braver, but what we're not being fast enough is diverse. So even look at it across this room. David, how much diversity do we see in this room? Diversity brings the power to the conversation. Diversity brings that equitable access, but also the thought process that might be different through cultural lens, that might be different through the locality you're in, from those that have to those that don't. And I think so we are being brave. I think we've broken some of those barriers, but I guess this is, I'm saying this out loud to remind myself, we still continue to need to be brave to open the doors of our organisations and actually be comfortable at failing and failing fast. That doesn't define us. What I did see within the public sector, reputation is key. I don't know if others feel that, but when I came into the public sector, people had built their reputation, their career up from all the great stuff they've done, and they've done so much great stuff, but we need to move beyond reputation now and think about what we need to do for the greater good. Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you. Mark, just going on from what you said before, you said round about 2010, 2011, Scotland was doing well. It was kind of ahead of the curve in these kind of conversations. It took till kind of 2021 for Research Data Scotland to be established and so on. Where did we miss out there and why? And what are the positives? What's happening that's really positive in Scotland to try and tackle these kind of challenges that you outlined very articulately? 930 permissions needed to collate one COVID database.
So I think actually we can be really proud of what we've achieved, and I think there's several things that help Scotland a lot. One is a population of about 5 million, 6 million people is really good size of population to do this sort of research. We've got lots of IT companies, we've got EPCC, National Supercomputing Centre, lots of IT equipment. That's through a lot of it through the DDI programme, funding the IDF. I think RDS is important. I should say I'm a trustee of RDS, actually. I'm the university's member on the board. RDS is important because it's trying to gather together all the different strands. So the relationship I have with Public Health Scotland, with the Administrative Data Research Centre. Who's here from the Administrative Data Research Centre? There must be people here today. Well, they've not been invited, that's terrible. From National Records of Scotland, etc. And we early on got into a really good way of linking data together, right? So Public Health Scotland prepared the data, IDRIS, part of Public Health Scotland. National Records of Scotland index the data, they send it to us and we link it together in a very secure way, so that, to give the general public confidence that we're doing this properly. So it would take all three organisations to collude in order to de-identify the data. We've got this really good model of doing that. But it is a bit clunky. And what we have created over the last year, thanks to RDS, is this thing called the Scottish Data for Research Alliance that really brings all of us who are trying to provide the underlying services to do research together. So it's Public Health Scotland, EPC, ADR, Research Data Scotland, Scottish Government and National Records of Scotland. And what we're trying to do at the moment is simplify the way in which we join data together. And part of this comes from the work we did in COVID. So traditionally, for every single project, and I don't think people understand the scale actually of what IDRIS does. IDRIS is running, and normally on the books have about 600 running projects using the Safe Haven. And at any one time, we've got 200 or more live projects inside the Safe Haven. So there's a huge amount of research being done. And EPC runs actually 12 or 11 or 12 Safe Havens at the moment. So that's our largest one, but there are many other little ones as well. What we want to do is simplify how we present projects. So at the moment, every project gets its own data in, it's individually linked, it's given to the researchers and they do their work on it. What we learned in COVID was we couldn't act quickly enough. So we created an internal pre-linked database of COVID data. The researchers still had to go through the same process to get permission to use it, but we could give them their data in a matter of hours rather than weeks or months. So what we're trying to do inside the Data Research Alliance is learn from that, start holding data pre-linked in exactly the same secure way as we did it during COVID, but being able to create data sets for researchers to use and do much better research in science much more quickly. And the other thing I would say that's been really, really important is in Scotland, because we've got this data that is not in one organisation's network, not the Scottish Government's network, not National Records of Scotland, not the Health Service or whatever, because it's outside, one of the key hurdles has already been jumped over. So in England, they're putting lots of their new trusted research environments inside the Health Service. Our experience in Scotland is doing that means people in other organisations are nervous about putting their data in. If everybody puts their data out into a secure place, it means better research can be done more quickly.
Okay, thank you. There's a question on Slido, probably for you, Mark or Layla, just saying, we talked about improving data access, and again, I presume this means for kind of research purposes at last year's conference. But this person's saying they've seen very few improvements. What's happening in terms of improving access to data generally?
So in terms of access, that's some of the things that we've touched on and Mark just talked there about, but in terms of, there will be a researcher access service that will be on the RDS website from February, March next year, it's a first iteration. Unfortunately, some of this does take time to develop and to build, and people are busy building and bringing that together. And part of that is that from a researcher side, and people in this room will probably hopefully attest to this, there isn't transparency about what's happening as they apply to IDRIS for particular data sets, for example. So it's done by email. It kind of almost feels, it seems to researchers in feedback that goes into the ether. Where is it? So this is a much more digitised process. So the Researcher Access Service will be live from early next year. And then, as Mark talked about, there's an alliance that we've brought together, and then within that alliance there's a working group called the Technical Working Group, which has been looking at the approvals process at the national level and has proposed this national TRE, and we're at the point now of just putting that in place. But again, going around those different organisations and getting full-on agreement to then put that in place. It's not done in a week, unfortunately. So those are two key areas where we're making real change, and that will be seen by researchers and others in the near future.
Okay. Any questions from the audience before I move on about some of the things we've discussed so far? Anybody? Sorry, do you want to make your point, because I don't know whether it appeared on Slido or not. Are you all right to walk to the end of the thing and press that button? This is quite exciting, isn't it?
I didn't actually manage to put it on the Slido. Thanks so much for all of your discussions. The thing I was going to raise was the role of third-party suppliers in these relationships and what a challenge that can be to navigate, particularly around the transparency about the processes that happen before the data gets in the door. I don't know if that affects you guys particularly, but working for the Office for National Statistics, a lot of our data comes from external government departments by way of a third party. So keeping that ledger of what's being done to date, when various databases joined, etc., all of that becomes very, very challenging, conflicting with intellectual property rights, all of that. So I don't know if you have any comments or any thoughts about that, or if you have to interact with that or overcome those challenges, or if you've got any thoughts.
I might take this and then turn to Mark a little bit more. And I think in principle, we are not at that point yet with the Researcher Access Service. I think it's something that's coming down the line. And the generally in Scotland is it's a bit smaller, there are fewer actors, and we're able to bring, for instance, the Alliance, and we're planning on bringing others in the future to the Researcher Access Service. But there are some of those challenges, and it's still there, but I think it's generally would be to a lesser degree than it is for ONS.
Yeah, I think I agree with Leila's just said. I think there are challenges in all of this when you're trying to do complex statistical analyses, and particularly when data is being cleaned in ways you don't understand, it can add really complicated and difficult to detect biases into research. I think it is. I think we do benefit from Scotland being a small country. I think there's quite a movement at the moment in some areas of safe havens to use technologies where the researcher doesn't actually see the data. They get to put the query and they get an answer back. And I worry hugely that is dangerous, that can lead to bad science, because what we found over the years is data preparation is a complicated thing. You know, Carol Morris's team at IDRIS spends a huge amount of time working on it. And periodically, a researcher will look at the data and think, that doesn't look right to me, and will go off and a mistake will be found. I think it's really important that researchers can see the data so that we do good science always. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to change things, for example, in the health service, we've got to be absolutely certain that that recommendation is based on the best possible, highest quality data. And I absolutely agree with the worry you expressed.
Yeah, and we've not really touched, Munira, we've not really touched that much so far on engagement, and you talked about involving the public in this, but how do we do that? Because we've got these, we've got these huge complex structures that we're trying to bring together. How do we marry that with actually making a difference and bringing people along, and, issues over trust, issues over, privacy, security, and so on are still niggling away in people's minds. So, how do we meaningfully engage the public in persuading them that using their data is actually going to deliver some kind of benefit and not just intrude on their personal privacy?
So David, I'm reminded of a couple of years ago, just before the pandemic, we wanted to bring in for connection GP data, so primary care data, and you might have heard the whole Spire campaign. And that campaign was to reach out to every citizen in Scotland to ask, not for permission, but in the sense advise them that we're now going to be using primary care data and connecting that with health and social care. And I remember being in several meetings, I won't bore you with the detail, but what inevitably happened, we wanted to, before the campaign launch, we wanted to set up an incident room, and we had staffed it to the heights, thinking we're going to get thousands and thousands of calls from citizens because they're going to be really worried that we're going to be using their data. And do you know what happened, David? We got 0.0026% of calls from the population being worried about it. And some of that was they wanted to know where they could access in different languages, rather than it was about privacy. So I think sometimes some of this, it's a big privacy thing. We've sort of conditioned ourselves into it, when all the public want to do is do good, do well, and do it so we can see the difference in it. And we do have the infrastructures at local level set up. So we've got what are called the community planning partnerships, which are part of local government and the national health boards. And we have opportunities to engage with third sector, voluntary sector, who have the wider reach into the public domain. So I think we need to get better. We are getting better, but we need to get really good at doing that, bringing other sectors for that true multi-agency approach. And I think we need to be less risk averse, because the public just want us to do good. And they want us to do that. That's going to change and make a difference to their lives, knowing that in 20 years' time, the burden of Scotland's disease is going to increase by 21%. Now, majority of that will come from the 65 plus cohort, but I'm going to be in that. And I'm thinking, how am I going to be dealt with? Do you know, so it's really vital that we kind of keep in mind the greater good and not let things like, well, the public are going to be against this and let's not do it. Let's cross that together.
Ken, did you learn any lessons from iCARE about, engaging with kind of, users and in the life sciences community, and just what did you learn from the iCARE project in terms of touching the public and making real benefits?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. We learned a couple of things. One of the things that I didn't anticipate really, I guess I kind of did, but learned it became much more real during the project, was that even back to the earlier point about the triple helix, bringing together organisations from different places, NHS people, academics and industry, and in industry that was some large global companies like ourselves, but also some SMEs as well. Everybody's culture and thought processes and speed of execution and expectations were all wildly different. People's ways of solving problems were wildly different. People's contexts were completely different, which is why they thought and acted differently. And one of the things we were able to do over the 4-year period of the actual project was we did build that kind of way of working, the kind of coalition of the willing, as it were, where exactly as many of us just said, people identified risks, but because we were all working together, it wasn't as, Canon, we were a big multinational company. We weren't viewed, I don't think we were viewed as the big bad corporate person wanting to come in and make money out of this, because actually it wasn't a money-making thing at all. It cost us money to be involved in iCare, which is fine. But we were viewed as being part of the team and part of the consortium, and that's incredibly important, because what we were trying to do was do something worthwhile, do something good. I completely echo Munira's point, actually. My experience of interacting with the public is they are much less sceptical when they sit down and talk to people about what's been done, and they understand how their data is going to be used, whatever it might be. I also think there is a massive extent of goodwill towards the NHS in this country, and we should be proud of that. It's great. But we should use it. We should use that opportunity to say, well, okay, you want to be part of this. You want to be part of solving the future. We're all in that group that you've mentioned, Munira, and we all want healthcare. There is a challenge coming. There aren't enough young people. There aren't enough young taxpayers for the future to fund the level of healthcare and the level of support that my parents' generation received. And that's a crisis that's coming. And as a positive, working for a tech company in this area, I'm completely convinced that we can innovate, not innovate our way out of this, but we can innovate improvements. And I really believe it's happening already, so it is happening already, but that's what I want to focus on and work out how to do it. And certainly when I speak to members of the public or external parties, I feel a lot of that is echoed back. Yes, let's try and work together to do something worthwhile. I've been with a whole bunch of providers, and we haven't touched on really how sensitive healthcare data is, because it is inherently sensitive, clearly, and it has to have inherent rules, and there's a lot of detail, not in what Mark said, there's a lot of detail. Mark talks about taking stuff out of the NHS safe space into another safe space. That is exactly true. It is another safe space. It's not that it's going up on the web somewhere for people to download. We've got to be clear about that. But yeah, my view is very positive, actually, and I see exactly that, what this means.
Thanks very much, Ken. A couple of questions, I think probably for you, Layla. In using data derived from operating public services, the rewards are societal benefits and the risks are that privacy could be compromised. Those taking the risk, the data owners, therefore do not gain a direct benefit and are risk averse. How can we incentivise making data available for research?
I mean, I think that goes back to the point that we were discussing earlier on. I think that there is a case for that the benefit to the data owner is minimal often. The benefits are for society or for somebody else somewhere else. But actually there is a risk by not doing these things. If we stymie everything and we keep the risk right down, we don't do anything. And actually there is a risk to everyone, including data owners, that the data that they hold isn't being used for benefit to other people. And I'm just briefly going back, just going to jump on this question, to the point about trust and taking, whether it's data owners and incentivising them to see the risk of not doing some of this, but also that the public, that I think lots of members of the public are maybe interested in this, but aren't aware of what the benefits already are. And I think sometimes there's an assumption that some of this is already happening and research is happening that actually isn't, that people would like to do, but it's potentially too slow to do it here and people will go elsewhere, whether that's industry or academic researchers or people working together. And actually we just need to be talking to people more, whether it's certainly the data owners, but the public as well, about what actually is already in place, because some of it does go into that there is legislation, there's regulation already in place, and numerous hoops, and yes, we would like to reduce those, but not take any of the safeguards away. So I think it is for different groups of audience, whether it's data owners or public, decision makers, researchers, there's a risk here of not doing things.
Okay.
Is my overarching message, actually.
There's an associated question which comes again to being risk averse and whether or not particularly public sector organisations are risk averse. And is one of the key issues not to do with, quote, those at the top not being clear on innovation as a priority. And if the bandwidth, as it was described at the bottom, says it doesn't have the time, that's not because they don't necessarily have the time, but they don't have the guidance on the fact that innovation is a priority. So, you know, how is there still a challenge of being able to innovate within, broadly speaking, public sector environments in this area to actually move things on more quickly? I mean, Layla, Mark and Manira, briefly, I'd be interested to know what you think about that.
I think briefly, I think the challenge actually is some of this isn't seen as innovation. We could use the outputs from data research for innovation. I think the challenge often is that some of this doesn't seem bright and shiny anymore. So infrastructure necessarily doesn't get the funding. There's a new project and then it's not allowed to embed because they've used up the funding doing what was planned, but there might have been issues along the way. I think the problem is, and we talk about processes and regulation, that doesn't necessarily seem innovative to particular people when actually there is innovation there, but it's not necessarily the innovation that people who may be holding the purse strings or making decisions see as innovation.
Okay, thank you. Mark, briefly.
So I think one of the things that holds us back is the way that many services, particularly in the IT area, are subcontracted. And so you end up with people who'd quite like to help you, but they can't do that in the constraints of the contract that they're operating within, and it gets ridiculous at times. So we wanted to transfer some of the medical images, in fact, that we hold a store of them for research purposes, from the backup that's in Edinburgh, held in Edinburgh, to our data centre. And we were told you can't do that even if you encrypt it on your own network, which is 200 gigabits and very expensive and very beautiful. We will need to provide you with your own network connection. So after about 6 months of worrying about this, a man in Wellingtons arrived at our data centre with a large drill and said, I've come here to install your 1 gigabit network connection. And he and I looked at the building and he said, I'm not sure this is going to work, and left. But that is how silly some of this gets, to be quite honest. But it's because people don't feel able to step outside of what they've agreed in complex contracts. And I do understand that. And finding a way through that, I think, is really hard.
Okay. Munira, maybe a brief comment on that, but another question that I think is probably relevant to you. We have huge volumes of medical and healthcare data, but significantly less when it comes to social care. How do we redress that balance and get better social care data and use that alongside the healthcare data to do good?
So that's a great question. I'm glad somebody's brought that up. I'll briefly just touch on what Leila and Mark. Sorry, apologies. Is that better? There we go. One of us had to do it. Yeah. So just on the point about what Mark and Leila touched on, I think the other thing that we're not very good at in the public sector is saying no and stopping things. So we always think, oh, the next thing's a great idea, but we will not stop what we're doing. And some of those practices, dare I say it, about 20, 30 years old. So we'll do that on top of everything. So I think that's a bit of a learning we all need to, including myself, need to take away. In relation to social care, I think that's totally spot on. We are still building primary care and social care data. We have a new collaboration that started around developing the right systems to connect and do that together. But what I will say, though it's still developing, there is ingenious pieces of work that's going on in local systems. One of the things, David, and you know that we've done in Public Health Scotland is embedded analysts and data resource into local systems. We've connected them into the Integration Joint Board, so there's 31 of them across Scotland, and they're linked in there. And the data analysts have access to all of PHS, as well as the local systems and the local leaders and local data. So in those systems, we're connecting things, we're changing service provision, we're working with the local chief officers, the local chief execs of the boards and the councils to think about realigning their budgets and starting or stopping services. Actually, I can use the word stop there because in some areas they have actually stopped services because it's not on the preventative or early intervention agenda. It continues to be on firefighting. So we have a journey to go. It's top of our priority within Public Health Scotland to get that multi-agency, multi-sectorial data. And whoever's put that question up, I'm happy to have a further conversation offline as well. Thanks, David.
Okay, just a couple of comments on Slido worth throwing in. The current research is that citizens are satisfied that their data is used for medical purposes to benefit the greater good and are astonished that it's not being used already. Interesting point. Access to data is frustrated because of endless discussion on ownership of data and therefore the permissions related to it. And this is not just personal data, but also non-personal data locked in with private players and under contractual obligations. Later, a brief comment on a really simple question there. You know, the ownership of data and permissions, locking up data and not being able to get access to it, what level of problem is that?
There's a huge issue in terms of getting permission to access data. I mean, that's part of what we're doing. That's part of the problem. I think some of that just goes back to perceptions of risk and benefit and what was needed, if I understood the question correctly.
Yeah, Mark, sorry, yeah.
So I think these sort of situations have been a challenge, but I think one of the reasons for RDS to exist is to ask for the data once and ask for it well. And a lot of the time when we get into complicated discussions about ownership, it's actually not really that conversation. It's we just don't want to have to be asked 15 times for this piece of data. That's happened again and again over the years.
I mean, I would add to that, I think that's true for lots of organisations, and the things that Mark was talking about having kind of a national haven where that data can sit really helps. I think there are some organisations DWP, for instance, comes up quite a lot, where there are other reasons perhaps why they may not wish to provide access to the data, for example. But,
okay.
Yeah, that's an example.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Conscious that we've run out of time, conscious we're heading for lunch, but just one very question to all the panellists to end is, let's look forward 5 years. I know people hate this question. Let's look forward 5 years. What are you working on at the moment, or what would make a real difference to really move us on so that we've tackled some of these barriers, so we don't need 930 forms, you know, so people who are presenting 54 times at A&E are joined up. You know, what's the one thing in 5 years' time, I'll come along the line, Layla, first of all, would you like to see happen that's happening at the moment that will really make a difference to future public services?
So there's two things that are happening and two things that I would like to see. Two things that are happening: the Researcher Access Service coming on board and adding to that, and that's coming on board next year, and then adding to that over the next following years. And then the work that's being done through the Alliance Technical Group and improving processes. And I think there's other ways that we can be looking as RDS with our partners in the Alliance to improve processes, certainly for Scottish Access, and then working with others in the UK. And then the two things that I think support that is one around engagement and support from the public and also decision makers. And I think some of this does, it's a cliche, but comes back to funding. As Mark alluded to, there's £100 million going into what are called TREs in England, and we're not seeing anything like that in Scotland. And we have to be careful that we're not going to fall behind rather than catching up to the Nordics and the Baltics and Wales, for example.
Okay, Mark?
5 years' time, I'd like us to finally be able to do projects with both companies like Canon and academia, where we're taking genomic, imaging, and health service and other data and quickly answering research questions. And it's doable.
Okay, Ken, because I mentioned you, I'm going to come to you first, then Munira last.
That's great. Actually, I'm going to steal from one of my fellow panelists. I'm going to steal something from what Layla said earlier on. For me, it's all about this appetite of risk. We've got to put this in balance. That clearly, there is a potential existential risk to all of us from AI, but let's put that in perspective. There is a risk for people dying today in A&E on a trolley. You know, the now predominates my life and the way our business works, and we think about the now. We do need to have a slightly higher level of appetite for risk, to accept the fact that people die. I'm afraid people die anyway. They die when they're under care of other people. It is horrible to think that you might die because a machine has made a decision about you. But, you know, we do have to put it in balance. I'm not to be too contentious. I know you want us to be a little bit contentious. Maybe it is a little bit contentious. We just need to put it in balance.
Okay. Munira, press that yellow button. Yeah.
Thank you. You know me too well. So I can't not be up here and mention what is very vital this week, Climate Week. And we had heard Stephanie talk a little about it. So in 5 years, I want to see climate and health linked, both intrinsically and extrinsically. And we're seeing the co-benefits of that coming together. So we have a healthy, well planet, along with people living healthier and longer lives in a homely setting. And actually the big thing for this is the autonomy and the devolution needs to be within the local systems. Change does not happen within national organisations or big institutions that we all belong to. It happens within local systems. So we do have the influence to influence policy, David, to push that. We've heard budgets and funding and capacity mentioned, but push that autonomy into local systems for them to make the decisions that inevitably, as Mark says, will change the lives and the outcomes for people.
Okay, thank you very much, Munira, for bringing us to an end. There are apologies for eating into your lunch hour. We will start again at 1:15. You've got 47 minutes. That's plenty enough. Can you please thank our panellists, Layla, Mark, Munira, and Ken? Thank you.
David and Peter did an article for the Scotsman some time ago, and I think what probably will happen is I went to random academic That's very good.
Hiya, Joe.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm saying that some of the people here the next day I've never seen on the screen. Not seen this person before. But no, thanks very much for doing this. And hopefully we get the media training someday. So I've got another date now.
It is, and I'm really keen to grow the press.
Yeah.
I think the concept of arrangement social media is in place. These energy issues are really absolutely. What strikes me is that it's very polarised and there needs to be someone that is there as a reliable witness in the middle ground to talk people through why these decisions are absolutely.
But right, I'm going to go and start shooting through.
All right. Oh, thank you.
Do you want the guy sitting on I was going to ask the guy to sit into that. Hello. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back here and online to Data Futures, AI Futures. We've got an unfeasibly packed afternoon for you with 3 discussions on topics that would each justify a week-long conference of their own. Later, we'll discuss how data can deliver safer futures for both children and older people. And then we'll have a lengthy session on AI, past, present, and future. But first of all, we're going to discuss energy. How are we using data and AI to shape how we generate, move, and use energy more effectively and efficiently in the 21st century? How are we using it to make decisions about using finite resources, like the seabed, for example, to best meet our future energy needs? It's another terrific panel, all of whom coincidentally have first names beginning with J and surnames very near the end of the alphabet, which means our first panellist was probably near the end of the register at school, but is first alphabetically today. So John Seaborn is Chief Digital and Information Officer with the North Sea Transition Authority. We're also joined by Jess Steinemann, who is a Senior Data Scientist with the Energy Systems Catapult, by Joe Thompson to my far right, not your politics, Joe, sorry, an Analysis Services Specialist with K2 Management, and by Professor John Underhill, who is Director of the Centre for Energy Transition at the University of Aberdeen. and has been receiving a lot of phone calls this morning on the latest decision to approve the licence for the Rosebank oil field in the North Sea. Welcome all. And again, I'm going to ask each speaker a big open question to begin with to get the major issues out there, and then we'll work through a series of themes. Again, please come in at a relevant point on Slido or stick your hand up and we will take questions from the audience. So John Seaborn, first of all, if you can tell us a little about the work you do with data at the North Sea Transition Authority and how the work you're doing is aimed to use data to support a better energy future.
Sure, no problem. Good afternoon, everybody, as well. So it's been a really interesting morning so far, actually, learning from lots of different sectors. So hopefully you can take away a little bit from us as well. But in terms of North Sea Transition Authority then, we're essentially the oil and gas, carbon storage, transportation and soon to be hydrogen regulator. So the Rosebank announcement this morning is us giving consent and go ahead to that particular project. Important, I think, to give a bit of kind of context to who we are as an organisation and how we came into being. So originally, we were part of the Department of Energy and Climate Change back in 2014-15, and the UK government did a review of how well served oil and gas industry was by government. One of the big outcomes of that was to create an independent regulator, which we are. We act as a government company and we work in tripartite with government, with industry and with Treasury to align all of the different mechanisms in order to support kind of the industry, which is massively important to the Scottish economy as well as the UK. One of the things that came out of that report was timely access to data, and that wasn't very good. In the industry, a secretive industry generally was keeping hold of lots of data, and something needed to be done about that. So us coming into being meant that we could do a lot of that activity around data legislation. So in the Energy Act 2016, really brilliant sweeping powers around data and ensuring data could come into us as a regulator, and then that data could ultimately be disclosed and passed on to organisations like John's, into academia and into other parts of government. So the journey for us around data has been building that capability from pretty much 1 or 2 people up to where we are at the moment with about 35 people, with our capability expanded enormously by service contracts. So if you look at most organisations in government, probably running at about 5 to 8% of people doing digital and data. You look into my organisation and we have around 15 to 20%. And that really kind of bears out in some of the capability that we've got, which I'm sure we'll kind of touch on a little bit later as the discussion progresses.
Okay, sorry, I can't let that phrase, a secretive industry, generally pass. So I just wonder how much of a challenge has that been for you as an organisation in getting the energy industry to open up and share that open source data that's necessary to make good future decisions about energy?
And that's been the real change in the last kind of 8 years, something that personally I'm quite proud of. So we had an open data agenda from the moment we came into being. So we're very open about the location of licenses and fields and wells, and all of that data is available on our open data portal and on our kind of website. The other side of it then is the more industry data, which people have touched on from the kind of medical. So a comparison there would be the kind of personal data. So this is the data that industry is collecting and pulling together in order to do their work and look for oil and gas and cite the next generation of carbon storage areas. That data is always going to remain the ownership of the companies that have collected it, but our legislation allows us to use a stick, which essentially says this information comes into us, we hold it as a national asset, and then after certain confidentiality periods, that data is disclosable and can be used by innovators and academia to really kind of dig into the detail that sits underneath all of that subsurface data.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, John. And John Underhill, what you're doing at the University of Aberdeen cuts across energy transformation in all areas, and just to quote, informing the policy, societal and environmental impact and sustainability of our future energy requirements. So where does data fit into that very big mission, and how do you target your efforts effectively to really deliver added value?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, David. Yeah, very good question. First thing I would say is that what Aberdeen University is attempting to do is to set up interdisciplinary centres, of which energy transition is one. We have 4 others, one of which is in data and AI, environmental sustainability, health and nutrition, and social inclusion. In terms of the energy transition space and your question about data, what we seek to do is to draw upon the traditional strengths in the university that are within schools or disciplines, things like engineering, geoscience, law, biology, social science, and so on, but bring them together to tackle a global challenge, which is to accelerate the energy transition, to decarbonize our energy systems, but to do it in a way that tackles all three components of the energy trilemma. The first is energy security. The second is affordability, which is writ large at the moment with the cost of living crisis. And thirdly, and importantly, it's environmental sustainability and climate compatibility. We also have to take communities along with us. We have to have a just transition, because in the 70s and 80s, arguably, people and communities were left behind. Think of the coal mining industry and the high unemployment. You look at fishing, you can look at shipbuilding, other industries. And so there are so many people that are clearly either directly or indirectly employed in energy that we have to be very mindful about their future and their families and their way of life. Now, I would say that data is absolutely crucial to make informed decisions that address the energy transition. An example of that would be if we look at the North Sea or the UK continental shelf across the piece, we have to be able to evaluate the subsurface somehow to make informed decisions about which area is suitable for which technology. For instance, wind farms or carbon storage, or indeed oil and gas and other technologies. But it's, as I'll go on to talk about perhaps if there are questions on this later, it's a very crowded area with many other stakeholders, lots of different regulators, of which John represents one. Data is absolutely crucial in providing the evidence that we can then interpret to make informed decisions, so that we use the offshore subsurface real estate for the right purpose. And I would extend that also to the onshore, where a lot of data has been collected over the course of the last century, both at the surface and in the subsurface, and in the last 5 to 6 decades offshore, primarily associated with oil and gas. Data is crucial in underpinning those informed decisions.
Okay, and we'll talk a lot more later on about some of those decisions John is talking about there, and how data does inform them and how we reach some conclusions. Jess Steinemann is our next contributor. Jess, in a comment piece, you said that Energy Systems Catapult has identified data as the single biggest enabler of a decarbonised, decentralised and digitised energy future. If you can just explain that a little bit more, and how you align what you do at Energy Systems Catapult with that decarbonised, decentralised, digitised future.
Sure, thank you, David. So with the energy transition, what we're seeing is that our already complicated energy system is getting much more complex really quickly. And electrification of energy demands is a major contributor to that and kind of underpins that comment. We are creating a lot of new interdependencies between subsystems in the energy sector, such as transport, electricity generation, and heat, which previously were slightly more separate. And in order to ensure that these subsystems can operate in sync in the future, we need a lot of digital capabilities and data to create new systems for them to work well together. And also, obviously, at this moment in time, there are a lot of large-scale projects and infrastructure decisions that need to be made. And as John already alluded to, we need as much real-world evidence as possible to make these decisions wisely, so that the transition can happen not only quickly, but also cheaply to support ultimately consumers. And at Energy Systems Catapult, what this means as a data scientist is that we quite often get involved in projects to gather more real-world evidence in larger trials about how not just businesses, but also consumers consume energy. And a really great example of this, to kind of illustrate that point, is the electrification of heat trial that we were involved in over the past 3 years. So in this real-world trial, nearly 750 heat pumps were installed in a representative sample of homes across Great Britain. They were monitored over 3 years with lots of data collected, and our team then analyzed this data for the government to understand whether there were any types of building archetypes or households where categorically heat pumps wouldn't be suitable. All these results are being published, of course, and are really crucial in helping both inform government policy going forward, but also giving more confidence to consumers who are not necessarily familiar with these new technologies, right? And a really key role that our team as well played in this was to make sure that we clean and publish both the data and the code and make this available for other researchers and innovators so that they can sort of both reproduce the results that we've had, but also build on this research and accelerate innovation in this space.
Okay, thanks very much. Good to get a clear example right at the beginning there. And finally, Joe, if you can just tell us a bit about what K2 does in the energy data world and the scope of it, and how do you feel that's kind of helping create better energy futures?
Thanks, David. Yeah, so I'm here representing K2 Management. We're a sort of international renewable energy consultancy. What we do really is using data that exists to inform decisions that go into sort of businesses. So we advise people on future wind farms, covering sort of project management and the building out of wind farms. But my area of expertise particularly is in analysis of future wind farms, so planning of wind farms, optimizing of wind farms. So what we're taking is real world data. That's our interface with the data, is taking in real world data, projects that have existed, data we can use already to inform decisions about what we should do in future projects and how we advise companies that are planning to build wind farms and how to make those projects better. And what we can do to increase the amount of energy we can get out of wind farms, reduce the costs of wind farms in the future.
Okay, and I'm just going to, again, if anybody's got any questions, stick them on Slido, whether you're in the room or you're online. If you want to ask a question in the room, stick your hand up, please. I'm just going to shape the discussion around kind of 5 key themes. Quality and availability of data, collaboration and data sharing, data priorities, impact of data in the energy world, and then future potential. So just about that kind of availability and quality of data to begin with, Jess, if you can talk a bit about kind of, open source data, what actually do we have? In fact, sorry, I'll come to you, Joe, first of all, because you gave quite a short answer there, but what open source data do we have? Specifically when we're talking about offshore wind, what are the limitations of what we have and what do we not have?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we're a big user of data in all sorts of forms. So specifically talking about my area of expertise, which is offshore wind and analysis of future wind farms. We take in a lot of data, so real measured data. So we look at measured wind data from sort of meteorological masts that have been installed around the world. We use those to sort of categorize and look at the sites that we're going to build at, work out what the wind's going to be like and what we can expect to get out of them. We use a lot of modeled data, so there's various sources for modeled data that we use. So we've got big reanalysis data sets where they've reanalyzed previously measured data to model how the conditions are around the world. So there's sort of big European ones like the ERA5 data set, which is the European Medium Range Forecasting Commission, and they cover sort of all sorts of meteorological conditions over a data set spanning back now probably 30 years, I think. And similarly from NASA, there's a data set they use there called MERA2. So those are sort of big reanalysis data sets that we can use to sort of understand over a longer period what the wind would look like. So with a measurement, you've probably only got 1 or 2 years of data, maybe more if you're lucky. But in combination with a reanalysis data set, you can then extend that back to cover a much longer term period and understand what's happening over the long-term trends. Alongside that, there's also sort of more modeled data in geospatial data. So there's big, certainly in the UK and Europe, there's very good data sets. There's the New European Wind Atlas, which is another European one, which covers the whole of Europe and the sort of spatial variation of wind. And the UK itself has its own, the UK Awards wind map, which
Great, thanks very much. There's a lot to kind of talk about there. And Jess, just to come back to you, you I think made the comment again, that article that I read, data scientists and researchers, you don't want to repeat data mapping tasks. How do we ensure that the data that is generally available is not just being collected and collated time and time again, to actually make it more efficient in the way that it is then shared, analysed, and conclusions drawn from it?
Yeah, I think that's a really challenging area. Yeah, apologies. I think that's a really challenging area. So, and what I kind of investigated with the small project that you were talking about earlier. So there's obviously the need for more open data has been recognized by the industry, and in other areas of the industry, such as the electricity networks, there's also now more regulation to have presumed open data, which brings data out in the open. But because it's owned by different organizations, kind of creating new insights from these disparate data sources can be really challenging. And that's kind of an issue on multiple levels. So first of all, thinking about the licensing of data sets that you're bringing together for analysis. If they have conflicting licensing models, or if you may be enriching open source data with data that isn't openly available, that can cause restrictions. And Ofgem, I know, has been doing some work here demanding that at least network companies use either the Open Government License or Creative Commons license going forward for data sets that they publish. Then the second level that we need to look at is the metadata that is recorded alongside those data sources, so that, so to say, the data can talk to each other, especially if you want to use them, the data, not just sort of in one-off analyses where there's quite a lot of human intelligence going into mapping data together. We need to make sure that the metadata that's being recorded in these data sets is consistent. And then last but not least, because data sets are being recorded by different organizations, what's in them, especially if it's not well documented, can take quite a lot of effort for individuals or teams of data scientists to kind of make sense of, and might even require access to subject matter experts in these organizations. And there's at least one open source project that I'm aware of that's kind of trying to map different electricity generators together. But when I talked to other data scientists in the space, I didn't think there was a lot of awareness amongst them, maybe because it is more of a project, I guess, that's being maintained on the side. There's a recognition that obviously this is a barrier to this more interconnected, interoperable energy system. And the Energy Systems Catapult, some of my colleagues, they've recently been involved in a feasibility study about the so-called digital spine. So this is basically an effort to understand what are all these challenges that need to be overcome to ensure interoperability in the future. And this is now with the government for review, and hopefully it can be published in the next few months to kind of outline a roadmap of how to get us there.
Okay, thanks very much. John Underhill, how satisfied are you of what data we have out there to make good decisions about the future? And broadly speaking, what's good about what we've got and what's missing?
So I would say that when you compare the UK with other countries, perhaps with the exception of Norway and Holland, who also have a commitment to publicly release data, the UK is leading the field globally. From an academic perspective, like mine, this gives a tremendous opportunity for not only students to learn using these data about the subsurface and its the best use it can be put to, but also for a research resource. Now, I would say that the regulatory authorities like the North Sea Transition Authority, the Crown Estate that looks after things south of the border and Wales as well, and Crown Estate Scotland, plus others, are all committed to get those data out into the public domain. And for those of you that are interested, I mean, if you go and put into Google National Data Repository, you'll be able to sign up and start looking at data sets from the offshore or to the UK onshore geophysical library. Who knew this existed? You can just go on to UCOGL website and look at where you live and see if there is a seismic line. That's where sound waves have been shot into the subsurface and produce a body scan of the Earth. That resource is there with seismic data, like I've just described, well data, and also core data. That is where you take physical rock from the subsurface to ground truth the data that is acquired. Now, to go to the second part of your question, David, it's not to say that it's perfect. I would say it needs to extend to include additional data sets, and there are some data sets that aren't under legal obligation to be released currently. Things like some of the site surveys for rigs that were used in the North Sea. That type of data would be extremely useful for siting of wind turbines and other uses offshore, sand and gravel, aggregates, environmental purposes indeed as well. Pressure data and oil production data also was commercially sensitive and wasn't naturally released. Why is that important? Well, actually, now that we're looking at the subsurface, perhaps to characterize it, to store carbon safely in the offshore areas, we actually need to know how much oil is being produced at what rate from what area in order to see whether that same subsurface site is appropriate and advantaged in terms of capturing carbon and instead of emitting it into the atmosphere, transporting it and storing it safely in the subsurface. So we have 50 years of data that has been acquired, albeit in the pursuit of oil and gas. That actually is an extremely valuable resource. It is generally available. There are gaps, I would say, and we need to marry the onshore and offshore. But we're in a far better place than many countries which actually treat these data as state secrets. And there is no way of actually interrogating or critically evaluating the data to understand whether it has a use for the energy transition or not. So the legal basis for regulation, it's, I think, and John will correct me if I'm wrong here, 2 years for boreholes to go into the public domain, 5 years for proprietary seismic data shot by companies. I use the word proprietary with advisedly, because there are other seismic data that have been collected by commercial companies which have not gone into the public domain. So we're aware of data areas that data has been collected but isn't freely available to us. Of course, I would love to see that the data, the repository extend to include those data within it as well. But I think, to answer your question, yeah, the UK is one of the best in class and leading in this area in data and public release thereof, so that anybody can interrogate it, be those people like me that are closely associated with sort of technical aspects of geoscience, or anyone on the street, if they're aware of these data resources.
Okay, thank you, John. And John, I don't know, you can put John right if you like on any of his facts there. But what's your observation on that data from the oil and gas industry that we have, and how well that's being used and how that's helping to inform energy futures?
So I think there's a couple of points to pick up on there, and maybe some of it ties in some of the conversations this morning about how all the different regulators work together. So if anyone's got a laptop or phone open, feel free to dive onto our website and have a look at some of the work that we've done with Crown Estates and Crown Estates Scotland. To Joe's point, just highlights how busy the UKCS is at the moment with all of the wind farm development, carbon storage licences, the existing oil and gas licences, all of the infrastructure that goes along with that. I mean, who knew that Crown Estates authorised seaweed farms, for example, another use of the surface of the seabed. I think the other bit that kind of builds on that, and to give some kind of context to the scale of data that John was talking about there for the subsurface, we brought this kind of subsurface database into public ownership in 2019 by taking on a Schlumberger system. And during those kind of 2 years then, as we went through the pandemic, we made a decision to build that ourselves on our own real estate, so the data became an asset of the UK government rather than sitting out within industry. And that did a couple of things. So one, as part of the regulations for us to collect data and hold that data, we also have a demand on industry to retain that data. They cannot delete it, they cannot do anything with it, that is a legal obligation. But when they do report it to us, they no longer need to retain it. So they're released from that obligation. So there's a benefit from there from the sustainability side, because these are massive data sets. You don't want to be storing them in 10 or 15 different places in multiple data centers around the world. And then just to give you a scale of that data that's come into that system since July 2021, we transferred 15 terabytes from the industry data store. We ticked over 600 terabytes in the last kind of month or so, and we're provisioned for about 5 petabytes worth of data to go into that system. And all of that is then, as John's already said and Joe's touched on, we want it to be used by innovators. We want it to be used by third parties. We want it to be used by UK companies to create that value to UK PLC. We want to be a site of expertise for carbon storage, for hydrogen, and that just adds to kind of jobs in the UK, which is, real kind of big drive for us, not just as a regulator, but also in that kind of influence drive to how we influence the industry and the behaviours that go around that.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, just a question on Slido, which I'll put to, I don't know whether, Joe, you'd like to have a go at this, just talking about, the question is simple, whether data is breaking records. How reliable is historic weather data for predictions?
So yeah, this is quite a hot topic in the wind industry, as you can imagine, and a lot of industries. We only have past data to rely on. And there's been many studies already that sort of extrapolate from what we knew 10 years ago and look to the latest 10 years of data with what we know about climate change data and that sort of thing. And the conclusions are certainly for the wind industry are not definite yet. We don't really know. What it's doing is introducing a large uncertainty, but not necessarily introducing a bias at the moment. So we don't really know which direction it's going in, but it's one of those things where we need up-to-date data. We need to know what's happening on the ground as soon as we can, to know if things are moving in a certain direction, to know what will happen in the future.
Did you want to come in on that, John?
I'm guessing it's
No, okay. And you know, Storm Agnes is still on her way. It's I think it's hit Ireland. It is coming over here, which I think it maybe is partly what's behind the question. We'll move on to talk a bit about priorities. Anybody who wants to put any more questions on Slido, please do. John Underhill, you've talked a bit about these competing demands already. What if the data shows that, you know, carbon capture and undersea storage is suitable on a particular site that's very close to an existing offshore wind farm, or, you know, two applications are almost going side by side for similar areas? How do we decide? How do we deploy data to make those best decisions, and how difficult is that when there is a lot of private money involved?
So this really comes to the nub of one of the big issues within the offshore domain currently, and the UK's aspiration to meet its net zero targets and to decarbonise. Why do I say that? Well, a lot of the technologies, for instance, wind farms, and as you say, carbon storage, people that are promoting those and seeking to find solutions for them are quite often working in isolation rather than full awareness that there might be other uses of the subsurface beneath the seabed where you're going to put the wind farm, for example. The best exemplar, actually you could say worst exemplar of this, was that we have what's called Track 1 carbon storage site. It's called the Northern Endurance Partnership, and it's just off the east coast of Yorkshire. And that has got government funding with a view to decarbonising the industrial emissions from Teesside and Humberside. That is a joint venture run by BP and partners. Equinor are part of that collaboration. Ørsted won a wind farm, the largest wind farm licence called Hornsea, which overlaps partially that site and neighbouring areas, which need to be monitored, measured and verified for carbon storage. That immediately creates a conflict, and it wasn't going well between those two joint venture partners who were batting for wind on the one hand and carbon storage on the other. And in fact, in the end of the day, it landed on the Undersecretary of State of Energy's desk to make a binding call. What then happened was that the companies actually realised there was going to be a winner and a loser, and went back to the negotiation table and found a solution. These types of issues, of which that is one tangible exemplar, are happening on a regular basis and are going to become even more significant. I'll give you another example, actually. And people will maybe remember this from the last couple of months ago. Environmental protection areas have been assigned for large swathes of the UK continental shelf, and those were progressing. Not very much to the satisfaction of the fisheries industry and the communities that are supported by that industry. And recently, in National Marine Plan 2, the Scottish Government's second attempt to produce a National Marine Plan, it was clear that this conflict existed quite apart from the ones that I've talked about with other stakeholdings between wind, carbon storage, oil and gas, sand and gravel aggregates and so on. And what the Scottish Government Minister, Mary McCallan, chose to do was to pause the environmental areas in order that the voice of the fishing industry would be heard, and maybe to move some of the areas to get a better outcome, which I think is a brave political decision based on the fact that the SNP are in coalition government with the Green Party. But that's the decision she took, and basically said we need more data, we need more evidence to make an informed choice. I think this is going to happen more and more and more. And the challenge that we have and the priorities are what happens if we have an overlap between who ultimately is the arbiter that makes the decision. And I would say at the moment we do not have one. There is not a overall, if you like, net zero UK authority. John may say, well, that's the North Sea Transition Authority. The Crown Estate might say, oh, it's them. But there are so many stakeholders and regulators and technologies in this area that I actually think that there is a need for an overarching umbrella and decision maker, a referee, if you like, to arbitrate when there are conflicts between this. And you will only get that right answer if all the data, all the evidence is on the table, looked at dispassionately, evaluated, and then informed choices are made. And there could be some difficult decisions, but there could be other things where we make sure that parts of the offshore real estate are assigned for carbon storage, other bits for wind, so that we actually get the best outcome rather than, at the moment, reducing our flexibility to meet our net zero carbon emissions targets.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question there which I think you've just answered. Is there a need for an integrated model to allow decision makers to explore the optimum mix of energy sources and land or sea use? So
in a word, yes.
Yeah, in a word, yes.
And it doesn't exist.
And John, it doesn't exist. And you know, John mentioned a referee there. He is a former football referee. I don't know whether he's angling for a future role, possibly.
I couldn't possibly.
We'll just move on to impact a little bit. Jess, I'll come to you. How does the work at Energy Systems Catapult, how do you focus to deliver greatest impact? And can you give a specific example of a tangible impact of the work on the UK's energy future?
There we go. Yeah, so what we're trying to do at Energy Systems Catapult is, so rather than being focused on delivering profit, we're being targeted on delivering impact, because as an innovation centre funded by Innovate UK, that's kind of our key objective. And what that allows us to do is to really look at the complex problems of the energy transition that aren't already being addressed by the market, maybe because there's just not enough certainty about the direction of travel we'll be going in, or there's more innovation, kind of early stage innovation needed to make business models financially viable. But what it also allows us to do is to look at some of the market failures that occur in the energy sector. And I think fuel poverty is a really great one here. And there's a really amazing project that the Catapult has run over the last year, which was called the Warm Homes Prescription. So that was a trial to investigate whether social prescribing would have a positive impact on the NHS. So essentially what happened was that energy vouchers were given to vulnerable customers with long-term health conditions. And then additional data was gathered from them at various stages of the trial. Measurements were taken from their homes as well to ascertain whether they were actually achieving higher target temperatures within their homes. And also, this was correlated with their health data to see whether this has had an impact on their attendance to GP clinics or A&E, for example. There's a great report that's recently been published, and the results from this were really, really positive. So I think, well, personally, I'm really hopeful that there will be funding for this going forward, because I think it's a great example of how completely changing the discourse about what energy is and looking at some of the often neglected groups in that conversation can bring up some really great ideas and innovation in the space.
Okay, great example again. Thanks very much. And John Seaborn, can you give us a specific example of some of the work the Transition Authority's done that has had a real tangible impact?
Yeah, sure. I'll give one just to touch on something that John mentioned about the kind of spatial planning. So in Prime Minister's speech last week about net zero, started talking about spatial planning. So from my perspective as a geospatial kind of expert, as my background, and also as director of the Association of Geographic Information, it's brilliant that those kind of things are being talked about at the top level of government, even if they don't necessarily know what they're talking about. At least they're talking about it, and will come hopefully to the right people around it. But in terms of tangible impact, one for me, I'll kind of go through the kind of story of how we've done it, is we do something called a stewardship survey, so holding industry to account on some of their actions and behaviours. So we run what is essentially a complicated questionnaire every year between November and January. It used to be on 9 spreadsheets, which I'm sure is common in lots of people's organisations still. But now that's done through a transactional system. Lots of answers come back in. Under primary legislation, companies have to fill that out. And then what we do with that information, put it through all of our data pipelines and through all of our analysts, and we turn it into a nice big pack of KPIs and dashboards on pretty much every single measure you could imagine that you'd want to know from an operator on the kind of North Sea. Around their production efficiency, their flaring, their venting, their data compliance, and everything else that goes with that. We do that in a meeting with the top 22 producers on the North Sea, all of their MDs at MD level, and it is brilliant because we put a logo above every one of those kind of bar charts, and nobody wants to be on the right-hand side of that chart. So what that's done is two things. It has change the kind of behaviours. So those people are coming into that meeting, there's an openness in that data, they're showing it and sharing it with essentially their competitors. And they're going away from those meetings and saying, I don't want to be down on the right-hand side of here, I want to be better than Shell, I want to be better than BP. So it's driven brilliant data change culture within the organisations using data to make changes in the reduction of flaring and venting, for example, which is a massive emissions issue for us in the UK. The other thing it's done is massively improve the collaboration with those organisations. So once you have a licence on the North Sea, you're not competing with anyone because it's a commodity. Therefore, talking to their competitors, how is that a bad idea? Because you both get a win-win out of that. And we've encouraged that as well. And that was one of the things that we wrote into legislation, allowing us the ability and access to join those meetings. So we actually have the power to force two companies to talk to each other and go in there as a referee, arbitrator, whatever you want to call it, and make sure those conversations are happening and that culture is changing and those behaviours are changing. And that's all because we use data in a way to affect that change.
Okay, great answer. Thanks very much. And Joe, just finally to you on that, what are you most proud of in terms of what you've done in terms of delivering positive impact in the energy sector using data?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've actually carried out very recently is what is the biggest to date validation of sort of energy yield assessment techniques using open data. So we've taken in 45 offshore wind farms of production data. That's around 6,000 years of individual turbine data of production, and combine that with all of our methods and the open data I've talked about before with open measurements. And we've used that to validate all of our methodology to work out if we're doing a good job of predicting what you'll get out of a future wind farm. And by doing that and adjusting our methods accordingly and getting the best we possibly can out of it, we now have much more accurate methods that we can be very confident that have they've translated through the future, through from when we started doing it to now. As wind turbines get bigger, we move into different areas, and they're doing a good job. We now have a good certainty that we're doing a good job of predicting in the future as well, and that means we can optimize well future wind farms, make the most of what areas we're using, and also bring down the uncertainty in what you'll get out of those wind farms, which ultimately leads to cheaper financing for the wind farms and bring down the cost of energy.
Okay, thanks very much. We've not got a huge amount of time left. I'm just going to start again with you, Joe, and come along the panel. We've talked there about impact, but what about potential? What excites you most about the potential to use data to deliver positive energy future? I know people hate questions like this, but say 5-10 years forward, what could we be doing to use data more effectively to create that really positive energy future? And that's going to be the same question across the panel. So you've got the chance to cut the rug from under everybody else's feet.
Yeah, so in our industry, everything moves incredibly fast. We've gone from a few years ago, you'd be talking maybe 100-meter turbines in a diameter, big turbines, but we're talking about, once they're getting installed now, we're talking 230 meters, and we're talking up to 300 meters in the very near future, 5 years' time, 10 years' time. So everything moves so fast that we really need to know what's happening on the ground very quickly. We need access to that the production data, which generally is not that forthcoming, as it's fairly commercial. And we need more access to data in areas that we're not used to going to. So collaboration, cross-collaboration between companies, gathering the data, sharing the data is going to be a big part of what comes in the future to make sure we are still up to date and still doing a good job of what we need to do.
Okay, John.
And I think slightly similar to that, I'm quite excited about the pace of change of technology, having to explain what a CD was to my 5-year-old last week, which was incredibly difficult. But for me, I think the focus today and in the next few years needs to be on data, because that doesn't change. That's the kind of basis that you need, that needs to be good, and you need to have good quality data and consistent data with good data governance. So when some of this technology does appear, you can let it loose on that because you've got those control measures in, you've got that good foundation, which takes years of investing in and isn't particularly sexy. Nobody likes to talk about their database and standards, but that's key to make all of the technology work on top of it.
Okay, John Underhill.
Yeah, I think the use of data, I mean, just has almost unlimited potential in terms of critically evaluating potential sites for the energy transition, not only to identify those that are appropriate, but also to raise issues when there are problems and red flags to stop things proceeding. I think that's important, often left out of the conversation. It appears negative, but actually it's a case of less haste, more speed, and making the right decisions. There's tremendous potential across the whole energy sector. If I can give you very briefly one other example in geothermal, the data that we've been collected over the last 100 years or so tells us where the hot rocks are in Britain, places like Cairngorms and Cornwall, but they're actually a long way from the conurbations. So the problem is in transportation of heat. So if it's not going to work there, except potentially in things like the whisky industry that would like to decarbonise, that has sites close to some of the granites, there are local solutions. What's been really exciting and innovative is that, funnily enough, some of the old coal fields, so where there's high social deprivation, unemployment and the like, that became flooded at the end of the abandonment of the coal industry, those rocks actually have a higher specific heat capacity, because we know this from the data and the evidence that's been collected. You flood a coal mine, suddenly you've got warm water. Now, it's never going to boil a kettle or a bath, but actually, if that is pumped into a district heat system so that there's enough warmth to stop people making a decision of whether to put food on the table or money in the meter to have heating, that's a tremendous asset. And who knew the old black, the most polluting fossil fuel, could be the new green? There is tremendous potential, I think, when we look at data and evidence and look creatively and innovatively to try and think about how we find solutions for the energy transition. It's all rooted and based on the data and evidence and making sure that those data sets are up to speed, are high quality, high fidelity. That's the key. And of course, more complete than potentially they are now, although the UK is ahead of many other places in this regard.
Thanks very much, John. Jess, final brief word to you, please.
I think for me, what's going to be really important is to sometimes look at, what's our mainstream discourse. For example, we're talking a lot about consumer data in the work that I'm doing, and take a step back and think, are there other really important areas that we're not thinking about? And one project I'm currently working on is related to helping small and medium-sized manufacturers reduce their energy consumption and use data to kind of support their decision-making in that space. And it's really, really difficult to get hands on that kind of data. And why is that? Because they would have had half-hourly metering much before most of us would have had smart meters. So, it's really easy to get carried away with sort of what the media discourse is focusing on and then forgetting where are other innovation priorities. And I think we're all sometimes guilty of that. And I think that's going to be a major challenge in this transition, I guess, building as well, and what you said, John, not just the haste, but the speed, think smartly about where do you prioritize the limited amount of time that you can apply to all this data that's out there.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. And thank you to the 4Js for their tremendous contributions there. We now have a quick panel shuffle. So before you applaud this great panel, we're going to ask our energy experts to leave the stage and our panellists for the next session on Safer Futures to replace them. But please can you thank Joe, John, and Jess. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Okay, so while we do this switch, I'll just explain a little about this next session. Safer Futures is looking at how innovative data and AI solutions are being deployed to make the world a safer place for both children and our ageing population. Two speakers are Oh yeah, we're here, we're all here, that's great. Two speakers are going to discuss projects where data is being collected, collated and analysed to derive insights to support safer, healthier and more secure environments for children and young people. And two others are going to look at how that same approach can help older people live better quality lives in older age. It's a big topic to get through in 45 minutes, and again we'll focus on big common themes and the potential of using data most effectively in these areas. So welcome to our speakers. I'll just ask you all a big question again to open up. I'm going to start with Alex Hutchison, who is, I've knocked you off my list here, Alex. Alex is the director of the Data for Children Collaborative. And Alex, if you can explain a little about what the Data for Children Collaborative is, and its mission is to use data responsibly to improve outcomes for every child. Now, that's a huge ambition to set yourself. So you can just spend a couple of minutes telling us about the collaborative and how you think you're doing against that big ambition.
Thanks, David, and hi, everyone. Yes, so the Data for Children Collaborative is a specialist kind of unit within the Edinburgh Futures Institute. We've had a funny little life growth pattern funded by the Data Driven Innovation Project, partnering with the Scottish Government and partnering with UNICEF, but building a thing, which is always why it's hard to describe what we are. And we are a data collaborative with specialism in the domain of children. We run a portfolio of data and data science projects, all to improve children's outcomes. So we partner with organisations that are front-facing to children. We ask them, what are the challenges that you want to try and solve that might have a data-driven solution? Where do you not understand what data to use, or where do you not have the expertise that could use data and data science methodologies to be able to deliver improved outcomes for children? So we build collaborative teams between academia, public sector, third sector and private sector to answer these challenges. And when we build those teams, we take them through a responsible innovation framework, which we'll probably go into a bit more later, but everything's about how do we deliver responsibly. And because we're building collaborative teams and these people are coming from different disciplines and different substantive expertise, we need to kind of get them to on an even keel about focusing on the risks associated with data and the extra vulnerabilities that are related to children. And our role is really to pull them all together and to bring them around that purpose and that challenge-led delivery. So in terms of our ambition, and I know David's kind of pressing on the words for every child and just how kind of ridiculous that sounds as an ambition. An ambition's an ambition. You know, you need to go big to be able to then have a mission to get there. So, and for every child, I think it's really significant that that's a language that UNICEF used, one of our kind of original founding partners, really echoing and mimicking their expertise in how you think about this stuff. It allows us to bring those collaborative teams around a really child-centric conversation. Leave your ego at the door. Come and talk about how we want to solve problems for children and for every child. So child-centric conversations. And it's also really such a core term to make sure that you're thinking about representation and you're not just picking off some of the challenges that might solve the problem for those children that's really easy to solve challenges for. Great, tick, 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 we've made impact. For those children that are always getting a nudge and a nudge and a nudge forward. How do we make sure that we leave no one behind? And that's what the phrase for every child represents.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Alex. Our second speaker, Dr. Michael Salter, is an Associate Professor of Criminology at the University of New South Wales, and he's a member of the leadership team at Childlight, which was mentioned by Yarmo at the start of the day, the Global Child Safety Institute. Michael, again, if you can just tell us a little bit about Childlight and its objective to work with partners around the world to understand the prevalence, nature and scale of child sexual exploitation and abuse, and obviously how important data is to that mission.
Thanks, David. Really great to be here. And, There we go. Great to be here. So ChildLight is a more recent initiative than the Data for Children collaboration. So we were launched in March and continuing to stand up now. The real challenge for us is we're specifically focused on child sexual abuse and exploitation. What we know is that the majority of incidents of child sexual abuse are not detected by the authorities when they occur. The majority of victims and survivors grow to adulthood without a protective or therapeutic intervention. The majority of perpetrators are not known to the authorities and they will continue to offend. And of course, technology has in many ways made our child protection work much more complicated. The foundational legal and commercial structures of the internet over the last 20 years have resulted in dramatic expansion of the scale of child sexual exploitation, and the internet has unfortunately become the most efficient distributor of child sexual abuse material that humankind has managed to devise. Over the last 5 or 10 years, I think increasing awareness by governments around the world and global bodies that the majority of our investments in child protection and child safety have been at the tertiary end, primarily in law enforcement, criminal justice, and also some therapeutic support for victims and survivors, that if we are going to make a difference, if we are going to realise the goal of reducing the prevalence of child sexual abuse and exploitation, that we need to move upstream, we need to coordinate our activities, and we also need to be aware of where are we going to get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of preventative interventions. And that requires data. We need data. We need to know what are the social determinants of child sexual abuse, what are the economic, political, technological determinants, what are the levers that are available to us to reduce the overall prevalence of child sexual abuse and exploitation. So this really comes down to data. It comes down to mapping the data landscape. What are the resources that are available? What is the data that we have? Where is it? Can we get access to it? Law enforcement data, criminal justice data, for example, is extremely sensitive data legally. There are constraints about the way in which law enforcement can share that information. So are there innovative ways that we can partner with law enforcement in order to work with that data within legal and regulatory constraints? The technology sector has a vast amount of data on child sexual abuse, which they don't particularly want to share with us, because the data really casts their service in a fairly negative light. So what are the ways in which we can work with the data that's available to us to understand what is going on online, and how do we then not only gather data, map data, sometimes fill data gaps, and there's a real role here for pure research in terms of identifying data gaps and filling it through academic and other research, but then working with partners for impact. It's one thing to have data resources available, it's another thing to leverage them for real change.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Michael. We'll move on to the use of data for safer futures for older people. And I'm going to bring in first Lisa Farrell. Lisa, thank you very much for joining us today. I just wonder if you can describe some of the areas where you and your colleagues at the National Robotarium are using data, AI and robotics, obviously all very closely linked, to help create those safer futures for older people.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, David, and thanks for having me here today. Yes, as you say, there's a huge amount going on. I don't know if people are aware, I was not the original speaker, so in my research for today, some of this is even being news to me, so do bear with me through this. As well as some exciting work that we're doing around standards and regulation of the industry as a whole. I've picked out a couple of examples of some exciting projects that we're working on. The first is around Parkinson's disease. As I'm sure many of you are aware, Parkinson's is often misdiagnosed, diagnosed too late, and one of my colleagues who's just finished his PhD and has actually joined the engineering team at the National Robotarium is using an iCub robot, which is a small humanoid robot, which it's a very expensive piece of kit, and that's because it can articulate all of its joints the way we can. That means that Gielson, my colleague, has essentially been able to upload the tremors associated with Parkinson's into this robot. In time, we hope that we are going to be able to train a computer vision system to understand what is a Parkinson's tremor, what isn't, and at what stage it is at, so that we don't have to necessarily rely on fallible humans to understand what is Parkinson's and what isn't. And of course, that will mean that people are on better pathways earlier, so they've got more treatment options.
Wow. Did you say you had a second example?
There is, yes.
There is. No, go on.
Continue?
That's such a good one. Give us more. Go on.
The second one I'll talk about is the Spring project. So that's led by Professor Oliver Lemon, who's one of our co-academic leads at the National Robotarium. And that is all about conversational robotics. So robots are being used in the health and care sector. The problem or the challenge that they have at the moment is if they're in a group setting, that's a challenge. A robot at the moment can't necessarily understand that there are different people in that room with different roles. So perhaps a caregiver, a patient, a doctor, a nurse. What the Spring project is looking to do is understand what are the different roles of the different people and how do they need, what information do they need and how do they need it. So perhaps an older person with cognitive decline, they're going to need specific information in a particular style, and that's what that project is looking to understand.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks very much. Two great examples there. Alex Reisig, welcome, founder of Simply Care. If you can tell us a little bit about what Simply Care is and does and how you're using data collected in the home to allow older people to live better lives for longer.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. So Simply Care was founded really as a result of my co-founder and I having experienced falls with our family members. So my mom has experienced a few falls now that has made her more dependent on sort of our family and resources and made her nervous about leaving the house. And I think my co-founder and I, when we were first looking at founding Simply Care, we were kind of sharing that story of there's got to be a way that we can help her prevent the falls in the future. There's got to be a technology out there that can help her understand what her risk is. And the more we had conversations with folks, one thing was really clear is almost everyone we talked to was impacted by an older adult having a fall in their lives. 30% of adults over 65 will have a fall. There are, it costs the NHS £4.2 billion and has results in 220,000 A&E visits every year. And so it has a massive impact. And we thought there's got to be a way to help older adults understand their risk of a fall. And the best way to do that is with, we thought, technology. There are some great sort of assessments that you can do, things like Get Up and Go and things that are done in the hospital that can give an indication of fall assessment, but that doesn't, follow the patient kind of day in, day out and help them understand what their fall risk is on any given day. So the way that we are kind of having our impact is through two ways. One is we were funded by Innovate UK to run a research study. So we're recruiting 300 research participants from around the UK from community settings. So these are folks who live in housing associations in the community. They might be part of fall prevention programs like Steady Steps in Edinburgh. And they are concerned about their risk of a fall, and they've had one in the past year. What we do is we give them data from, or we give them a wearable device from an everyday wearable like Fitbit and Garmin and Polar, and we give them a smart scale or body composition scale. And we want to see if we can collect data from those everyday devices that you could pick up anywhere and use it in almost a clinical validated tool to be able to provide a risk of having a risk score that would indicate any sort of escalating risk to having a fall. And then the second component of it, so there's the research study that's running, and then there's also the commercialization of that research. So it's one thing to do research and to have a fantastic algorithm that can work in perfect settings, but how do we make sure that that's accessible to older adults? It's easy to understand, and we're able to get that in the hands of folks within the community.
Okay, thanks so much. Some really great examples here. Any questions, please stick them in the box, stick your hand up. I'm going to talk around a few themes again, just looking a little bit about the kind of quality and the complexity of the data. Michael, a childlight report this year, talking about data, said the sector's characterised by multiple data sources, differing definitions, lack of data access, especially relating to child sexploitation, exploitation and abuse. These are quite fundamental data problems. So how do you avoid throwing your hands up in horror and saying, what can we do here, and actually focus and try and overcome them?
Yeah, a great question, and it really comes down to working with partners around the data mapping exercise in terms of being really clear about what the resources are, and then how we can bring them together, the extent to which they intersect, and the extent to which that we can bring them together. I think there's also work to do around just the standardisation of terminology, which is very classic sort of academic work. But I think there's been a long-term underinvestment in research in child sexual abuse over a long period of time. So it's really required us to come to, I think, a point of crisis whereupon governments and other actors have been willing to put the money in to really understand the scale of the problem. When we talk about a public health approach to child sexual abuse, we compare that example to public health response to COVID-19. We simply could not have had a coordinated response to COVID-19 without actors clearly agreeing on what the terms are, clearly agreeing on what the red flags are, understanding that the data line can't keep going up when it comes to infections, it has to go down. To a certain extent, I don't think we're even quite there yet with some of our partners in agreeing that child sexual abuse is preventable. We were looking at systematic reviews this morning, looking at prevalence globally, and what's evident is that there is regional variation in child sexual abuse. It's not inevitable. It's higher in some countries and regions, and it's lower in other countries and regions. And what that means is that we can take action at the community level, at the government level, to reduce prevalence overall. So really a matter of getting everybody onto the same page. And certainly technology is a key part of the problem for us, but also a key part of the solution. And I think a lot of optimism around the potential for large language models, the potential for AI and algorithms to help us work through some of these global problems, particularly when it comes to child sexual abuse material. What is the role of AI, for example, in automatically cataloguing, automatically working through some of this content? We have some fairly controversial technology products that in fact enable us to identify the children in those images, but only by using data sets that have been, depending on your jurisdiction, illegally gathered and scraped. And so there's also some real ethical challenges for us in terms of even when a response is available, is that necessarily one we want to deploy?
Okay, thanks very much. Really fascinating. Alex, similar question for you. How do you end up, drawing in all this data and not trying to do everything so that you end up doing nothing? How do you decide on that focus?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question. Sorry.
Just hold it down for a few seconds, yeah.
There we go. Okay, sorry. I think that's a really important question, is about the sort of breadth of scope that you can sometimes be trying to boil the ocean if it's for every child. How large can you go? And a lot of my response to this question echoes what Michael's saying about this partnership working and bringing the right expertise together. So one example that we're working on at the moment is around the impact of COVID on children and young people in Scotland's access to recreational sport. And to look at that, we want to pull together lots of different data sources, because we don't really have great data in Scotland on sport and people's access to sport. So we've got good stuff from Sports Scotland, but what beyond that tells us about how people are accessing sport. And so the teams that we've got involved in looking at that, we've got Abertay University involved, we've got a private sector organisation in Edinburgh, we've got one in Dundee, but The one that's helping us with the data engineering on pulling those data sets together is actually a marketing organization. They're not an expert on children's data, but they are an expert on how to pull together data sets in a logical way to present a data catalog back out to the analysts and statisticians that are then going to analyze that data. So it's about having quite an open mind about who you're bringing in, how you're bringing them in, as I referenced earlier, that responsible innovation framework where we do think about the ethics and we do think about the management of the data and the security. So that would be one example. Another is looking at the impact of seasonality on wasting surveys in sub-Saharan Africa and Bangladesh. So we're looking at 3 countries in sub-Saharan Africa and Bangladesh. That's just looking at all of the kind of market access, crop yield, drought, rainfall, climate data. We're talking about massive expanses of data to pull them together in a way that actually tells us month by month how might that impact children's malnutrition surveys, so that we can then say there is a relationship, there is a correlation, we can try and adjust for that in UNICEF's SDG reporting that they do on an annual basis. To do all of that, again, different expertise coming in, different people who know about crop yield, who know about climate data. How do you bring it all together sensibly? So you need that kind of accountability and responsibility clearly defined in how you're running those projects.
Okay, thanks very much. There's a very specific question, Lisa, for you, which is quite interesting based on what you said about what's the advantage of using robots with human tremors over observing human tremors in a human being? And can an algorithm reproduce the behaviour of a human completely?
Interesting question. To my knowledge, the fact that the tremor is not always associated with Parkinson's is the problem here. So it might be misdiagnosed as Parkinson's or not Parkinson's, and a treatment pathway is followed, and that might, the disease might advance to a degree where a treatment is not applicable. In everything we do, we're not looking to replace humans with algorithms or with any of the robots. It's to assist the humans, to give them back the information, to give them as much information as possible so that they can make the best decisions for the patients.
Okay, and just while you're on, Lisa, moving on to talk a bit about collaboration. What about those kind of importance of public-private collaboration? Like, the Robotarium is, although it's now self-funding, it was publicly funded through DDI. But how do you involve the private sector to really accelerate some of the work that you're doing and get it out there into the market rather than it remaining, I suppose, commercialising that research?
Yeah, absolutely. Back on, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. And I think you've touched on a key word there is accelerate. That's exactly what we're looking to do. And by having a private entity in a consortium with us, that is really accelerating getting the world-class research into the real world to solve some of society's biggest challenges. So an example of this is we are working with Blackwood Homes, who provide residential care homes, and we have worked with them on, and I'm just going to say this once because our CEO says I sound like Cilla Black when I say this, but the Lara Lab. So that is our laboratory for assisted robotic assistance. And we've worked with Blackwood Homes there in a symbiotic relationship. Not only do they get to see what is the next phase of robotics in a care setting or in the home, we also get to speak with them. They have shared their knowledge on the regulations, British standard regulations, on what they are applying. So we're essentially sharing expertise, and by working with them, supporting them to adopt this technology, it means that they're the private entity, essentially they're taking on the risk of making this, they're a business, they're trying to, the incentive is on them to produce a quality product.
Okay, thank you. I'd just quite like to talk a bit about ethics and trust as well. There's a lot of issues, obviously, we've talked about today already around kind of privacy and security. Alex Reisig, first of all, do you get any kickback against this idea of collecting very sort of personal data in the home? And how do you address any issues around that privacy and security?
Yeah. Oh.
That's been the dodgy mic of the day. No, so somebody had a problem with that. That's it, you're right.
Okay, we're having big issues with the mics today. The short answer is yes. Of course, we get kickback about using personal data, particularly health data, and also when we work with vulnerable adults, vulnerable populations. I think the great thing is that there are fantastic standards for how we can use data responsibly. And so making sure that we follow best practice standards, GDPR guidelines, ISO 27001, going through ethics protocols, I think are just incredibly important. And I think being transparent about going through those processes is also very important. So one of the things that we decided to do early on, even though this is a commercial research study and we didn't need to, we went through ethics approval with the University of Edinburgh's medical school. So to make sure that we were getting checked as if this was a clinical trial, because we wanted to make sure that our governance of the data was on par with any sort of clinical health trial that was out there. I think we lean on that a lot, and I think it's kind of easy to lean on that and then not kind of talk the talk but not walk the walk, you know. And so I think we are stewards of very, very critical and important data that if there was a breach or anything like that could be catastrophic to our users. And I think we remind ourselves carefully and kind of think very clearly about how we're using the data.
And is there a generational issue here? This is an issue that comes up time and time again, that you're working with older people, generally speaking, who are at risk of falls. Just that uncertainty of having technology in their homes and what they actually need to do with it to assist what you're wanting to learn from them. And is that something that will change in time as older generations are more comfortable with technology?
There's definitely a distrust of us, especially when we first come into folks' homes and we're bringing all these devices and all of this technology. The ethics kind of approval gets us through the organizational doors. So it gets us for like Methodist Housing Association, for example, which is one of our partners, gets us into the door. And then I think it's about explaining and demonstrating that the research participant or our customers have control over their data. One thing, though, I think is important is, although there's some distrust, which I think is fair because vulnerable adults or older adults are more vulnerable to cyber attacks and to scam phone calls and things like that. And so they're very careful to like answer the phone. You know, we save our number in their phone so that when we call, they feel confident and comfortable answering the phone. But all of that being said, once you're answering the phone, once you're kind of past that trust threshold, they are very, very curious about this data. And they see a massive opportunity in it. The minute they put their watch on and they're kind of looking at their heart rate data, or they stand on the scale and they're able to see their hydration levels, it's like, oh my God, this is so cool. You know, I didn't know that you could collect this kind of data, but it's kind of getting past that barrier of trust.
Okay, that's really interesting. Lisa, similar question to you, I suppose. The whole idea of not just using robots, but all this range of kind of internet-enabled devices, collecting data in people's home sensors and so on. What sense do you get of the work that the Robotarium's doing in terms of the issues that Alex has just talked about? And what kind of privacy safeguards do you think we need to make sure people are comfortable with what data is being collected?
Interesting question, and I actually don't think I can add much to what Alexandra said in terms of the research that we do. We are bound by, industry standards in the higher education sector around ethics and sticking to those. What I did say earlier on, the National Robotarium are doing some interesting work around the standardisation and regulation. So part of the work that we're doing is not necessarily just the research and the R&D, but it's the whole sector. How do we regulate? How do we standardise? How do we ensure that whatever is put in place is equitable and fair and shows equality? I think what we're actually seeing is not necessarily around, and I understand it was mentioned by an earlier panellist, possibly from Public Health Scotland, around people aren't necessarily worried about their data. In fact, I think they quite like their data to be used for the greater good. And I think something that Alexandra touched on there is people's trust in the technology. Just a small anecdote, we had a gent that was coming in to do some rehabilitation research with us, and we were using a small Pepper robot. Now it's a humanoid robot, looks about no older than about 10 years old, and it was asking him to do specific exercises. And afterwards, he offered some feedback, and it was absolutely fine. And this was a gruff Scottish gentleman. He said it was absolutely fine, but why is this 10-year-old robot telling me what to do? Humorous anecdote. However, there's a serious point in there that it's a subjective view of the robots. It's per person. So we are really trying to understand what individuals' perceptions are of robotics, and academic colleagues are involved in a trustworthy autonomous systems node, which is using a cross-disciplinary approach. We've got psychologists in there, cognitive scientists, behavioural scientists, to understand how people respond to robotics. So the ethics and the data is part of that, but really it's just that interaction, that human-robotic interaction. That's one of our biggest challenges.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to Michael and Alex in a minute, but Alex Reisig again, sorry, just a specific question about what specific measurements and data SimplyCare uses in the home.
Yeah, so we give research participants, so for the research study, which we'll be collecting the same metrics for the commercial app as well, but we collect the same metrics that sort of a fitness tracker would collect. So I'm wearing one of the watches that we use, and it collects the data around sleep, so sleep quality, sleep phases, amount of time in those phases. It collects data around activity, so step count, activity intensity, inactivity stamps, so how often you're sitting down for long periods of time. Some of you have these watches and it tells you to get up. It's because it has a timer in it. It will collect heart rate data, breathing rate data as well. The smart scales are interesting because they're body composition scales, so they can collect your your weight, but also your different masses, so muscle mass, bone density, hydration levels as well. And then finally, we also collect data from assessments, so self-reported questionnaires, how their environment is impacting them, so any changes to their environment, their activities of daily living and levels of support that they need, how they're kind of feeling on from one day to the next, the mental health and kind of emotional health of the research participant as well. And that's the kind of combination of data that we'll use to support the FALS algorithm.
Great. Thank you very much. Just on that sort of trust and ethics point, Michael, when it comes back to the kind of work that you're doing, the sensitive work that you're doing, how do you balance that need for sort of caution, thoroughness, security with actually delivering impact? How do you not get so ground down in what you can't do that you don't actually deliver any impact?
I mean, this is really, for us, it's very ethically and politically contested terrain. There was a project a couple of years ago that I was doing looking at dark web offender conversations about abusing children, and my institutional ethics review board was really worried because the pedophiles hadn't consented to the collection of data on their conversations about sexually abusing children, and the only way that they would approve the project is if I said in writing, I think these pedophiles would be fine with me gathering data on their conversations about abusing children. And so, I mean, I think some of our sort of standard ethical frameworks that we use to mitigate risk don't transfer very easily and properly. At the same time, I mean, I've conducted research that's required me to view child sexual abuse material, and this is not only illegal content, but it's images that the people in it would probably desperately want nobody to ever see again. And so there's questions there as well about how we work with victims and survivors and how we don't betray their trust, that just because so much of their lives and their private lives has been shared without their consent, how do we work with them appropriately and effectively so that we are all on the same side and they don't feel like they've been betrayed? There's a public trust question for us, and the public is very committed to child protection and child safety, and the public is willing to make compromises in order to keep kids safe, but we can't take that trust for granted and we can't betray it. And in a world where there is an immense amount of data available on the clear web about all of us, and there have been moves for technology companies that are focused on child protection to harvest that data. And the most obvious example is Clearview AI, which has a data set of 30 billion faces. They have your face in their database, but they didn't ask you for it. But last month, they took 10,000 cold cases of child sexual abuse material, and by running those images through Clearview AI, they were able to rescue 300 children. So, unethically gathered database and then deployed to rescue children at scale who otherwise wouldn't have been protected. And these are some of the ethical trade-offs that we're in at the moment, and I honestly don't have an easy answer for them.
Okay, Alex, I guess similar question to you. I don't know if you've got anything to add about the kind of ethics and trust that Michael's talked about, but within those parameters that you work in, can you give clear examples of where working with data has had demonstrable impact through Data for Children Collaborative?
Yeah, I mean, I probably could talk for about half an hour about ethics and trust, so I realise you're pushing me on to the sort of impact piece, but just to add to what everybody said across the panel here on ethics, I think the way that we think about that within the Data for Children Collaborative is very much, it's a discussion, it's part of the whole series of conversations that are going on with these teams. It's something we consider at the very beginning. Are we the right, has anyone actually asked for this thing? And are we the right people to deliver it? Like, that's your first ethical question. And then you go through an ethical discussion with all the different perspectives coming in. How are you bringing in young voices into what you're looking at? Should you even do that? Are you gonna value them? Are they meaningful? So I could go on and on about responsible innovation, but it's broad. The ethics is one pillar. You've got data protection, you've got data management, you've got participation, you've got understanding your legal obligations. It's a big spectrum, and maybe one for another conference. In terms of impact and the use of data, I think one of our kind of highlights in terms of impact, and again, going back to that for every child statement, our impact is how did we help the organisations that are helping the children? And we do work that either looks at advocacy and progressing UNICEF's advocacy or development programming work. So how are we helping them to change how they're helping children? So one of the big ones for us was more recently, we delivered a heat wave report off the back of a children's climate risk index that we built with UNICEF that then churned out more information. And we looked at future plausible scenarios on heat waves, and we had terrifying data results, absolutely terrifying. But for me, sitting with my little cup of tea, watching one of the youth activists, one of the globally renowned youth activists, Vanessa Nakate, on Channel 4 News, messaging to the Prime Minister that children are more vulnerable to these climate crises, and you've got to look at the specifics of the risk and the vulnerability. That was a big impact, and seeing the impact that then has for the conversations at COP, and that's where decisions are going to be made. That's where political influence can be heard.
Okay, I think you've probably moved a little bit, just for the final question to each of the panellists, in terms of potential, that what we can achieve. You've touched a little bit on it there. Anything else to add to that in what's your ambition to use data well to support the work of the Data for Children Collaborative in the next 5 to 10 years?
So our ambition is really to kind of spread both our way of working, our approaches, and that safety and that trust beyond the domain of children, for others to pick up those processes and approaches, but also to work more with other partners. So we're already clearly working strongly with UNICEF and organisations within Scotland, but who else can we work with? Who else needs that help in finding the right data and expertise and bringing it together? So that's really where we can see our expansion opportunities and making that difference in children's lives and others.
Okay, and same question to you, Michael. What is the big potential for Childlight? What would you like to see Childlight achieve by using data in the next 5 to 10 years?
I I think in the child sexual abuse-based data is really about visibility, and it's also about accountability. So it's measuring the issues, it's bringing them to light, and it's also holding the different actors accountable when they fail to act, and whether those actors are government, whether they're non-government, whether they're private sector. One of a recent study that we're currently writing up at the moment was funded by an Australian bank. We conducted a national representative survey across 3 jurisdictions, so Australia, the US and UK. We asked men in the community about perpetration of child sexual abuse, both online and offline. We also gathered quite a lot of information from that survey about their online activities and their economic activities. And part of the work with the banks is actually then to it's not to publish that publicly, it's to pass that information to the banks so that they can better interrogate large financial data sets in order to identify customers who appear to be at risk of, or who are likely to be engaged in the online sexual abuse of children, for example. So there's lots of ways in which we can work as academics within a university, that we can intersect with partners who have data that we can't necessarily get access to, and we might not need to get access to, but we can translate data sort of across those barriers and boundaries to get, I think, real impacts for kids.
Okay, thank you. And then the final question to Lisa and then to Alex. You know, what's the potential for the National Robotarium, Lisa, again, to use data, AI and robotics to deliver safer futures for older people?
There's a couple of points here. The technology is advancing all the time. It's difficult to predict where it's going to be in 5-10 years' time. But where I'm seeing real opportunities for real impact is AI, using big data sets, crunching them together, and especially sort of per person medicine. How do we treat the person and prevent long-term illnesses before they're even set in. And I think crucially for the National Robotarium, something that we, if not unique, very rare, is that we are almost sector agnostic. We work across a number of different sectors. So our work with older people can benefit from our work with, say, the construction industry or the energy industry or the transport industry. And we can bring that learning back from those sectors into our work with older people to make the world around us safer for older people.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks, Lisa. And Alex, finally to you, what do you hope Simplicare can achieve over the next decade to deliver safer futures for older people?
Yeah, thank you. I think the big kind of area is moving away from falls and into kind of healthy aging and independence more generally. So our mission is of building a world where everyone enjoys later life. So we think that there's 3 ingredients to independence, that someone's safe, that someone's healthy, and that someone's happy. And so we're kind of, by tackling falls, we're tackling a safety issue, but we want to go beyond that. And the use of the data coming from a variety of sources, from accessible technology, is the way that we think that we can do that, by harnessing data from different, from self-reported, from a wearable device, from a smart scale, from a blood pressure monitor, from smart home, that we can provide older adults with an understanding of where they are now and how they can get to where they want to go, to be able to maintain their independence or improve, so that they can have another 5 years of healthy, independent life, which is the UK's goal.
Great stuff. Thank you so much to Alex, to Michael, and to Lisa. Very wide-ranging, but I hope some really very interesting specific examples there of the kind of work that's going on with data to really make a difference. We'll ask for a clap in a minute. We've got our last break of the day now. We're going to start again at 3:10. Our last session is on AI, past, present and future. We're going to look at the history of AI, 60 years of AI research in Edinburgh. We're going to look at where we are and put some perspective on the big discussions about AI this year with Professor Shannon Valla, and then look at where we go from here. And we'll be joined by Steph Wright from the Scottish AI Alliance, and Stephanie Hare, our keynote speaker, will be back again to join the discussion. So please be back here for 3:10, but thank our speakers from this panel. Thank you. Thank you. How would you think to take this? Well, I found it yesterday around 15. Yeah. Okay, just 15 is perfect. Are you showing
Whatever you want me to do.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's 15 to 20.
15 to 20 is perfect, yeah. If you want to give us much or something. So we'll start, we'll start as near as 10 past when we can get put back in.
Steph! I keep bringing it up, sorry.
Yeah. I put my hand with the little heads to go on, you see. So I have to make it all stop. It's all right. Yeah, I think Chris, I'll start. I'll introduce you.
I am indeed, and no one else is here, so I was wondering that. I got on my leg, so.
Okay, I'll probably come back. And then when Shannon sticks, you have a see Shannon. Come on, right, step. So it's all about sending me down. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, John knows you. Yeah. Hi, Steph.
Hey, how you doing? I'm alright. No worries. I said, I'm sorry, I'm done my hair. Is that you?
Yeah.
I'm not sorry for you being vegetarian. It's generally complications are no. Every person I go. How much more interesting should we get done?
It's made me laugh, isn't it?
It has indeed, thank you. I'm going to go see if I can find Oh, thank you. That's kind. Did you know?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, a bit like these are the ones I prepared earlier. I don't annotate them. What's their speaking? Because I don't know if you're going to talk, I don't know anything about it. Are you not? I see. I see. I don't know anything about it whatsoever, so I have to bring in chat about what they're saying. Yeah. Oh yeah. Essentially, that's right. That's what I'm doing. When people, sometimes people it took me a little while to get back into doing it. Yeah. Strange. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad.
If you don't know what's going to happen to this, yeah, very much. It also
right.
Yeah, it's postcards, I'm sure.
So I think actually the point I will make is there is a point it isn't necessarily what it's like system Hello. Oh yeah. Yes. Oh, really?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are on the home straight. Shh. Can everybody grab a seat, please? Sorry, we've got three of our speakers causing a disturbance at the front there. Welcome back, and we are heading into our final session on AI, past, present, and future. What's going to happen in this session is this: we're going to hear from two speakers. First of all, about AI past and AI present, and then we'll go into a panel discussion about where we are and where we go from here. As we heard this morning from Stephanie Hare, the debate around AI really has exploded over the last 6 months or so. Geoffrey Hinton, formerly of the University of Edinburgh, at one point lit the blue touch paper, quitting Google and saying he'd changed his mind about the relationship between humans and digital intelligence, voicing fears that generative AI could spread misinformation and eventually threaten humanity. The X risks against the now risks, as Stephanie spoke about earlier on. We also saw the letter, as Stephanie called it, with the 1,000 tech leaders claiming AI represented profound risks to society and humanity. And again, we've got the UK AI Summit, Intergovernmental AI Summit, coming up at Bletchley Park this autumn. So to begin this session, we're going to look back. AI has been around maybe longer than some of us think. We're going to look at 60 years of AI research at the University of Edinburgh. And to talk about that, please welcome the Chair of Machine Learning at the School of Informatics, Professor Chris Williams.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Can you hear me okay? Great. Okay. So I'll try to give you an overview of the sort of 60 years of AI and computer science and cognitive science at the University of Edinburgh, which we're actually celebrating this year in 2023. So the story goes back to, well, actually about 1963 with the experimental programming unit of Donald Mickey, who worked on reinforcement learning, robotics, and game playing like chess. And there was also, and well, let me put all these cast of characters up. There are four profs really around 1966. So Donald Mickey, Christopher Longett Higgins, and Richard Gregory came from Cambridge and joined Donald Mickey. Christopher Longett Higgins worked on cognitive science mainly, and Richard Gregory on visual perception. And there was also Bernard Meltzer, who'd been in Edinburgh already, working on forming the meta-mathematics unit in 1965. So this was the sort of milieu of what was going on in Edinburgh at that time. And this was very early on. You know, at this time in the world, there are probably like 4 places that you could actually work on AI, 3 of them in the US and Edinburgh here in the UK. One thing that happened is that Richard Gregory actually left in 1970 and Jim Howe took over the Bionics Research Laboratory and worked on computers in education. So there are a variety of different areas of research that were carried out. One that's kind of fun is work by Donald Mickey's group on the MENIS, the Machine Educable Noughts and Crosses Engine. So this is, we now, well, 5 years ago, we heard about AlphaGo, a machine that learns to play Go, which is obviously a much more complex and richer game than noughts and crosses, but you should bear in mind this was 1961. And in fact, the funny thing is that they didn't actually have a computer. So to actually teach this machine, what they actually did is for each state on the noughts and crosses board, so each configuration of noughts and crosses, they had a matchbox associated with that. And what it would have in that is a bunch of beads that would say, and the color of that bead would tell you where to play the next move. So, and this machine was actually, it could learn, it basically, you would take this history of the actions that were taken in a game, and if that was a successful game, you'd sort of reward that path, and if it was an unsuccessful game, you'd sort of punish that path. So it was kind of fun, and in fact, we just had at the Science Festival in April a recreation of this computer. So it's really fun to see early reinforcement learning and actually how you can actually see learning in action. There was also a set of machine intelligence workshops. Again, this is very early on in the world to hold these in Edinburgh. And also another key aspect of work in the Department of Machine Intelligence and Perception was Freddy the Robot. So this robot is actually now kept in the National Museum of Scotland. You can actually see it, and you can also see a film of it actually working. And what it was trying to do is to take pieces, which you can see, well, on the sort of bottom right of the photo, a bunch of components and assemble them into, I think, a toy car or something like this. So this is a so-called hand-eye robot. It needs to see the scene, and the technology, you know, at that time, compared to what we can do on our phones now, is just so, it's so poor, right? You know, it's sort of like TV cameras, very expensive, very heavy, and also a gripper that can pick up these pieces. So this was worked on by Pat Ambler, who was actually an early female pioneer of robotics, Harry Barrow, Chris Brown, Rod Burstall, Robin Poppleston, and Steve Salter. Other work was on programming and teaching. So, for example, there was an AI2 course. Curiously, the AI2 course didn't actually have an AI1 course, but this was basically in the second year, so that's why it's called AI2. And you know, it's an early development of teaching materials in AI, along with things like programming languages like the POP2 language, and also the Logo project. So a project actually teaching children about computer programming through driving a so-called turtle. So there's a lot of different kind of work going on in Edinburgh across AI, work on automated reasoning. So we might have We might have some knowledge about the world, and also we also have rules of inference about how to derive new information based on what we know through logical inference. And so a lot of different pieces of work on that world of automated reasoning, which could be, for example, about theorem proving. Can we develop new mathematical theorems, or solving mathematics problems, mechanics problems, as done here by Alan Bundy and collaborators. And actually, that reminds me, I should have acknowledged right at the beginning, these slides are actually initially prepared by Alan Bundy, and I'd like to thank him for them. So one of the other areas is really, we can sort of divide AI into sort of two areas. One is actually we might want to say, well, how can we get machines to do things that are intelligent, either to think intelligently or to act intelligently? And the other thing is we can be interested in modeling humans and their how they actually behave intelligently. So in 1969, there was a school of epistemics founded by Christopher Longer Higgins, and epistemics is the construction of formal models of the processes, perceptual, intellectual, and linguistic, by which knowledge and understanding are achieved and communicated. And so this is a very broad project. You can see from the range of academic units that are involved in it. Initially just as a seminar series, but actually this work on cognitive science morphed into the Center for Cognitive Science in 1982, and then that became part of the School of Informatics in 1998. So work in cognitive science, the associative net was actually a very early neural network, actually inspired by the architecture of a hippocampal brain region, and it's about learning input-output mapping. So David Wilshaw and Peter Buneman, who actually worked on this, are actually still with the school. Christopher Longer Higgins is sadly no longer with us. So this was an early neural network, and basically learning how to do these input-output mappings. We also had, for example, on the bottom right, relaxation, its role in computer vision. This was actually the PhD thesis of Jeff Hinton in 1978, who was supervised by Christopher Longer Higgins. And as David mentioned, actually, Jeff has gone on to be called the godfather of machine learning. Also work on things like computational musical analysis. Actually, Longer Higgins was a very accomplished pianist of sort of concert standard, and some of the work he did was on various kinds of musical analysis. And also another important area of research was that of computational linguistics, which actually still is a great strength of the school. So if we've got a parser, we actually want to understand the structure of sentences. We want noun phrases and verb phrases and so on. We want to understand how to decompose that sentence in order to try and understand it better. We might want to have dialogue systems, or you might want to generate text in response to an image, which is actually a very current activity, for example, with ChatGPT, but we might want to understand this image of noughts and crosses and actually then interact with that system about what to do next. So, as I said, in the 60s, Edinburgh was one of the 4 worldwide centers in AI, along with MIT, Stanford, and Carnegie Mellon, and there was groundbreaking work in a whole bunch of areas. And in fact, I think that that's sort of still true today through my colleagues in natural language, robotics, machine learning, computer vision, reasoning, knowledge representation, speech, cognitive science, and computational neuroscience. But what I wanted to also just say a bit more about is actually sort of moving from the past to the present. So you'll hear a lot about machine learning. I mean, often AI and machine learning are sort of confounded as being the same thing, and it's true that what has driven a lot of AI work over the last decade is actually the application of machine learning techniques in those areas. And so the way you want to think about a lot of machine learning is perhaps as an input-output mapping. So let me give you some examples. We might have images of a patch of skin, and we want to predict whether or not that skin is cancerous. This is obviously what skin cancer specialists do. And we might want to have a system to help those specialists. And so another example is around, in a business situation, we might be a bank, we want to say whether a loan should be granted for a particular customer on the basis of information that they hold about that customer. And obviously, their likelihood to, we just want to assess their likelihood to repay that loan. And of course, one other very recent piece of work on large language models, such as ChatGPT, in fact, they're what we're trying to do, and the way they're actually trained is to predict the next word. So we see a bunch of text, and we then want to say what the next word that I was going to say is, right? So that's how we train that system. So we can think about these as input-output mappings, right? We want to collect data, say for the skin cancer, we have lots of images of skin patches, maybe collected in clinical practice, and there will be diagnoses, perhaps through biopsies that have been taken of those skin patches, so we know the true label for those. And what we want to train the system to do is to make those predictions. Okay, so that's how they work, and essentially here, labeled data is really important, right? We need to know both whether, in the skin cancer case, whether that patch of skin was cancerous or not. In the loan data, we'll need to train this system, and we'll need to have examples. Okay, a loan was offered to this person, and whether they actually, in fact, repaid it or not. So there are lots and lots of different methods in machine learning that can be used to make predictions. So if you remember sort of statistics 101, you might remember things like linear regression. But currently, deep neural networks are very much to the fore, and they have a lot of power to handle sort of nonlinear mappings and learn feature extraction, but they have their own issues as well. So in terms of issues, one big issue is we saw we needed this labeled data, and if you have one of the absolutely key things is actually the quality of that data, right? If it's poor quality, essentially we'll have garbage in, garbage out. But the issue is not only about the quality of the data, there may be biases in data. So we talked about this skin cancer example, and it may be in Scotland we have data for perhaps far more white people than black people. Then we might have a problem about actually the quality of predictions that we'll make for the minority group. So it's important to pay attention not only at, say, the overall accuracy of the system. Maybe it's great, it's, I don't know, 95% accurate, that sounds good, but if there are certain groups of people for which that performance is much worse, that's a big problem, that's a big issue that we need to address. So we need to pay attention to such biases in the data and how those may manifest themselves. Another issue is that really we're learning associations, okay? We're normally not learning the causal dependencies between certain things. And often learning associations can be very helpful. And so that's not to say that's a bad thing. But for example, if we want to make interventions, maybe if we're trying to, say in an intensive care unit, we really want to have an understanding of how, say, giving some sort of drug would actually impact the patient, and then think about how, alternative different treatment scenarios, how those could play out. And that's a much more causal question and a much more difficult question. And yeah, I think that, we're probably at least 10 years away from having that sort of knowledge that we'd want to have for an intensive care unit to really be able to take knowledge about how drugs and also diseases act in the body, and then understand how we should create treatments like that. Another area that is very much to the fore in the press is confabulations of large language models. So large language models can make remarkable output, and that can sometimes seem very accurate and germane, but also occasionally and it can make completely incorrect assertions. And so that's a big problem, right? And if you think about, well, how did we train the large language model? It's about sort of predicting, the next word of text. It's not perhaps deep theories about, what's going on in terms of knowledge and so on. So I think one interesting thing there is that actually large language models as they currently are maybe not the end point of the evolution, right? We can think about so-called retrieval augmented large language models that actually sort of say, well, I'm telling you this piece of text because actually I'm referencing back to where I got this information from, which is sort of what, as academics, we'd like to see our students doing, right? So I think that that you should bear in mind that they aren't necessarily the end point of the evolution of these technologies, and maybe there are things we can do to improve those issues around confabulations. The other issue about deep neural networks is explainability. So, as I said, we can make these sort of deeper multi-layered networks that can be much more effective at prediction, but they're actually much harder to explain how they're making those predictions, and that can also be a problem. So that's certainly something that's sort of a trade-off between accuracy and explainability. And so finally, I guess this is probably obvious, but sometimes in the press it can seem like AI is magic, and AI is definitely not magic, right? It's a lot of hard work and engineering. It's a lot of things around the data quality. It's about developing these systems, but also, of course, understanding their limitations, and also understanding really how usually we're building AI tools, and these can be used in association with humans in order to do useful things. Okay, let me stop there. Thanks.
Thanks very much to Chris Williams. It's kind of quite mind-boggling to think about AI without computers. And here we are, kind of 60 years on, and to bring us, Chris brought us a little bit up to date there, to bring us a bit more up to date with some thoughts on where we are now with AI in 2023, one of the kind of biggest talking points in the media over the last 6 to 9 months in particular. Please, can you welcome the Baillie Gifford Professor in the Ethics of Data and AI, and the Director of the Centre for Techno-Moral Futures at the Edinburgh Futures Institute, Professor Shannon Fowler.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me all right? Excellent. Not knowing precisely what Chris was going to say, I decided to go without slides today and just prepare some thoughts, but be able to also adapt on the fly and not replicate anything that Chris has already shared with you. But his presentation, I think, has set mine up quite nicely. So thank you very much. And I'm going to be a little bit provocative. For those of you who know me, that might not be too surprising. But I want to start out by picking up from the past and moving on to this question about where we are today. So we conventionally describe AI as something that started as a rigorous scientific field in 1956 with the first Dartmouth Conference on Artificial Intelligence. Of course, that built on the pillars of previous work in computing and cybernetics that motivated that research program. But what we've seen since 1956 is not only an exploration of the field of artificial intelligence in many different directions, right? So if you've just started hearing about AI as a commercial reality in the past couple of years, you might imagine that we've been traveling in sort of a direct arrow, right? But as Chris's presentation made clear, we've actually been exploring a broad range of scientific approaches to AI, as well as engineering techniques to facilitate it. So AI is really still today many different technologies, not one path of development that's converging upon something like ChatGPT. In addition to the technologies being quite diverse, There are also many different definitions of artificial intelligence and many different goalposts or benchmarks for what it would mean to achieve the goal of artificial intelligence research. So, for example, think about the shift from the goal of building a thinking machine in 1956 to what we're trying to do today, or what we think we might have already done today, or are on the verge of doing. So a thinking machine would be a machine that understands the world much as we do, or at least with a comparable level of reliability and aptitude. It would be a machine that understands the causal forces that bring together the world in the form that we all occupy, that allow us to understand what might happen next in our environment, that can understand and care about the distinction between truth and falsehood. And as we see, the machines that are most powerful today in the domain of commercial artificial intelligence lack those thinking capacities, lack that understanding, and yet they have very powerful capabilities. So what we've done then is move from the concept of a thinking machine as a cognitive benchmark that would need to be achieved and validated through a program of rigorous scientific research and verification, to a narrowly task-based and engineering-driven behavioral account of AI. First, as human-level general intelligence, what we used to define as do everything that an intelligent human can do, where we don't really care what's behind the behavior as long as we can get the behavior, right? As long as it can perform the tasks that a human with thinking would do, we don't really care whether the machine thinks at all. If it just computes, fine. We'll call it artificial intelligence. So notice that shift in the goalpost. But now the goalposts are moving further. So we've got OpenAI, who has recently said that their definition of AGI is a machine that can outperform humans at all economically valuable work. That's their definition of artificial general intelligence now, a machine that can outperform humans at all economically valuable work. I want to ask you what you think these shifts tell us about how the values driving the field of artificial intelligence have changed in the past 75 years, and whether you think those changes are for the better. For example, OpenAI now tells us that their mission is to build AGI that is safe and beneficial for all of humanity. I think we'd all like to see something that's safe and beneficial for all of humanity, right? But what say do all of humanity have in it? Virtually none. OpenAI get to decide what that means. If you asked all of humanity, or even just any minimally representative chunk of us, to create a list of our most desired innovations that would benefit all of humanity, where do you think we would have put on that list OpenAI's intended achievement, a machine that can outperform us at all economically valuable work? Imagine the list you would have created of innovations that will benefit all of humanity. Where would you have put that on the list? I don't think it would even be on your list. Maybe it's for a few of you, right? If we imagine a kind of post-work world, right, where we're all freed from the burdens of labor, but we also recognize that's also a world where we're freed from the opportunities to exercise our agency in the world in the meaningful ways we do today. And we have no idea what a world would look like without those opportunities or how to recreate them in a different economic order. And OpenAI, I don't think, is particularly interested in transforming that economic order, right? They're interested in building a machine that can outperform us. Now, this is a serious concern for us, not just because we're not adequately planning for AI's likely impact on the labor force, but because what we're doing is we're ignoring the need for AI to earn a social license to operate. And this endangers the truly beneficial potential applications of AI as well, of which there are many. I actually want to see AI advance. I want to see it continue to develop as a tool that we can use to address many of our most urgent challenges. And I worry that we're heading on a path where social permission for that to happen is going to be increasingly endangered by the reckless and single-minded way we're pursuing AI today. We need public support and consent for AI innovation in order to be able to develop its most beneficial applications, particularly since many of those will require public investment and support rather than just sort of private venture capital. We need AI that can support everything from improvements in the availability and storage of renewable energy, to biomedical advancements, to fight disease, to identify ways to make ourselves, our communities, and the planet more resilient to climate change, as well to arrest the factors accelerating climate change. There's a million things I could name that we need AI to help us with. But keep in mind that technologies with a much clearer path to being made reasonably safe and beneficial to all of humanity, such as nuclear power and GMOs, have already, in recent decades, been actively rejected in many countries as a result of their failure to retain a broad social license to operate. I actually think that's a pretty terrible thing. I actually think nuclear power is something we should still have in our range of options if it can be developed and regulated safely, which it can. I feel the same way about GMOs. But we didn't succeed in bringing the public along globally to those possibilities. Now, if public fears and distrust of institutions to put proper safeguards in place have limited humanity's potential to benefit from those technologies, which most scientists agree actually have a clear benefit relative to their risks, then what do you think happens when companies push forward towards AGI without any democratic license, without any regulatory oversight, without any public safeguards, or without any accountability for the harms created in AI's wake? Now, you might think, wait, but aren't all these companies asking now for those things? Aren't they pushing for regulation and oversight? Isn't that why we're having a big summit at Bletchley Park? Well, as you might have heard a little bit about this morning, the focus of those calls is actually not on the need to create the mechanisms for accountability and safety in the present, but rather to create mechanisms for a highly speculative future. Right now, AI companies are working very hard to convince governments around the world, and they are, by the way, largely succeeding, to ignore the near-term challenges for aligning AI with human benefit and justice, not just near-term as in tomorrow, next year, but near-term as in right now, needed it yesterday, okay? So AI companies are working to push governments' attention away from that horizon into the future to focus their attention narrowly on so-called existential risks. But the large majority of computer scientists and machine learning researchers, and I've been doing informal surveys of this for years, still believe is a matter of purely speculative fiction. I'm talking about scientifically baseless worries about AI systems waking up and escaping our control, or even developing their own malign intentions toward us and causing human extinction. There are governments taking those kinds of claims extremely seriously today and diverting all of their existing plans for AI governance in the present toward a program of protection against a far future threat of this kind. Now, there are, in fact, very real safety challenges with AI that relate to control of the kinds of systems that we have today. But these are not new challenges, and they have nothing to do with futuristic fantasies of creating superhuman machine minds. Machine learning systems have always presented complex safety challenges when they're enabled to behave autonomously or when they're linked in with physical infrastructure. So these are not long-term risks at all. They're present ones. And they're ones that actually we have a fair amount of good knowledge of how to manage. And sure, we need to keep pushing that knowledge forward, right? These problems are not solved. But safety isn't a problem that you solve, right? It's not something it's not like we'd want the nuclear engineers at the power plants to sort of say, oh, okay, we solved it, we can go home now. No one needs to monitor the plant. It's good. We're never gonna have that with AI either. AI safety is something that will always be there as a challenge. But the existential risk narrative that you're hearing isn't about improving the safety of systems today, because that would require imposing better regulatory oversight, robust and agile accountability and liability mechanisms, and clear safety standards that those selling this narrative desperately want to avoid in the present. Instead, the effort is to distract public and government attention from the immediate need for action to create effective and agile systems for AI governance, and push it instead into a speculative future. This also shrinks the broader ethical demands that people rightly want AI systems to satisfy to a very narrow conception of safety. So if you ask a traditional safety engineer of the sort that used to be employed by every major firm in the 80s and 90s, what safety means, they're going to give you a actually quite broad conception of what that means. But even if we just take that notion, that's not what we're seeing these companies talk about. They're talking about safety as non-extinction, right? Or the ability at least to prevent humans from widely being harmed by these systems. So I want to remind you that the political philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau said in 1762, as a challenge to the promises of safety under the protection of a monarch's unaccountable power, he said, humans can live tranquilly also in dungeons. Is that enough to make them contented there? We can live safely from AI, we are told, as long as we allow the powerful companies that are driving the commercial AI wave today to set the agenda. As long as we don't try to restrain or govern what they're doing, they will keep us safe. And I ask, is that enough to make us contented? We need AI technologies to be safer, but we need them to be safer now, not in some speculative future. And we need safety to mean more than just permitting human survival, but a kind of safety that enables human agency and flourishing, a kind of safety that respects human rights, a kind of safety that earns public trust and even affection. Talking about humans being surpassed by superhuman computing systems does exactly the opposite. It reduces the concept of a human to something that carries out its programming and optimizes its input, and then uses that reduced standard of humanity as the measure of our right to respect and self-determination. It will be no surprise then when we are told that because we now have superhuman machines who can outperform us at following instructions, that can outperform us at optimizing our economically valuable output. It should be no surprise then when we will be told that we no longer measure up to the standard of humanity, that we've been surpassed, and that we've lost the standing to claim such precious rights. We can do far better than this. We can demand much more than this. And our ambitions for AI should reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Can I ask Chris to come back to the stage, and also Stephanie Hare and Steph Wright, head of the Scottish AI Alliance, to come and join us on the stage? Thank you very much. Lots to talk about there. Stephanie, I'll just ask you first as you sit down, just your reflections after what you said this morning and what Shannon has just said about whether as human beings we need to demand more, we need more, and just some reflections on what Shannon said.
Yes, I've been a long admirer of Professor Valera's work, and so I loved hearing this talk, and I almost feel like what I would love to see is her op-ed or manifesto on the front page of a paper like J'accuse, with an alternative agenda for the Rishi Sunak summit on the 1st and 2nd of November. So if that agenda is not what's going to lead to human flourishing, what would an agenda look like that does? And I feel like we maybe heard the outlines of that agenda here today.
Okay. And Steph Wright, do you think Shannon's right that the big discourse about AI that we've had this year hasn't really been a big discourse? It's been quite one-sided, and we've gone kind of backwards in a way in having that sort of grown-up, intelligent conversation about what we want from AI.
I think it's a matter that, the voices, perhaps not the grown-up voices, are the ones speaking the loudest, and it's what people hear. Like Steph to my right, I felt like going, whoop, at the end of Shannon's talk there, because, I absolutely agree with everything she says, and it's the kind of, it's not the exciting conversation at the moment to talk about the AI safety risks now, the impacts it has now, and just that what she said about OpenAI defining general AI as, outperforming humans and, economically valuable activity. And, I've said this many times before as well, it just depresses me that people's value is measured by their contribution to the economy, and that feeds into the whole conversation about AI taking jobs and changing the workplace. But the conversation has it gone backwards? I'm not sure it has. I'm not entirely sure it's gone anywhere. I think it's just kind of dispersed. And I was at an event on Monday where an academic just said, "Oh yeah, but AI is not magic. It's just stochastic parrots." And I'm like, that's great, but that's not the voices that are out there at the moment. What you are hearing, particularly from industry, is that AI is magic. It's magic. It's incredible, and we are the dictators of this narrative, and everyone must listen to us. But people just have to remember that ultimately, commercial organizations such as OpenAI have different drivers. Their drivers is not about furthering humanity. It's not about making the world a better place. Well, it might be making the world a better place, but not for everyone, for a very select group. So I think the conversations, like Steph was saying, the AI Safety Summit that's happening it's almost next month, in November, in Bletchley Park. There is a lot of narrative going, yeah, we're going to engage civil society and stuff, but no one's actually seen this. I don't know about you, but I haven't seen any of this. And so humans are being sidelined in a lot of this conversation, and the value of being a human is also being sidelined. We're kind of fetishizing this kind of concept of, efficiencies and productivity as the kind of apex of where we want to be. And surely as humans, we're more than that. And I think that voice needs to be louder.
Okay, and Shannon, from what you said just then, where do we begin to reset that debate? And do you think the AI Summit at Bletchley Park can be useful in doing that or not?
Let me answer the second part first. I think the only way the summit will be useful in that regard is if it actually does bring in the voices from civil society and academia that have been singing actually a fairly harmonious chorus on these points, right? I mean, there's a reason why you're seeing so much agreement up here. It's because most of the people who understand what AI really is and what AI safety from a sensible standpoint is really about, and what the priorities really need to be in order to make AI safe and beneficial. Most of those people are very unhappy with the way that the AI summit is shaping up at the moment. I today heard rumors of rumors that civil society might actually get a seat at the table. But again, we have not seen any clear evidence yet of that being the case. And one seat at the table as a token, right, won't be enough either. It has to be a sort of meaningful engagement with voices across the spectrum of experts in this area, and stakeholders who really represent those who are most vulnerable to the kinds of AI deployments that are likely to continue in the coming years. So in theory, yeah, we could do that, but that just doesn't seem to be the agenda of the moment. And the agenda of the moment, and this is not just true in the UK, you've seen something similar in the United States with sort of Joe Biden's recent roundtable of experts, where there were 2 or 3 or 4 voices from civil society and academia who brought an independent perspective, but the conversation was, as expected, or the group was dominated largely by commercial interests, who we should not be surprised, right, that they are pressing the agenda that will benefit them and their shareholders. That's what they're incentivized to do. We would be shocked if they did anything different, right? So it's not, I don't even blame necessarily the companies per se. They're operating precisely as our society incentivizes them to operate. What I don't understand is why the structures that are supposed to constrain that in the public interest don't seem to have the will to do so yet. But what I do think can happen is that we can get this sort of consensus of really refusal to go along with that agenda unless people are actually empowered to have a meaningful seat at the table and meaningful voice in the systems that we're told are going to increasingly, be governing our opportunities and predicting our future. It's a fundamental principle of any minimally democratic society that we would have a voice in that, and right now people don't.
Mm-hmm. Chris, anything to add to that? You need to press the Soviet yellow button.
Yes, okay, thank you. I don't have a lot to add. I mean, I think I'm actually in very large agreement with what we've heard from Shannon and the others. I guess that my perspective on this, so I've actually been in the field of AI for 35 years, and I think the thing that has changed is that actually, in the last 5-10 years, AI has actually started to be useful, like we can actually do useful things with it. Before, it was just so hard to do things that were not artificial intelligence. We had to avoid being artificially stupid. And so I think that's the change that's happened. But I certainly, totally agree that, and my objective, I mean, I haven't worked for any AI companies, and the idea of sort of human AI collaboration to enhance things is actually the thing that most motivates me, not this sort of world domination fantasy, right? Which we're hearing about.
And just with you again, Chris, sorry, there's a question about, have we lost control of the language here, that AI is being conflated with a lot of other things, that we're throwing machine learning in and elements of data science as well, that we're not very clear. Are we clear about the language of what we're talking about when we're talking about, and you used, Shannon used AGI, which is artificially generated intelligence. Yeah, have we got the terms clear, and does that make it much more difficult to have a conversation about this if we haven't?
I think there are conflations of things. I mean, one of the things that's actually, enabled a lot of this is just the data that underpins this, right? And the ability to collect large amounts of data. And of course, there's also questions about the governance of that data. Then there's technologies that, do things with that data and say, do intelligent analysis of that data. So there are, as we saw, a lot of different sort of topics that can come under the heading of AI, around language and vision and robotics and speech and so on, and reasoning and so on. So there are all these different aspects of AI. But it is true that one of the things that has really changed the way that people do work in those areas is the prevalence of machine learning. So the deep neural networks, the 2012 is actually the landmark event there when actually it was first shown that actually these deep neural nets would do a lot better than regular computer vision algorithms at that time for certain tasks. And then the whole field basically had to adapt to use neural networks because actually computer vision is driven by performance, right? If you can't do as well as the competition, you have to sort of join them. So that's one place where deep networks sort of came in. But that isn't to say, that's not to say that this whole question of autonomy is a totally different question, right? And I certainly strongly, I would frame things in terms of human-AI collaboration.
Okay. Stephanie, coming back to what you said this morning, that you were sort of hopeful that the UK could find a better way in terms of AI. Just a couple of questions following on from that. This whole idea of, how do you think that civil society in its broadest form, whatever that, again, civil society, that's another phrase we can debate, will be engaged meaningfully in the summit? That's the first question. That follows on from something you said when we spoke before about seats at the table. Who has a seat at the table when governments look at this stuff? And you might want to mention what you said about the United States there. And then just moving on from that again, somebody's asked the question, what can I practically do as a citizen to have any influence on the UK's approach to AI, any voice in this conversation? Sorry, that's 3 questions, but they're all kind of linked.
I worry that I don't have any brain power to hold all 3 in my head at the same time. I'll try. So I am optimistic about things in the UK for a few reasons, one of which is compared to the US, where Shannon and I are both from, I think, 330 million people, it's a lot harder in some ways to get your voice heard than in a country with 68 million people. And you also have devolved government versus our 50 states. So I think up here in Scotland, for instance, is a really powerful community, very vibrant, and you have devolved government. So you could, in theory, if things aren't working down in Westminster at the summit in Bletchley, you can still have your own conversation up here and put forward your own view. Ditto in the other 3 nations, although potentially a little bit harder in England, weirdly. So there's that. I also think that the media here is really interesting compared, and I know it's easy to sort of bash the media, but I'm actually going to weirdly compliment it, which was not my intention, but here we go. I think the media here in the UK is really active. And so if certain newspapers were to take up some of these issues as a campaigning issue, I've seen them do that really effectively in my 25 years here. I also think national and even international things like the BBC and the BBC World Service can take things that if you were, for instance, to host a debate or some sort of discussion here in Scotland, for example, it could get global play in a way that, again, I think is not necessarily the case in, and I'm just picking a random country off the top of my head, say in Peru, if you were to be having a really interesting conversation there, I don't know how much it would echo around the world because we've got things like the BBC and so much of the discussion in AI is in English. I think you can have a global reach. So I would just encourage people to think very broadly on that. And ditto with civil society, some of the most impressive work internationally on things like facial recognition technologies coming out of here. In Liberty and Big Brother Watch are really, really active and they get their voices heard and they build bridges with other NGOs and academic researchers, not just in the UK, but across Europe, and are liaising routinely with them. And one of the things I try to do is use my dual hats to be making sure that my fellow Americans and my adopted Brits are keeping up with each other and keeping those contacts going. So I would say that if a summit, that's just one data point and you can't really ever pin too much hope on just one event. It's going to be a process, so it will probably let us down a little bit, but there might be some glimmer of hope. And even the disappointment is still useful. To quote, Coco Chanel, she said something like, if I didn't like life, I just assumed that there would be an opposite, which I would like. So if it's a total flop, we could use it to map out what we would like to see going forward and then host a summit up here, for example. That's my attempt at being constructive. Did I get all three?
I think so. I've got a fourth before you press that yellow button.
Bonus round.
You brought in facial recognition technology there. I noticed that on LinkedIn yesterday you shared a report by the Scottish Biometric Commissioner without comment, and I just wondered what you thought about that report of the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner. You voiced some pretty serious concerns about facial recognition technology and the Met Police and so on. I just wondered what you thought about that Scottish report relative to the rest of the UK.
I mean, to be honest, I don't usually share information to endorse it or condemn it. If I ever do, I would be really clear about that. It's more just to make sure that I come from Illinois, which has some of the strongest biometric protections in the United States. And not a lot of people in the US know that, and definitely not a lot of people outside, because why should you be following Illinois news unless you're from there? Conversely, I've always been really fascinated by this Scottish approach to facial recognition, which is really different than in the rest of the UK. So I simply wanted to share that yesterday so that people who are working on this could see, because I think it's sometimes quite easy to feel there's like a techno-determinism to things like facial recognition. It's happening, it's spreading, we can't stop it, the cops are using it, everybody's got it. And that actually just isn't true. It isn't true. There are all sorts of people fighting back and putting real guards on things, or at least having conversations about it. And so I feel that probably the one thing I can try to do as a researcher is to be sharing research as and when I find it. So I would encourage people to take a look at this report if you haven't. It's interesting reading. I'm wanting to look at it as a sort of comparative approach with what's happening south of Hadrian's Wall, where I live. I live in London, where we're heavily surveyed and where the cops have integrated facial recognition as part of their permanent operations, despite knowing the many flaws with this technology. And I'd like to compare and contrast it to what's happening in the EU, and then over in the United States, where some cities or states have outright banned it, and not just for police use, but even private sector use. So that's just a few countries that I've named, but it's going to be a global phenomenon. I mean, we haven't even talked about how it's used in the global south. So I just put it out there to say, I think what Scotland is doing here interests me for a number of reasons, and I'm trying to keep current with it. So I would invite you all to read it if you, like me, have a long train ride later today.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Steph. Steph, you've talked quite a lot about AI being trustworthy, ethical, and that word again, inclusive. What are the fundamentals of that? How are we doing? How are we doing on that journey of being trustworthy, ethical, and inclusive? That's a conference in itself.
Yeah, I think that's a very long conversation. Well, on a very basic level, there are lots of AI technologies like ChatGPT that are currently being afforded trust without earning it, and that's just a bizarre sense we're here of where we are at, because people are seeking are using ChatGPT tools such as ChatGPT as sources of truth, which they are not at all, and therefore you've heard the cases of I think that lawyer in New York who used ChatGPT to bring up past cases to make his case, and they were entirely fictional, and so I think that so and there's that element of what we're trying to do at the Scottish AI Alliance is trying to empower people with the knowledge to kind of constructively and critically contribute to the conversations around AI. And that is very much part of the inclusivity bit. We're talking about who has seats at the table. A token one seat at the table is not a seat at the table. I mean, I'm not diminishing that, having a seat at the table is good, but you need to have as many people around the table as possible. And the current narratives all around AI and the kind of way that people who talk about it, who work in it, talk about it, assume that everyone else has this level of knowledge about AI. And therefore, oh, we don't have to worry about it, but we know it's just machine learning. We know LLMs are just essentially, predicting the next word based on training data sets. But I don't think any of us are good enough at actually making sure that message goes beyond, our communities. We're here, I guess, to a certain degree, we're speaking to echo chamber, right? Where we're kind of like preaching to the converted. And I think everyone needs to do a better job with communicating out with our own circles about what AI is, what AI isn't. The ethics of AI, trustworthy AI, inclusive AI, and you can lump them all into like, the responsible AI or, and AI safety, which is this new, buzzword as well. We all understand what that is, but person on the street doesn't necessarily do so. And you mentioned earlier about how do we meaningfully engage civil society? Because you can't just go up to people and go, so what do you think about this AI summit? Without actually, kind of doing the groundwork so that they understand. Case in point, Brexit. People asked to vote on what is essentially a really, really important decision without empowering them with the knowledge to actually understand what they're voting on. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. We're trying to do work on it, but it needs to be a kind of collective as well. And I was just reading recently, there was a paper recently published about how LLMs, such as GPT, they don't understand relationships between concepts. So, if they don't understand the relationship between A and B. So like if A is related to B in this way, therefore B relates to A in that way. And it's crazy, so it's sort of like they showed a screenshot where they asked, who is Tom Cruise's mother? And it'll give you the answer. But then if you put in who is that person's son, it's like, well, actually, we don't know. there's no data about that. And apparently, those kind of recent papers that are coming out are just not getting heard because people can't believe, oh my God, no way, can't do that basic thing. That, being human, that's just something we know. If Steph is my friend, it makes sense that I am your friend. Oh, I don't know, maybe we'll work that one out. But that kind of relationship, those kind of very basic understandings and comprehension and cognitive, like kind of understandings of the world that we have as humans, these machines just don't, and they give a good show that they do, but they fundamentally don't. And this message is not getting out enough. Oops, sorry. We're all talking amongst ourselves. I think we need to go out and talk to more people. Okay. What we're trying to do is, go out to communities and ask them, what does AI mean to you? It might mean absolutely nothing. and it's like, well, then how do we get people to care? Because AI will impact every aspect of everyone's lives.
Okay, and anyone else called Stephanie in the room can join these two friends afterwards for a drink if you're so minded. Shannon, there is a question going on from what Steph just said about this. How do we meaningfully engage with civil society? What does it look like? And who should own the activity of meaningful engagement and lead the charge? And I guess what are the question marks after that? Corporates, universities, political institutions. What's the role of universities and places like the Centre for Techno-Moral Futures to get stuck into that conversation?
Yeah, thanks. I think one of the things that's really important that universities have is the ability to bring technical and scientific experts together with experts in the social, moral, political, and historical dimensions of a particular technology together to reinforce the kinds of messages that otherwise get splintered in the public mind such that only the most dramatic ones stick. So I think that one of the advantages that we have at the University of Edinburgh, for example, is a culture of multidisciplinarity and a culture of collaboration between experts from different disciplines who can therefore effect public engagement much more successfully than any isolated expert who can only speak in the language of their discipline. So I think that's one thing that universities actually need to get better at. This is one of the reasons, though, that I came to the University of Edinburgh and the Edinburgh Futures Institute, because they were already ahead of the curve in terms of thinking about the need for that. So I think we just need to build on that template. With respect to how to engage civil society more effectively, I do think we are stuck in this trap of, and even I use the language of a seat at the table, right? If all that means is I get to complain and then I'm sent away, but I have no power, right? That does little or nothing. And I don't think we know how to get civil society in a position of sort of decision-making influence. But one of the things I think we do know is that we have successfully governed risky technologies before. We've done it again and again and again. And we can sometimes do it very successfully in ways that promote cooperation by industry, that actually reward industry for that cooperation, that actually earn public trust and profitability and usability all at the same time. That's what civil aviation did, right? Planes used to fall out of the sky every week in the 1960s and 1970s. Now the skies are way more crowded. Planes almost never crash. People fly in them much more readily, which is not a great thing from a climate perspective, but bracket that for a moment, right? Public trust and adoption of the technology skyrocketed. Profits went up. The quality of airplanes and efficiency of airplanes went up, right? Everyone wins, but it's a tightly regulated system. There are international coordination and harmonization of regulations to make sure that international travel can be safe. Operators, manufacturers, even passengers have certain obligations and duties of care to one another that we have to fulfill, and there are consequences for those who violate that. We have none of that in the AI ecosystem today, and yet there's nothing stopping us from building an architecture of governance that would accomplish those aims. So what we can, and civil society would be naturally a part of that. So I think moving forward on the governance piece is how you ensure that civil society doesn't just have a voice, but they actually have influence and can represent the public interest.
Okay, and maybe yourself and anyone else who wants to come in, what does moving forward on the governance piece look like? What do those guardrails look like? What do we have now that's useful? And what do we need that isn't there at the moment?
I'll just say I think you start with establishing duties of care, both on the part of regulators, the existing regulators, duties of care to ensure that AI doesn't enable end runs around the rights that people already have, that the rights that people already have in society are enforced, and that there's accountability for those who are negligent or otherwise irresponsible in developing, designing, and deploying technologies. Right now, there's no clear accountability regime, and that actually means that responsible actors are disincentivized to take risks and to adopt the technology, right? Because there's no indication of what protection they have if something goes wrong. Whereas once you have clear duties of care and a system of accountability for those who are negligent, you have the incentives start to align towards responsible use and development of the technology. So I think just starting with what are the basic duties of care that regulators, manufacturers, deployers need to be held accountable for and move forward there.
Okay, Stephanie, do you have anything to add to that? And I'm particularly interested in this whole thing about we have this in all sorts of technology issues. It's global. Is there different countries take different paths? When we're talking about regulation, individual countries can do certain things, but that has a very limited impact. It doesn't mean they shouldn't do them. So what do we need to do in regulation that's not there, and how do we address it on a global scale?
I was very intrigued as Professor Valer was speaking, because it made me think about things like civil aviation is a great example, automobiles, the Food and Drug Administration in the United States for testing drugs, that there are all sorts of, you're absolutely right, it's a very inspiring line of thought because it's proactive. We can start to make a market that is profitable and aligns the capitalist motive that will inspire so many of these AI companies. but also creates customer safety and also accountability and responsibility and liability. And I was thinking, as Steph Wright was speaking, what other technologies, other maybe than nuclear, have we had to append so many reassuring adjectives to because it sounds so scary? Right? We have to talk about responsible AI, ethical AI, safe AI, trustworthy AI. You see these buzzwords bandied around, and I'm being brief in reciting the adjectives. So clearly the fear is there, and oftentimes companies will resist regulation, but I think in this case we can almost flip it on its head and say regulation is going to be the key to unleashing the potential of AI, precisely because we want it to be something where the standards are kind of common across the board, which is something that would exist in all of the examples we've just come up with, where it's interchangeable, it's comparable, and ultimately leads, and this is the American in me speaking out, to the potential of someone getting sued if something goes wrong. Accountability and jail time does a lot to focus executives' minds. And right now, I think there's been this big question of, I can release a product, and if it creates harm for the lawyer who uses ChatGPT in a legal case to the children whose example I used earlier, who are victims of deep fake pornography, nobody can be prosecuted for this. There's no real clear method other than sort of consumer pressure and, again, the press to get certain apps taken off of platforms. So how did the platforms have accountability to decide what is publicly available or not? It makes us look again at this AI summit with new light and going, well, if we're so worried about people using AI to create these weapons, there's also that, well, nobody's forcing them to create it. So what are they really frightened of? Are they frightened that they themselves are building AI that's going to be used to create cyber attacks or bio attacks? Or are they worried that someone else, this is the fear of the other or the fear themselves? To me, either way, the answer appears to be more scrutiny, more regulation, more standardization, and perhaps, this is going to sound terrible, but maybe even licensing. Maybe you don't put AI into certain areas of society without it being rigorously tested, just like we wouldn't release certain drugs onto the market for mass consumer use if we didn't think it was going to be safe for most people. So this is my half-baked middle of the afternoon thinking, but I was really inspired by what you just said there. I guess we've also done it a bit with climate in terms of trying to get different types of companies who have a carbon footprint and a water footprint, as we discussed this morning, onto the same page internationally. Because the other problem you'll get, and I can hear it already, is someone in this room will go, but if we don't do it, China will. Which is, in America, the one thing that you can do to get anybody to get senators and representatives on either side of the aisle to pipe down on regulation is, what if China wins? I almost wonder if, again, if you wanted to not necessarily shut China out, but to incentivize good behavior internationally, if you're the country or group of countries who can band together to create a regulatory framework that works for all to enable the free functioning of capitalism with AI sauce lathered on top of it, will that actually restrain bad actors, at least at the national level? I don't know. That's my 2 bits.
Okay, thank you. Just before we wrap up, Chris, there's an interesting question in the chat box, which is, do you think hand weavers had these conversations 200 years ago? And just to link it back to what you talked about, do you think Donald Michie and the other pioneers of AI had conversations about what they would do in being, out with the normal in the 1960s?
Well, in the terms of the hand weavers, I certainly think that we should view AI as in the same sorts of ways that you see the introduction of other technologies, right? So Shannon has given some examples there, and I think that's always helpful. And that's, to be honest, that's a perspective that as an AI researcher I probably don't have, and that's exactly why we need the Centre for Technomoral Futures. If you go talking about Donald Michie, and I think the thing that the thing that interested me and why I wanted to become an AI researcher is I wanted to figure out how the brain works, right? I want to know how I can look out at you and I can see a bunch of people, and I can interpret that scene, right? And how do my neurons actually do that, right? That's a really fantastic problem. What is the capabilities of our brains to and minds to do things? That's probably the best question in the universe to work on, right? But it turns out that also, as well as that deep scientific question, there are also technological applications of the kinds of techniques that we want to do. So my sense is that probably at that time, they were just trying to push forward with these scientific questions because, like I said, until we actually got to be reasonably good at actually making these things work, it wasn't really so much of a threat, right? So I guess that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Just going to come to a close here just by asking all the panel just for 1 or 2 quick points. This is always like a really interesting, wide-ranging, deep conversation. Bring it back to 2 things that people can take away, but we'll do it anyway. But Steph, what things do you know? What would you like to see happen? What would make your work in AI? What would help you to move things forward in terms of, let's say, that trustworthy, ethical, inclusive AI, in terms of changing policy, regulation, whatever? What one thing would help?
Oh gosh,
One thing, Steph,
One thing, well, how about I'll do one thing that's kind of a plug for something we're trying to do. What I mentioned earlier about trying to empower the people of Scotland with the knowledge to contribute to the conversations around AI. We have developed a fully free, aimed at the public online course about AI called Living with AI. It gives you a high-level introduction to what AI is, the concepts of trustworthy ethics and inclusion, and then it actually takes you on a journey on how AI currently impacts every part of your life, so that you understand what it means to you. Because I think a lot of the narrative around AI that lots of people that are not engaged are like, well, this has nothing to do with me, but it does have something to do with you, and therefore, kind of embrace the knowledge that's available out there so that you can have a voice, and you can contribute in an informed way. So I think that's one thing I would say.
And it's called what? The Big with AI.
Living with AI.
Living
sorry.
with AI.
And we debated about what to call it because it sounds like you're living with a condition. But we couldn't come up with an alternative. So it is called Living with AI.
Okay.
But it is what it says on the tin. It's about your life with AI.
Okay, thanks very much. Stephanie, a brief final word?
I would like to see anyone who's building a large language model, training it or implementing it, or both, required to report on both the carbon footprint and water footprint so that we can measure them. Okay, thank you very much. Chris?
I guess my 2 points are, one is to help people understand what AI currently is, and I think Steph's Living with AI is I hadn't heard about it before. It's great that we have that. And I think the other thing is to remind people that we can try and focus on how humans and AI can work together to make things better, rather than thinking of being left behind in the sort of technological dust. That's what I'd like to see.
Thanks, Chris. Shannon, final word to you.
So I think my 2 points would be, first, that I think we could do a lot with, at the national level, developing a kind of incident database and observatory that begins to really mark down the harms and infringements on people's rights by AI, and then begin to develop, working backwards from that, accountability structures that, as Stephanie points out, actually move the liabilities from the public to those who are generating the risks and the liabilities. We've done that in the environmental sphere with environmental regulation and policy, first finding where the pollution is, where it's coming from, where it's doing harm, then working backwards to who's generating it, and then making them pay for it or clean it up or not put it out. So we can absolutely follow that track with AI right now. Many people in academia and civil society are informally doing incident databases on AI harms, but this should be a kind of a central government responsibility. as a precursor to developing the kinds of accountability structures we need. And then the second point, very briefly, would just be to continue to build the consensus within much of the computing community around the need to rise to this opportunity to develop professional norms of ethics and competence that can keep people safe and align the technology with human benefit. Most computer scientists, most machine learning researchers that I speak to really want this, and they really want to push for the kind of professional responsibility that we take for granted now in communities of medical professionals, that we used to always assume was kind of part of the requirement of being any technical professional where you hold people's lives and safety and well-being in your hands, that there's a professional duty and a sort of, yeah, you have to have regulation, but a lot of it is just seeing that as being part of being good at your job, is making sure that people's interests are cared for. And so I want to see more of what I'm already seeing emerge in the computing profession, of people sort of amongst themselves saying, these are the standards we're going to hold ourselves to and hold one another to.
Okay, thanks so much. What a fascinating conversation. Please thank Shannon, Chris, Steph and Stephanie. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. Thanks for attending and asking your questions. Thanks to the Data Driven Innovation Initiative and to Research Data Scotland and the Smart Data Foundry. Thanks to everybody at the Scotsman and the DDI who've made this happen, especially Rebecca Thompson, Mark Bailey and Mauli Diaz. Thanks to the staff in the building, and a big round of applause for the signers, Greg and Ruth, please. That must be a hell of a job. That must be a hell of a job to translate all that. There's some complex stuff in there, but thanks so much. There'll be a brief story in the Scotsman tomorrow. There'll be a full supplement report on next Wednesday. If you missed bits of the event, it'll be available to watch on demand soon. Fill in your feedback form. And just do whatever you can. Use the connections and conversation you've heard today to talk to people, to make those connections, and to do your bit in playing your part in whatever way to shape our data and AI future. I'm David Lee. It's been a total pleasure. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and hope to see you all again next year. Cheers.